Alright, kia ora, everybody. Let me know if the music's too loud, if anything needs changing, but we should be all good. We had a few problems this morning. We have no chat box. I hope that's just a delay. It's just a delay. It's been a morning of technical issues here. Oh, goodness. I woke up so early. I was like, I'm going to be able to move stream back a little earlier. I'm going to be ready a bit earlier. Yeah, all the tech issues. All the issues. It's fine. It was freaking out there for a minute because I was live, but YouTube, like Twitch was receiving the video feed. I don't know what's happened with my part here today. YouTube would not accept the video feed, but Twitch would. And I was like, it wasn't connecting. I was like, I'm going to have to stop and restart the YouTube side just to see if this will go when we're technically live, but no image was coming through. But I managed to sort it out. I managed to get the plugin to connect it. My encoders weren't connected or something. I don't understand it. I just press buttons and it seemed to work. That's pretty much how I stream. I press buttons and hope for the best. Oh, goodness. Alright, so over on the Twitch side, Disney Queen, kia ora. I have been in a colouring kick for a while. Got a nature colouring book with great images from real places. Love that. Then on the YouTube side, Laura, Lisbeth, and Rosalind, here nice and early. Stardust. Oh my goodness. All the different time zones. I need this for my sanity at this point. YouTube is not allowed to deny me this. No, YouTube is not allowed to deny it. Ada, hello. 11 p.m. there. Oh goodness, yeah, that is getting a bit late. Yeah, it's a hard thing with time zones. It is of course only 9 a.m. here in New Zealand. I am expecting a parcel, and the parcel was already meant to be here, so I am also half keeping an ear out for a courier. So if I disappear suddenly, the courier's arrived. Colouring Bumblebee, Auntie Chris, Eveline, oh my goodness, all the lovelies. Hello. Welcome in, everybody. I hope we're doing well. It is a horrendously windy day here. I have barely slept overnight because of how loud the wind was, and it genuinely sounded like the house was falling apart. But I am safe. The house is fine. The house has been much worse. But there's definitely some wild weather going on in Aotearoa, especially down in Wellington. So fingers crossed for the safety of everyone down there. Yeah, we're doing okay. So we're back today. Shuffle this playlist, please. Forgot to do that. We're back today to head back to the Mermaid Lake. We are... Oof, it's hot. We're going to work on colouring pages today. Now, I've been wanting to get back to these colouring pages for... I can't tell you how long, because this page is Mermaid Lake. So, it's the perfect page to have released for next month. We want to have Mermaid Lake available for MERMAY. It makes sense. So I've been trying to get back to this colouring page all month, and it just has not happened. And so I said to Mum yesterday, I am going to stream tomorrow because it is the only way I'm going to sit my butt down and get this done. I need the accountability of talking to you guys. So yeah, that's why we're here to stream today. So for those that have not seen so far, hi Yana, our Mermaid Lake page, and I forgot to check all the cameras. Hopefully everything's good. I'm so professional. Oh goodness me, I did not even check the cameras. Hopefully, but yes, this is our Mermaid Lake page. Our Mermaid Lake page is actually 3 pages in one, and the idea is that all 3 pages can be coloured individually, but they also line up and they're going to continue on and match up across the page. And so you can also have it as a triple image, but I'm also going to release it as a long thinner image as well, which could be quite small to color depending what you printed on. But I just think it would be really fun to have like a really long image for Mermaid Lake, because there's a lot in here. So this first page we're close to getting done. Well, planing out our main elements. We've still got lots of filler background stuff. But YouTube is super behind. Yeah, so there may be a bit of a delay on your end. Just double check your live too, Rosalind. Double check your live, because for me it's not actually that delayed coming through. There is a small delay, not a huge amount. Also, we can remove that page is completed today, because that's not a thing. Make sure you know how YouTube likes to make you not live. Double check that you're at the live point. So by the play pause button, it should have a live. If you've got a little red dot there, you're live and caught up. If you're not red, press it and it should take you to being live. Wilted Flower, kia ora, kia ora. Welcome in, lovely. I convinced my mum to get me Uri products for my birthday. Ooh. I mean, I do freaking love my Uri. But I get so cold, especially when it's like this. Yeah. Fingers crossed. It definitely helps with the arthritis. But yes, Wilted Flower, hello. How are you going today? Welcome in. We're not colouring today. We're drawing colouring pages. Wilted Flower's a new friend who's also a colourist on Twitch. So if you need another colourist to follow, folks, I tell you, I'm slowly collecting them all. So Wilted Flower, because I'm not sure if you're aware about, we dual stream here as well. So we're live on both YouTube and Twitch. So you may see me talking to people and you're like, I don't see them in the Twitch chat, but above me here we'll combine everyone. Hey, Twitches! Yeah! So we are going to keep working on Mermaid Lake. So far we have drawn Heel, Bubbles, Shelly. I can't remember if it's Shell or Shelly, but them. And then we've also got a turtle delivery food service. Now we are going to fill this in with more bubbles and little fishies and seaweed and stuff like that. But the main thing right now is to block out our big shapes. Now for anyone that hasn't seen my colouring book, this is like, I don't know if we'll ever turn it into a proper book, but as a goal for a charity stream, I promised to release some colouring pages, and I have. They are on Ko-fi. !free in the chat will bring up the Ko-fi link, and you can actually download, where did I put my folder? Our first 2 pages that we released as part of the stream. So we have Leaf Rider. You can see I'm doing real cuckoo colours for mine. And Treetop Treats, which is basically a candy store, treat store in a tree. The idea behind this is I was babysitting my nibblings, who we nicknamed Papaya and Peel. I was babysitting them, and they asked what was happening with Shadow, because Shadow had gone to step outside and had jumped over the fence, and oh, I have frozen. My face cam is frozen. That's not a good sign. Wow, we're having some issues today, folks. Why is my face cam frozen? This one's not frozen. That's fine, but why is my face cam frozen? There we go. Yeah, I'm going to put it on the weather, Rosalind. I'm going to put it on the weather. It's a day today. It's a day today. Okay? Who's giving me their Monday-itis? It's Tuesday here. I don't want Monday-itis. So the idea behind the story, sorry, the music also just jumped really loud there. Let me know if I need to actually turn it down. The idea is the kids asked, what happens when Shadow goes to the bottom of the garden, and we me being a DM made up a story about this magical world in the bottom of the garden, and then my brain was like, that would make a cute coloring book. So that is why it's in a folder like this. I actually have been planning this for a really long time, so you can see some things, and it's actually a bit of a story as well, as we follow the kids as they follow Shadow to the bottom garden. So I have been sketching some off stream, so I've done a sketch for the introduction page. I still need to ink it. Have started sketching them feeding Shadow, and then like lots of little kitty bits to feed a cat. And then started sketching, not that you can really see it that well, but Shadow jumping off the couch. Then we'll have a shot of the backyard, and then it's them following him into the backyard, and then finding the portal, and then going through the portal, and then after they go through the portal, that is when we visit the garden glen, and that's where the fun, colourful chaos lands come in. So yeah, part of this world has been, Papaya in particular has really created a lot of this world with me. We sit down, we'll tell stories, and every time we go swimming we play as the mermaid. So Mermaid Lake is very, like, it's very important I get certain details of Mermaid Lake correct, because Mermaid Lake is probably being played out the most because of swimming. So we also have mermaid personas. So Bubbles the mermaid, I'm going to try and hide Bubbles in quite a few pages because I am Bubbles. So this is a representation of me. We also have Peel, which is the younger nibbling. He has little floaties, and he's going to be on a little lily pad patting the fish, and Bubbles is there just looking after. And then we've got Shelley, which is one of the mermaids that Papaya plays. Papaya plays a couple of mermaids. And then we're going to have Papaya here working on coming down to an octopus that lives at the bottom of the Mermaid Lake. And as you can see, the mermaid here is digging out crystals, and they dig up pearls and gems and crystals. And then there's an octopus who makes potions at the bottom of Mermaid Lake. Also, mermaids have pockets. Very important fact. So that's what we are going to be drawing there, is the octopus that is being flown down to. I think there's a crab that's operating as a traffic warden from my quick little sketch here. And then it will connect up on this side from our octopus to the highway, which is a route of cabins and rocks, and that will take you underground. And that is how Bubbles the mermaid appeared at the waterfall in the lake, because there'll be an underground connection that the mermaids can go through. So this is basically their highway. And then all three of these pages will line up so that you can put them side by side and have a ginormous colouring page. That was our first little rough sketch, where I was just kind of putting everything on the page and realising I needed a lot more room to put everything on the page. So that's when it became a triple. And Shadow the cat is going to be on this page. So each of the characters is on one page. So Peel's on the first one, Papaya's on the second, Shadow's on the third, and Shadow's going to be sunbathing on top of the rock. So yeah, that's what we're going to work on today. And if you've got any suggestions or like creatures under the lake that you want to see, so apart from the three mermaids of Pearl, Shelley and Bubbles, Pearl is going to be on this one. Each of the pages is also having a mermaid, because again we're working with threes, so it makes it real easy. But yeah, apart from the three mermaids, the three characters, the octopus, and making sure there's some crystals and gems, we're pretty open for creatures that can be under the water. So we've done a turtle. We've done a turtle delivery service. We're going to have a little crab here that's going to be on the coral operating a stop-go sign. So he's going to be like a traffic person. I know I've done some eels. Yeah. There's an eel that's like some sort of mermaid spa. There's like a little shop there. There's a jellyfish that's got some sort of food thing here, and then we've got like some tunnels, which you may or may not be able to tell from my random scribbles that I've just quickly placed everything out at. Yeah, how long did you come up? Oh yes, seahorses. We need seahorses. The story probably started well over a year ago, and then I was having a bad night and my brain just went, idea. And then I started like writing down things on my phone. That would be a good 7 or 8 months ago now. And then in February, when I did the charity stream, that's when I committed to releasing the first 2 pages. I was very nervous about it because of my hands, because I do have injuries to my hands, and I wasn't sure I was going to be able to do it. Plus, I say all the time, and yeah, I was doing it myself, don't compare yourself to others, but also even yourself. And past me, pre-injury, could draw a lot more realism than current me, but I also really like the cartoony style that I've kind of seemed to develop into. So, you know. Alright, so I started, so the main thing is I need to line these up. I want to have another rock face coming in front here. So you need to go across there. You need to line up there. This is going to be like our table that's going to be packed with potion making stuff. Yeah, well, I've only released the first 2 pages, and this is not going to be a quick project, but I would like to eventually release it as an actual book, because I just think it would be really cool. There is also a story that goes along with it, so my idea is to release it as a colouring book with a little story on the side that you can colour along, and then yeah, a few extra pages that would be exclusive from the Ko-fi store. So it would be, because, you know, I'm putting them up for free on my Ko-fi. So it would be more like, you know, you can get it for free, but you can also buy it as a physical book. And it would just be really cool to be able to give that to my nibblings. My nibblings, I should actually have this open. They have also coloured some of the pages. I do have some photos of people who have coloured. And eventually I will make a post showing some of the coloured versions. Jess, Colouring Bumblebee, has done an amazing job as well. Discord, I know it's in Discord. Where is my parcel? And yes, there is colouring supplies coming in the parcel. That's why I'm like, where is it? It's got my Langwo gel pens. I don't think I saved it on the computer. That would be smart. I should save it in the file with all the other ones. Sorry, I have to go very far back in a chat because I know I shared it with Pencil Butter and Smalt. As soon as it came through, I was like, guys, look at this, look at this, look at this. But that might be, that was all pre-hospital, so that's quite a far back. We talk a lot. I'm going to go really far back. It would be just as easy for me to re-upload it to a chat, basically, from my phone. There it is. Alright, we're going to save that one. Alright. So I don't have all the pictures from them, but this is Papayas Treetop Treats. Which, oh my gosh, I was just like, oh my gosh, when it came through. So, yeah. They're also great colouring pages for kids. And this is a big colouring page because I printed it A3 for them. This is like, let's make you take time. So yeah, fun. But to do that, we need to get more colouring pages to them. So, I forgot to turn off the auto translate feature. I found out about why it keeps thinking, why YouTube is it's got auto translate. There's an option now when you live stream, and I forgot to turn it off. So for anyone that's having issues with YouTube auto translating chat on live streams as a streamer, yeah, double check your settings, because it turns out they now offer that as a feature and it's automatically turned on. It's like, okay, that's cool, but let us select the language, because I don't know why you keep insisting on making everything Japanese for me, which I don't mind. Japanese is a beautiful language and I wanted to learn it, but like, it's just weird that you're choosing that to translate into. But at least we figured it out. Right, so that's given us our water level for the top of the lake. The rock lines up here. Some of the coral will go back over as well. Again, it doesn't matter if we're a little messy with the lines here, because we do our inks separate, so. Alright, so this is going to be like a tree, but it's actually coral. Yeah, I also have issues with autocorrect data. It's a known thing with me that if I'm sending you messages, there's probably typos. But in turn, I also speak typo pretty clearly, so it's not intentional. I'm just really bad at typing. I will send through a message, and it, like, I've typed it, it will be perfect. I send it through, and then I look again, I just see all the spelling mistakes. Yeah. It's the auto translate feature. I did find it, I just forgot to turn it off again. My bad. Alright, so gonna have a big piece of coral here, like it's a big tree. Because that's where our crab is going to be nesting. I don't want that there. I think I just want like that. And then we can do a little one there. And one like that. And one like this. And then that kind of gives me like a platform to put the crab on. I didn't turn my light on. I really did not balance any of my cameras or lights today. We're professional. It was cold, and all I was thinking about is I need a cup of tea before I start streaming, so I made a cup of tea. I got nice and comfy and warm, and then went live and went, whoops, I haven't done half my setup. My bad. Make sure our lines line up, because it's very important. I just thought about a crab in a shell, like a hermit crab. Ooh, a hermit crab's not a bad idea either. I need a scrap piece of paper. We'll use this random envelope from the hospital that I don't need. So we need seahorses. hermit crab. So I got crab. That's our thing here, but we have a lot of area to also fill up. Alright, and then this will be a later on detail when we're cleaning up and refining all the details, but we'll put a bunch of texture over it. Now, how it grew out of a rock, don't know. But we don't question that. That is what it is. That's our crystal right there on the edge. Now I'm going to have a bit of a nightmare job scanning this one because the scanner that I have, it fits an A3 piece of paper, but it doesn't take it right to the edge. So I'm going to have to scan not like lined up on the edges so that I can get the edge detail. Yeah. Hi, Gail. Yes, I've got a jellyfish. That's part of the restaurant that's in the cave. Got jellyfish. Keeping in mind, we also want it to be more lake-themed creatures. So, like, pufferfish are saltwater. So we want freshwater creatures as well. I mean, it is a magical mermaid lake, so there's no reason technically why salt and freshwater fishies couldn't be together, but we do want to keep it to more freshwater fish. So yeah, try to think along those lines if you've, but yes, otherwise I would be like, oh, think Stardew Lakes, frogs and tadpoles. Yeah, I did think about doing a frog, but we will actually have a frog page later on because there's a frog teacher. So there's like a frog classroom / reading page. So they're going to go to the library, which is managed by a frog. And we're going to have Papaya drawing. Peel is going to be reading a book. Shadow's probably going to be knocking books off the shelf because that seems like a very cat thing to do. I haven't quite decided the layout of that one. But yeah, there's a frog teacher that will be there. And they'll be like maybe reading a book to Peel or something, and Papaya will be on the floor on their tummy sketching. So yeah, no, we won't. There's no trash in the lake. It's only a snapshot of Mermaid Lake anyway, and as I said, there are pathways and tunnels, so Mermaid Lake does actually connect up to ocean eventually, but we're not dealing with the ocean. I do also want to draw like a map of the land so far, so what we know about the land. Anyway, I've never drawn like a map. I mean, I have kind of done stuff for D&D, so yeah. Are we incorporating a lake villain? Not so much, because like there's a witchy type of octopus at the bottom of the lake, or squid or something, but they're the potion maker, but they're not a villain. I want to make clear, though, that being said, if people color it Ursula like you do you, that's fine, but they're not a villain. They just take the crystals and gems and the things that the mermaids dig up and then turn them into potions. This is Papaya's law. Also, mermaids have pockets. It's very important that we are clear that mermaids have pockets. Okay. Speaking of, I think I am at a point I could sketch out the octopus, but octopus side view. We want we want some references. Platypus, so freshwater animals. Ooh. That could be cool too. I'll write it on the list. Because there's nothing saying we won't later on. Yeah, I love otters. Actually, we've got otters at our local zoo too, so I know the nibblings like otters. Axolotl are cute. So this one here is kind of what I want, but I want it reversed, so I can actually do that. I can do that with the trickery. I know trickery. Oh, that's not what I want. Let's start by open image in a new tab. Perfect. Right, we're going to separate you out. Okay. I know trickery. Technical trickery is the greatest. Alright, so and then transform, flip horizontal, and there we go. Now we can use it as a bit of a reference to try and draw in our thing. Otter power. Has anyone seen Teresa Goodrich's Otterly Adorable? I want it so badly. It's so cute. And the owl one as well. Shrimp. Yeah, fish we will get to. We're definitely going to be needing a lot of fish later on. Beavers are cool, but I feel like I would do them if it wasn't a zoom in the lake. But I could add that to like an outside of the lake one. Because again, we're also underwater here. Just noticed you work in a medical lab. I'm a medical lab technician, but now I work on the quality assurance side. Oh, funnily enough, I also worked on the quality assurance side too. I did start off as a tech and moved into QA. Yeah, I have just had to unfortunately step away from my job in the last month or so because of medical reasons, which is why my streams are a bit chaotic and all over the place instead of being scheduled. Yeah, but I was working in a medical lab. And yeah, it's a very important role, wilted flower, and just hilarious that, and also we're not the only colorists who worked in a medical lab. So there's obviously a trend here as well, because I know some others who are colorists who are also working in medical labs. So it's also like psychology. There's a surprising amount of psychologists in the colouring community when you start digging around. All people who work within the psychology field. I am trained also in the psychology field. I have my bachelor's in applied science and psychology, and my area was child and adolescence developmental psychology. But my disability meant that I wasn't able to. Dragonflies are above the water. Yes, I have actually done dragonflies. So what's up here, this is actually the surface of the water, so you can see it a bit better on page 1 because I've sketched in some of the lily pads. So I might do like some edge of the water back here, but this is all water. We're going to do some flowers on the surface, a couple of dragonflies, stuff like that. That's what we're... So that's surface of the water. This isn't sky, it's surface of the water, just so we're clear. But the perspective will come in a bit more clearer when we do in the fill-in details. Again, I'm working on the big to the small because there's no point me sitting here doing a bunch of tiny fish without sketching in the big octopus that's going to be taking up the majority of the page here, because our potion octopus is going to be taking up a lot of the page here. So we might as well sketch that in first. And then we can do little details, all right? Yeah. Look forward to finding them. Yeah, I'll shout them out as they come in. A lot of them are on YouTube though, wilted flower. The other thing is, but there's a few colorists on Twitch and we're slowly gathering them, and if I ever decide to monetize again and then go back to being a partner, not back to being a partner, make it to partner, so that I can start a team, I will start a coloring team. And then I will literally gather everyone and be like, you're a colorist? in the team. Colorist in the team. And then we'll know every colorist on Twitch and be like, come here, come here. Yeah, coloring Bumblebee, psychology degree. Yana, psychology as well. Rosalind, assistant nurse. Yep, and doing RN. There's so many people in the medical field as well, which is just, it's funny to see. Like, not funny as in funny haha. It's just one of those like, you know, the Venn diagrams. There's a lot of crossover. You don't hear music? It might be a bit quiet today. Let me know. I did turn it down a bit. Winter! Hello, hello. Water drawing. Yes, we are working on the next colouring page, which is a mermaid themed colouring page because we're in the Mermaid Lake. So we are sketching out. There's me. I'm Bubbles. That's me. If you see the mermaid with space buns, you know it's me. I'm going to try and hide Bubbles on every page in some form. And if not every page, just in a few pages. Amy, hello, hello. Welcome in. Also nice to do a big crossover with Spoonies. Yeah, definitely a big crossover with Spoonies. Right, where did I put my pencil, y'all? There. So we have an octopus on screen because I'm using it as a little bit of a reference. So we're doing Mermaid Lake at the moment. Mermaid Lake is actually a very important part of the story because I made up the Garden Glen. I made up the whole story surrounding the Garden Glen. And then mentioned that there was a lake that there was mermaids in because it's me and I love mermaids. And I was like, there has to be a mermaid lake. And then I went swimming with Papaya one day and Papaya asked to play mermaids. And I was like, oh, like the mermaids in the Garden Glen. And they were like, yes, let's play as those mermaids. I was like, cool. So what are our mermaid names? Who are you? And then we started establishing the lore. So while the majority of the Garden Glen and what's happening in there is coming from my brain, Mermaid Lake has quite a bit of like established play because of the fact when we go swimming, we play as merms. First off, mermaids have pockets. It is very important. So all the mermaids have pockets. They are secret pockets like a kangaroo. But very important. Mermaids have pockets. And the mermaids in the lake like to swim down and dive and go digging for gems and pearls and treasures and bits and bobs that are in the lake. So they are digging up crystals and gems and stuff. And there is also an octopus that lives at the bottom of this lake, and they make potions with those gems and crystals that have been collected. So that is what we're up to today. There are 3 established mermaids, Bubbles, which is me, and then there is Shelley and Pearl, both of who Papaya switches between. Yeah. But yes, I found it very funny that this little 5-year-old child was very insistent that they have pockets. And I was like, at 5 years old, you understand the importance of the pockets. So the page itself is actually 3 pages, but they're going to line up to go side by side. So you can either do one page by itself if you just want to do one of them. You could do all 3 pages. And I'm going to release it as one big image. So you can do it as one image, or you can do it as 3 individual pages. And yeah, hopefully we'll get it released in time for Mermaid next month. That's the plan anyway. I've been trying to get to this all month, and I don't know, I've just needed to colour instead. I'm still sitting here going, I kind of want to colour as well. But I want to try and get at least second page sketched out. Even if it's not finished sketching. So we've got a big sort of eye. And so on this page here we have our octopus friend, and then we'll also be I know it will also flow on to page 3 a little bit. Yeah, I like your dress. Thanks, it has pockets. It's either thanks, it has pockets, or thanks, I found it secondhand. Yeah. And also, the dress must be swishy. It must register on the swishy scale, and it must have an appropriate amount of swishiness, or else it's not a good dress. Same with the skirts. The skirts must have a certain amount of swishiness, or else it's not a good skirt. No, you need pockets. Okay, so my wedding dress had pockets. I am not married now. I am divorced, but I was married. But I mean, this probably should have been a thing. For me, I'm not someone who ever dreamed about a big wedding or anything like that. I genuinely was just like, this is a formal ceremony that we just have to do for a piece of paper. I view commitment as deeds and actions done, not a piece of paper and a piece of jewelry. So I was not the most excited for the wedding, which also maybe that was a thing and maybe that's why I'm divorced. Anyway, but literally, it was 2 days before the wedding and I did not have a wedding dress and everyone else was freaking out going, and I was like, I'll just wear my pajamas if I literally can't find clothes. Like, I'll just get married in something. It's just clothes. And everyone's like, you need a wedding dress. You need a wedding dress. I was like, it's fine. I'll just go and buy some fabric and make a dress. And everyone's like, you haven't made a dress before in your life. I'm like, it's not that hard. And so 2 days before the wedding, I went to the fabric store and I bought fabric. And I just made myself a wedding dress. And it had pockets. It was just a very simple dress, but it did the job. And no one could tell. I was like, it's fine. Yeah. So 2 days before wedding, I just made a wedding dress and it was the first dress I properly ever made. I did buy scrap fabric, make a test version first, and also because I used to work in a fabric store, I did understand my fabric. So the top part was made in like a silk, but no, not a silk, a satin, but it was like a delusted heavy duty satin, which is easier in terms of like puckering and stuff like that. And then I just got this light rayon type cotton. I can't remember the actual name of it, but it was very light and flowy, so it was a very twirly sort of thing as well. And then, yeah, I just grabbed a ribbon and some sparkly brooches and just made a belt that went over the middle of it. And the bottom was just literally 2 panels of fabric gathered up. So it was just a big swirly, squishy skirt at the bottom with a little bit of a top and belt across the middle. And I was like, boom, Bob's your uncle, done. I had a dream wedding cake. It's the main thing I cared about. Yeah. Like, if you're going to have a cake, have a good cake. Okay. But yeah, I'm not saying, you know, there's anything wrong with having the wedding dream and wanting this and that. It just didn't work for me. I'm still the same. I like, genuinely, if I was to get into a situation where I was to get married again, I'd be like, cool. Courthouse, piece of paper, bob, done. It's not, for me, the piece of paper isn't how you show commitment. It is the actions and deeds that you do for each other. It is done every day. So, yeah. But I do enjoy going to a wedding. It's a fun time. But yeah, cake. Wedding cake is good if it's like yum flavor as well. We didn't even have a white cake. I had chocolate cake with chocolate ganache and cherry filling as well. So it was like a Black Forest gatto. It was good. Yeah. Rainbow, yes, rainbow cake. What is everyone's favorite cake? Cream and jam, yes. Ethelene, I was saying the other day that a sponge cake, like a fresh sponge cake with fresh cream and strawberries. Oh, just, you can't go wrong. Just so delightful. Frickin' love cake. There is also going to be a cake page. There's a page where they go and have a tea party with the bunnies. And so we will be having a bunch of cakes on there. And the kids are going to be dressed up. So we're going to do bunnies and big fancy hats and ridiculous oversized clothes and stuff like that. So I also look forward to that one. And then we're going to have a table of cakes. I've got plans. Like, I got the pages all planned out in my head. It's just getting down to making them, you know? Alright. And then we have our cauldron here. Margarita cake was white chocolate mud with macadamia. Yum. You love a lemon drizzle? Ooh, yes. Orange here was purple. Yum. Immediately thought of Alice in Wonderland vibes. There's definitely Alice in Wonderland vibes for this world. Again, they go through a magic portal into a world where things are a bit trippy and different. That is why I am colouring mine purples and pinks and rainbows, because it's not in the world. So yeah, there's definitely some Alice in Wonderland vibes with this, which it's okay if we take some inspiration from Alice in Wonderland, but as long as we take it from the public domain story, because there's no copyright on that. But also, I don't want it to be Alice in Wonderland. I want it to be Shadow and the Secrets of the Garden Glen with papaya and peel. Okay. Oh, that cup of tea's hitting good. Alright, has that parcel been delivered? I did hear Mum open the door. It might be let Shadow the cat out. He's very hesitant to go out at the moment. It is so windy and cold. Okay, no delivery notification. My Language gel pens are in this package. This is why I'm like waiting for it, because I want to play with those pens. Yeah, it's still on board for delivery. Happy early anniversary indeed, Rosalind. And it's only a little bit over Alice in Wonderland. Yeah, it's because it is, like, it's free domain. So, I imagine that's why a lot of people do it. I don't mind it. But, it's the same with anything. It can be. It's definitely oversaturated. It's the same thing with anything that becomes a trend. And it sounds like there's a lot of Alice in Wonderland coming out this year as well. So, yeah. It's still very cute, but yeah. I do want to get the, because there's the Tokimiku one that came out. That one looks cool. There's the mythographic one that's coming out, and I like the mythographics, so I'm like, I also kind of want that one. But I have a Fabiana Tritti one. I think it's Fabiana Tritti. It's a Colouring Heaven issue. I like that one. So I think between those three, I'm like covered. Yeah, it's definitely the people who love it, yeah. And I know people who theme stuff around it, so. Yeah, I do. I also really want the fairy folklore. Oh, I love Fabiana Atanasio's work. I need to get my hands on the fairy folklore, because her fairy books are some of my favourite. But again, that could be also viewed as another overworked topic. But I love it. So, and that's a great thing about colouring, is there's just so much out there now that, like, you can colour whatever inspires you, because there's so many books out there. And that's where it's like, ugh, I'm sitting here hand drawing silly little thing, but I'm like, nah, it's fun. it's fine. And also, sounds like y'all are enjoying it. I'm enjoying it. Again, this is not something I imagine will be finishing anytime soon, this project, because I also, as much as I love RJ Hampson, and I love the fact he does duplicates with a difference, if I was to do this as a book, I would not want to duplicate my images. I would want to actually have a full book worth, and I would want a good size book worth, not just like 20 images. I would want to have 40, 50, 60 pages in this book, like a proper size full-on book. So it means I got a lot of sketching to do, but I also, this is talking like long-term dream goals if I was to release it. But then it's also like, how do I release it? Because like, I'm a beneficiary. I don't even make money off my YouTube channel. I don't have it monetized or anything. I can. I choose not to. So like the idea of publishing a book, having the funds to do all that. So that's where like the KDP publishing is quite good from Amazon, because it's just, you know, there's no costs involved with creating it. But then it's like the Amazon paper, which I don't mind the Amazon paper personally. I can work in it, but I know a lot of people don't like it. But then I also have it up as a Ko-fi, so it's like you could just get it from the Ko-fi. See, this is what my brain does. It's overthinking things, and this is all like long-term imaginary. This isn't even like happening right now, you know. This is, I've still got what, 50 or so pages to draw yet, and it's taken me a month to draw one, so it's fine. It's like, well and truly, if we ever got to that point in the future, that's when we look at it. But it is not a thing for right now. Yeah, it's the great thing about coloring is everyone, once you find your niche and you find what you like, it's great. And there's usually so much on those topics. Like for me personally, my niches are definitely portraiture. I love portraiture, and I know there's a lot of people that don't like portraiture. And then I really like TTRPG related coloring books, like the Dungeons and Dragons coloring books, the Critical Roles coloring books, the Dungeon Meister coloring books. There's a couple of other ones that I've got that I'd like to grab where they're very TTRPG inspired. And so that's kind of like my niche of coloring books that I like to find. I also have a lot of fandom books and stuff like that. I quite like those coloring books. But on the flip side, and I've said this many times, I'm not a huge fan of colouring flowers. It's just a personal thing for me. Flowers are very pretty, but if you gave me a whole page of flowers, I would be bored out of my brains. I don't find it interesting or exciting to colour a bunch of flowers. But I also know many people who love colouring flowers and think it's gorgeous to do a whole page of flowers and are horrified at the thought of doing portraiture. That does not invalidate either of us. That does not mean that one is better than the other. It's our own personal tastes. And the great thing about colouring is, if you are like, I only want to colour flowers, cool, go colour only flowers. Colour what makes you happy. Go find those illustrators and support those illustrators that do the flowers that you love. Like, there's no right or wrong colouring. The only wrong colouring is basically not colouring. So, yeah. Yeah, you did knock out 2 in less than a month, and there has been extenuating circumstances. So, and I am hoping once things get a little bit more settled, that I've mentioned before about maybe doing some co-working streams during the week where I am focusing on just trying to get these pages done, so we can release a few pages per month. But right now the only goal is to get this mermaid page released, which means I should stop talking so much. Right, I need the next page, because again, these pages line up. And you probably, what little you can see of my page is probably looking very chaotic. I feel like this is shrunk down. I'm just gonna, sorry, I'm gonna put you guys on, I'm gonna put you on break screen for 2 seconds. Well, not 2 seconds, but a few minutes. I'm still here. I just don't want to make anyone feel nauseous. Top cam. Because I actually think this has shrunk down a bit. I think this is part of the problem of why it feels like it's not in the right place and hasn't felt right for a long time. Yeah, sorry, the camera's just very, very shaky, so I don't want to make anyone motion sick. I've just been noticing it more and more lately, is that my camera just doesn't feel like it's in the right position anymore, and I'm not sure why. So, maybe that'll help. Alright, go back to the art screen on my little tester. Yeah, now we're a bit more zoomed out. Okay. Right, now I'll take you guys back to the art screen. Sorry about that. Just, yeah. Yeah. I'm working like a... Yeah. I love my mythic graphics, but yeah, Fabiana is wonderful. I love Forest Fantasy. I love the Fairy Forest and Fairy Wonderland. I know, the trilogy that feels like they're a trilogy of sisters, including the new one. Love. I've been working in Fairy Wonderland this month, actually. So in fact, if you watch my quick little video that I put up yesterday on my YouTube about like how I do really freaking quick and easy backgrounds for MERMAY, then you would have seen some sneak peeks of some of the mythographic colouring that I've done this month. Right, so the head kind of comes back here. And then we have a further away tentacle. I've done that spiral the wrong way. Oh, I just did it the wrong way again. So, I don't want it that way, I want it that way. No, that's still the wrong way, isn't it? Oh my gosh. I can't. It's like a snail shell and I'm getting the spirals the wrong way. My brain just can't process. Right, let's think about it logically. Comes from here. There's spiral. Body. Comes up and goes that way. And then it's covered up by the fact we'll have another one that comes in here. And that gives us our little tentacles, and we'll add in like a crystal or something, or and then we have a surface, so we've got, oh, that will look like bubbles, so we'll add in, I don't know, I'll figure it out, but we'll add in a little crystal and that, and then we're going to add in some little stars, cause magic, and blah 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 blah. PDF book, yeah, so it could be that as well. I mean, technically it's going up on my Ko-fi for free at the moment, and my intention is to keep the free copy up on my Ko-fi, even if I do get it published, but then have a couple of exclusives in the published copy. But it's more just like, this is why I'm like, Amazon KDP might be fine, because it would be just, for me, I think it would be really cool to have it in book form and be able to buy a couple of books and give one to like each of the nibblings and stuff like that. So yeah, all right, and then I don't like that eye, even though that eye does kind of reference the existing eye. So we're going to change that, and we're going to make maybe happy eyes, maybe proper eyes. I'll decide that later. We can get rid of our little octopus reference. And then, where do we want the hat? That's where the hat can go. Because, yes, our octopus is wearing a hat. Because our octopus is a fancy lady. Right. And yes, it's a tiny hat. Because that's funny. Giant octopus, tiny hat. But it's actually more like a fascinator. Itchy, itchy nose. I have had such bad sleep. I'm starting to get a little bit of a headache. I wonder if I need another coffee. Don't ask me how this rose is surviving underwater. It's probably fake. Right. Little rose. That. Peacock feather. And then our little lace trim. Again, the octopus wears a very fancy hat. And then there's some of the pearls and gems that have been found. Are you telling me that the octopus in the hat can't make a potion that will let land plants live underwater? And I mean that would make sense. That would make sense that it is, or it's made out of crystal, or it's completely fake. But I would say probably that they've made a potion that makes flowers survive under the water. That makes a lot of sense, Winter. Also, Jess, good night. I hope you have some wonderful sleep. It's lovely to see you. Still gotta catch up on your axolotl stream, which will probably make me want to colour in Mythic World. Not Mythic World. Fragile World. Because that seems to be the thing. I watch a video and then I'm like, I now want to colour in that. Yeah. I watched Winter's a little bit of colour counts that got uploaded, and then I might have gone and worked in Denise Clark. It's like, I have that. Oh, parcel. Be right back. Be right back. Okay. I muted the desktop microphone instead of my microphone. My goodness, I'm sorry. Ay, ay, ay. Japanese! They're so pretty. I'm so excited to play with them. Right. And then the other thing that came in there is a couple of pigment liners to try. These are the 0.05s, which is the one I'm having difficulty finding that I really like, the super fine ones. So they're just from AliExpress, but we're gonna give them a go and see if they're any good. And if they're good, we'll grab like 10 or 50 of them. Hello, hello, Chai and lovely raiders. Welcome in. Congratulations, Chai. I'm guessing you have finished the game. Yeah, tea and shiny rocks. We love a good cup of tea here. My tea is actually starting to get a bit cold, so I need to actually drink more of it. If you have not already, hit that heart on the Twitch side. Chai is a lovely Kiwi streamer who likes to play lots of chill, cozy, comfy, and story-rich games. Has been playing Jade Empire, and it is one of my favorite games, so it's been a joy to watch. I'll have to come and watch the VOD to see. I'm guessing you got the neutral ending, neutral to good ending. I think it's neutral good, like, I'm guessing around there. But yeah, looking forward to seeing. Yeah, the soundtrack is a banger. Also, TC Starwind, hello, hello. So, if anyone needs to raid and fade post-stream and do some self-care, please feel free to. But otherwise, feel free to hang around and chat. We're a good lurky stream. I just had to take a couple minutes here because I just had a parcel delivered, so I had to go and get that. But we're working on a new colouring page design, which is Mermaid Lake. And we've just kind of roughly blocked in our octopus. That is a potion maker that lives at the bottom of the lake. That wears a fancy hat. So just block that in, and now I'm just going to start sketching over here. So I need to draw papaya and another merm. What did I... No, I drew 2 merms on the first page, so this one is just going to have papaya. Alright, so... So what I want is a head... I need it to not be as big as the merms, because papaya is not as big as the merms. But I don't want papaya to look like they are far away. And I want them to be waving high. Gonna lurk and cozy up. Look super cozy in at top. Yeah, it's my good old hoodie. It's so cold today. I had to grab my hoodie. Okay, that's not going to work either. I might actually have to look up a reference of some anatomy, which commonly happens. 5 degrees down there. Oh my goodness. It is... Yeah, it's the wind here. That's the part that's really cold, is the wind is really chilly, because it's saying right now that it's 55 Fahrenheit, which is 13 Celsius. But the wind is like 50 kilometers an hour and is icy. It's coming off the mountain and you can feel the ice in the wind. So that's what hurts my bones. Person swimming, diving down, waving hi to fish. Let's see if we can find something that kind of works here. Find a cartoon. If we have to, we can take reference from that. Do 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 do. How do we have the same weather for once? We're windy and 3 Celsius and the good old wild Canadian. Oh my goodness, that sounds cold. So Chai is down the bottom of Aotearoa, so it's a bit cooler down where Chai is than where I am, but still cold. Considering now this game is done, is now what do I do with my life? You replay it, but you do a way the open palm playthrough. Because there's a couple of different ending types as well. Yeah, it's not as replayable as, say, Detroit Become Human, which I love that game, but definitely got some replayability. Alright, I'm just changing my way of how we're going to have papaya drawn, but it works better because I've got this little reference I can use. That's way too big for the hand. That. So I'm just sketching out and placing once again. Papaya is looking way too big there. Way too long. I mean, the person that I'm drawing from has a long torso, so also makes sense. It's the reference influencing us, but we're going to adapt. We're using the reference as a starting point to kind of work out how the anatomy sits. For anyone wondering, getting feels from the ending, yeah. So we're taking some inspiration from this right now. That's kind of what I'm trying to take inspiration from in terms of the in terms of papaya. Yeah, I think that'll work. And then it's like this tentacle's up because it's waving high. Maybe if we make it like that, and then so that's the pupil, eye shinies. Not that I'll be colouring it black because that's something that I'm trying to avoid. Because one of the things that I don't like about colouring books sometimes is when the centre of eyes are coloured in black, for example, the black is different than my black. And you can go over it, but it's still not going to be 100% the same. So I've been trying not to colour in like centre of eyes and stuff like that so that you can go in with a black fine liner and or whatever black tool you choose to use, paint pen or glaze pens or your pencils, and you can black out the pupils or do a different colour if you want different colour pupils. like it, but papaya is too tiny. It's like they're too far away. We're on the right concept. I just want papaya bigger. And then we're going to need lots of bubbles coming off here to indicate that papaya is waving their hand to say hi. And then obviously here going everywhere because underwater. Yeah, that's feeling a bit better. We went from that to that. Again, I could also do it bigger. But I'm trying to also keep considerate of the fact that, like... Okay, so papaya is definitely a bit further back. That's okay. Gives us a sense of perspective. And I have to decide if papaya is actually snorkeling or if they're just holding their breath. I mean, if they were snorkeling, they'd still be well and truly under the water anyway, so... Art takes some control of skin tone. It's either too yellow or too pink. Sounds like you need to add in some blue or purple. Stardust. But let's have a look. Oh, she's pretty. That's right. I reset this, so I need to readjust this. So this is what Stardust is working on right now. It's pretty. I love the colorway in the green. But yeah, if you're finding that it's too pinky orange, cooler light purple is one of my favorites to add to skin. This is where the discontinued light violet in the polychromos is one of my favorite colors. But yeah, you can also use a little bit of light blue, but keep it in the cooler side and it will help neutralize some of that pinky yellow. If you're a bit hesitant to do blue or purple, again, keep it light. Very, very light is the key here. You can also use a little bit of a brown. Try and find a cooler undertone brown that is more cooler or at very least neutral and in the darkest areas. But yeah, light purple is one of my go-tos for this situation to cool down a skin. Just work very lightly and with a lighter cooler tone, because you can always add more. Yeah, it's one of my... I love polychromos, but it's one of my things about the set is the skin. The peaches are very peach. And then there's a couple of beautiful darker browns, but it's missing a lot of tones that are needed for easily building up skin. Which means you need to sub in a lot of other odd colours. And it can feel quite scary to pull out green or blue to use on skin sometimes. Even though, love it. Come on, Amy. We're here to focus. don't think I need to make more caffeine. Focus down, Amy. Just basing with ink tints? Yeah. Yeah. Ink tints, if you're basing, also, as you know, doesn't have the peach tone. So yeah, I made that peach tone with the pink and the yellow. But I also used purples to balance it. Purple and natural brown. I think if you're considering looking at the opal one, it was the Sicilian yellow, pink flamingo for the peach, and then a mixture of the amethyst and deep violet, more on the amethyst side because it's keeping the skin very light, and then the natural brown were the main colours I mixed for that skin. I don't want to be doing this. It sounds awful, but I don't think I'm in a drawing mood today, guys. I'm going to try and draw papaya and see if I can change my mood. But if I get partway through this and I'm just like, nope, we're going to have to switch to colouring. As much as I want to get some of this done, I'm just not feeling the drawing today. Colorista? Oh. Good to know, Eveline. I don't actually have access to that as far as I'm aware. I'll have to have a look. Yo, I got some more glitter. I am obsessed with glitter at the moment. It's okay, come colour with us if you're not into it. Yeah, it's just some days it's clicking and some days it's not. Like, and I don't know, it's not clicking today, and normally it would have clicked by now. But I don't know, I'll try and do a little bit, but if it's not clicking, I'm gonna switch to colouring because I'm in a colouring mood. I've been in a colouring mood a lot lately, and it's where it's like, if that's what I need right now, oh my gosh, I should show you all what I did yesterday. Just because it's on Amazon doesn't mean I can get it in New Zealand, Eveline. We don't get Prime shipping. A lot of stuff does not ship to us, even if it's on Amazon. But it may be useful for other people, so thank you still for sharing. Yeah. As I said, I watched Winter yesterday with the A Little Bit of Colour Count series. I love that series, by the way. Winter, I cannot wait for the next episode. It's great. I just put it on and I colour along with you. But Winter ended up colouring in Denise Clett, and I was like, I have Denise Clett. I have not done any in a long time, so I pulled out Fairies in Dreamland. And because I was playing around with Ganzai Tambi, because I was filming that tutorial, I also did this one. And it's literally, I just used paint pens to colour the little Fae, and then I just shoved glitter on the flower. There's a little bit of paint pen on the flower, but it's mostly just glitter. And I just went around the whole thing. It was so simple. But yeah, freaking loved it. I was like, that's so fun. And I would not have pulled this out if it was not for Winter's video. And that's what's been happening, is I've been watching people, and then it's like, I want to do that too. And then suddenly I've got 50 bazillion things on the go. It's like, I want to do that. Replay of Jade Empire. I might play it offline. The other thing is the page that I just showed from Stardust. I also am meant to be colouring that page because I'm starting a Pathfinder game first. Actually, maybe y'all can help me with that. So I'm starting a Pathfinder game, and I get to play. Oh my gosh, as a forever DM, I get to play. And so I'm playing as a character, and I need art for the character. And I usually draw my own, but I haven't quite settled on how she'll look. And I was looking through my colouring books at that Amber page, and I was like, that actually kind of fits the vibes of what I'm going for this character. So I sent that through. I sent through like a little very not not great picture of it. Just a very rendered down picture of it, just to be like, here's a black and white version. And it's just a face, and I'm gonna color it and use this until I draw my own thing. So that one's also on the list. So now I'm also like, I kind of want to color that one. Because I'm going to adapt it to suit the character, but I don't have a name for this character, y'all, and that's where I struggle. Like, I struggle immensely with naming things, and as a DM, I always have a name generator popped up because, yeah, the amount of times you need to name an NPC. But yeah, I struggle with names, so maybe if I talk about this character, you can help me. Yeah, I can tell I'm not in the mood for drawing today. It is not a drawing day. My hands already hurt. I'm just sitting here and I'm just like, this is not flowing right. So, executive decision, as much as I want to carry on with it. I mean, we got a tree done. We got an octopus sketched in. We started sketching in papaya. Like, and that's an hour more than I had done on it all week. So maybe, you know, tomorrow if I just do another hour and then another hour and then another hour. Right. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a quick bathroom break here because I also need to pee now. And then when we come back, we will switch over to coloring. I will have to change all my titles and my bits and pieces, but we'll do all that. And then we can, I want to save that image because that's a good octopus reference. And I want to save that image because that's a good person reference. Right. So, quick bathroom break and then we'll come back and I think we'll... Do I want to work on Amber or do I want to work on something else? And I think I want to... I don't know. We'll decide when I come back. I just want to colour. But, bathroom break first. So, I'll see you shortly. Now, we'll remember to mute the right thing this time. Okay. That's so much better. Also, package delivery. We love a package delivery. Right, let's change the title of this. Where's my keyboard? That makes life easier. Let's just call it Coloring Stream. Weird mood. No. All the whips. All the time. All right. And we'll change that to that. Cool. Now we still have to update the project, which I never actually updated in the first place because I'm smart like that. But now we can talk about what I have been working on. Yeah, even if I get like an hour done a day, it's better than nothing. Ooh, I have a art text from Winter as well. And it is gorgeous. Alright. So, do I actually even have all the stuff around me? Yo, so again, I've been colouring a lot at the moment. I've been needing to colour like a mad woman. We are at 60 pages completed for the month so far. I think we might even be over that or around that. Like, I know I was at 55 when I finished page 2. 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 65, 66. I am at 66 pages completed for the month. This is the kind of manic chaos colouring that I have been doing. I have legit been non-stop colouring. I messaged Lizbeth last night because we were chatting about a product and went, okay, I'm going to stop what I'm working on and go to bed. And then I got distracted and did that flower picture that I showed you before. So we still have so much stuff in progress, so much stuff that I'm working on. So we did start this one on stream. And I do want to come back to this. We did our pencil base of our Foxgate page. So we've still got to, sorry, did our water-based marker base and got to come in with pencils. I do want to work on this one at some point too. You're not even got anything started, so you can go down there. And then, as I said, I've got the page in Wildflower Folk that I want to work on, which is the Amber page, but I'm actually wanting to turn it into my Pathfinder character, so you can see some notes here they've just made around specific lore details and things like that. Also, I just cut up a random image and made some more bookmarks that need eliminating. So I haven't started that, but that is something to work on. I've got a couple more on Capybara Cuties that I want to do. I've also based a couple in the 50 Zodiac themed miniatures, so I've still got to do all the shading on them, but they're based. Another one that I did in the great water-based thing yesterday was in 50 mythical miniatures, and I started working on the Kraken. So we've got some work that we could do on that one as well. And then last night, after I went to bed finally at like midnight, I woke up at 3 a.m. Took until 2 a.m. to get to sleep, woke up at 3 a.m. Could not sleep, so at 3:30 I got up, grabbed the Tales from Atlantis and just did the background in here. That's just Albert Duras. And because I did one side, I was like, I'll just do the other side. All I wanted to do was the background, and did the background, and then I went back to sleep. And then the other one that I was working on was also this flamingo page with all the paint pens for all the details of the feathers. So yeah, this isn't a hard one to finish, and I think I want to just do a little bit of paint pen work. I just want something a bit simpler to start off with. Yeah. So we've been doing a lot lately. And most of these were started yesterday, apart from the Foxgate one. Right, did I still have Discord open or did I close it? I probably closed it. So yeah, I'm gonna finish off. I'm gonna do a little bit of work more on this flamingo. Colouring the feathers. I haven't decided if I'm going to go over the feathers with like paint pens for details or gel pens, or if I'm probably going to add glitter to the pink. I feel like that's probably what's needed, is we need something on here. And in my vast array of new glitters, we have this one which looks a bit gold on camera, but it's pink and gold. So it's got, that could be really fun to put over that. I've got some other chunky ones that we could do. Alright, we've got some Arctics. That's perfect because I've also got Winter's Arctics to show. Ooh, progress on this one too. So apparently everyone's working on Joanna Basford, so I need to work on some Joanna Basford now too. So this beautiful one has come through from Nith. This is further progress on the bunny page. I love the colours that you are choosing. That is so pretty. Got new set of gold, silver shimmer paints by Calero. Nice, Yana. I can't wait to see. Home safe and sound. I'm guessing that's what it's meant to be. Phone was in your bag. That's perfect, Rosalind. I'm glad you're home. If you need to get some sleep though, because I know you do long shifts. Yeah. I love, love, love how that's looking. Nif, that is gorgeous. And then Winter has sent through this one, which is a very old, let me find the words again. I think it's a old whip that hasn't been touched in ages. I've been avoiding for years. Yeah, that's awesome. Oh my goodness. We have another, yeah. Just open that one up too. All right. Love the colors in the background though. That's going to be really cool. Like that smoky blue. I can see that. I also appreciate anyone who works with pan pastels because, oh my goodness, pastels. That's another Joanna Basford. I'm guessing that's either Magical Worlds or Worlds Within Worlds. But it's going to look gorgeous, Winter. Melissa, you're doing fabulous. Can't wait to see. And then from beautiful Rosalind, who's just made it home, we have another Christine Karen. But we have the Woodland Healer. Oh, I love, love, love that purple. I know we were talking about the colours, and yeah, the purple is just so good with those browns. And that bit of green in the eye. That is gorgeous. Gorgeous, gorgeous, gorgeous. Yeah, I definitely want to do some work in the Christine Karen page, but I'm going to do a little bit of paint pen first. Just to warm up. Get an easy win in. Alright, so first things first, we have to go back to project. We are colouring in Animal Kingdom, the very first Millie Mariotta. And I'm sorry if this makes anyone buy more Millie Mariotta, because that's been a thing lately. Animal Kingdom. I will say the first one is probably least favourite. I just wanted to do something in... Wanted to do this one and it worked well. Yeah. I'm using Ganzai Tambi Granulating Watercolours. Iridescent Watercolours. Oh my gosh, I hit caps. There's a reason why I normally do this with my actual keyboard and not my laptop keyboard. I can't type on it. Acrylic paints and paint pens and glitter glues. Animal Kingdom is the only book you've finished. You finished it. My gosh, well done. Love everyone's work. So much inspo. Yeah. You already had that one? Yeah, so I've only got this one in it, which was a disaster page within a disaster page, and I actually stuck 2 pages together and then cut out, which now I'm like, I shouldn't have done that, but that's okay. Again, it just leaves behind. Am I likely to colour leaves? I have the leaves in piles of other books as well, so it's not the end of the world. Like, it's fine. And it was fun to try that experiment. Alright, so basically all I've been doing is choosing a random colour and colouring in a leaf, a feather, the feathers. My gosh, Amy. And I'm kind of flat colouring it. I didn't realize when I started picking the colors, I did actually pick the colors that are on the text here, which is fill in the flamingo's plumage using all the colors under the sun. Hot pink, jade green, and vibrant purple. And I have indeed picked a jade green. There is a hot pink, and there is a vibrant purple. I was like, that wasn't intentional. So yeah, I've used some Gansai Tambi granulating watercolors in the background. There's also a little bit of iridescent watercolor in there, so there's a little bit of shimmer. And then these are just various paint pens, and they are cheaper paint pens. I'm purposely trying to use up my cheaper paint pens here. Not my Poscas. Not that Poscas are... Well, they can be a little pricey, but yeah. This could also be a good one for the new gel pens that I got. But I'd already started this. So yeah, it's not long because it's like flat colouring. Yeah. I always thought Millie Mariota wasn't for me, but seeing the way others are doing it might just be changing my mind. I find it very fun and experimental. I love your crocodile page, Amy. If you... Oh, I can't remember what group I saw it in. But yeah, Amy in Progress is doing a beautiful crocodile page at the moment, and oh, love it. Alright, let's do... So the reason why I'm working upside down is because I am right-handed when it comes to colouring, but these feathers overlap from the left, so by flipping it upside down, I'm not going to be working over where I've just coloured, and I can work this way while also working the feathers that are behind, because we want to, like, this one is on top of the blue one, so I want to colour the blue one first so that I can come on top and have a nice clean edge. So that's why I'm working upside down. I know it can be a little off-putting, but it does work a bit better for how I need to colour this to keep my edges clean. Yeah. So yeah, I've just done this bit with paint pens. Same with the green and the yellow and the purple here, but this pink is actually acrylic paint. I did pull out acrylic paint sticks. I was like, that's a really big section. So let's do acrylic paints here. Alright, gonna get... Oh! The thing is, some of these are really hard to open now. Just do a little bit of blue in there. We've done... I need a different colour there. Oop. I love that rolling for colours. It always takes all the brain checks out of it. Yeah, that's pretty much it. I did select like the palette, but I'm not really going into this with too much thinking. The only thing I'm trying to do is for the yellow, is I'm trying to keep the yellow on these like big empty feathers, just because it's a little bit more sheer than the other colours. And that's just so I don't have to do two coats. So that's the only thing I'm kind of like purposely placing. The rest of them I'm just kind of like, oh yeah, you're here, cool, you're going here now. Just whatever colour I pick up is what's going down there. Yeah. Love the pink on the neck. Yeah. I was going to do it originally in paint pen, but then I was like, that's a lot of paint pen. Oops, I didn't let that yellow dry, did I? Oh well. I spin my books like a top for the same reason. She types with pastel all over her hands. Honestly, if you could see the amount of shimmer spray that was on my computer, I mean, you might be able to see a little bit of it on my mic here. The amount of splatter that consistently covers my desk, my computer. When my keyboard broke and I had to pull it apart to re-put it back together, the amount of glitter that I tipped out of my keyboard. When my last laptop basically melted, and I took it to a shop for them to have a look at, they opened it up and they just tipped out all this glitter inside it. It's like, that's probably not a good thing. Alright, I'm just going to do the blue again for this tiny little piece in here, because it just makes sense. It's such a tiny little piece. Now I need you to dry, but I was going to put the pink there, because that's what I picked up. Yeah, so a couple of these are just some paint pens from Kmart. They're not bad. They do the job. Some of these are random brush paint pens. Can't even tell you a brand. Alright, do I want to have... I think I'm going to do purple here too. That's what my brain says, so that's what we're going to do. I bought a 24 pack of direct paint. Yeah. Kmart does some really good stuff. I've talked about the iridescent paint that I brought there before that I love, that I've never seen again. It was $6. But it is a white label item because Lisbeth actually found it in a different brand. But it is not $6 like it was at Kmart, which is sad. You have one and you're not using it? I mean, if we can justify shipping it to me, Rosalind, I would gladly take it off you. I love, love, love. Somewhere around here is what's remaining of mine. I know I've shown it before and just how, like, bottom of the barrel it's getting. I just, there it is, right there. Like, yeah. Multiple pans have been used up. Yeah, it's just, if the shipping is ridiculous for it, and that's the part where I'm like, can we justify the shipping? But, yeah. Just pretty sure it's the same one. Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me. It was like $6 or maybe $8 at Kmart. I'm sure it was about $6. I brought it on impulse because it said iridescent. It's Anko branded. Oh, my blue was not dry there. That's fine. We can always cover over it again. So we might as well do this side too. Yeah, it was the Anko branded iridescent. It's a 12 palette. There's one color that's like a white and it's got like a peachy gold shimmer reflex. That was my favorite one. I used that one up so quickly. Yeah, just flick me a message, Rosalind, and we can talk afterwards. But yeah, absolutely, I am super duper interested, and it will get such a good home. It will get used up in about 4 months. Probably about how long I spent on the last one. I do hate working in the crease. The crease makes it so difficult. I sent you the finished version of this. Oh, okay. Perfect. Let's have a look. Oh, yeah, I can see it as a Instagram message. Oh my gosh, it's so pretty. That's gorgeous, Niff. Love, love, love. Look at all the beautiful colours in there as well. And this is one of the things that I've been loving about Millie, is just realising you can just, you know, look at that. It's gorgeous. Pink, purple, pink, blue, and yellow. So simple but beautiful. And you don't need a background. It's still gorgeous with no background. That's fine enough. We can see the detail. We can see, that's the main thing. Love. Love, love, love. Oh, thank you so much for sharing. That's so cool to see. Right, I'm going to turn off. Whoops. I should turn off window capture so you don't all see. Right. Off. Sorry, I got something stuck in my teeth. Probably my porridge. Yeah. I made myself blueberry porridge for breakfast. And I have a hole in a tooth where food gets stuck. It's not very nice. Okay. That one. Cool, cool, cool. And we go back down here. We're back. I think I did that back in 2016 when the first adult colouring got popular. That would make sense considering the age of the book. But that's awesome. Oh, I got paint pen on my hand somewhere. Oh, well, I guess we're doing this colour now because I've just used it and it was not... I used it to overlap the colour that was there and that was not the same colour, so... That's fine. It is what it is. Right, the yellow should be good now. We can do a little there. Yay, we're just about on to the next page. In terms of all these little ones down the bottom, these ones are cumbersome. I like these big feathers much better. I worked front to back, not realising you just colour what you want. I think a lot of colourists started off with doing that. I don't think you're alone in that, Nif. I've tried that. I've tried having books where I work back to front or front to back, and I'm just like, I get bored. I want to work on what I want to work on. I am very much a mood colorist, and I need to colour with what my mood is telling me to colour. And if my mood is telling me not to do something, I also need to listen to my mood. And I've also... It's cool seeing how many of the colouring community have also this year kind of gone, yeah, whips don't matter. Like, the point is to just work on whatever we want to work on. So I am also the same. I used to be like, nope, I don't want to have whips. I don't want to have... And it's like, I honestly don't care. I want to work on what I want to work on, what I'm inspired to work on. Oh, I probably should have done this one last. Oh well. Done now. Like last night, starting those 2 pages in Tales from Atlantis, and I just did the background because that's all I felt like doing. And then I rolled over and went to sleep. Oh, you're all good. I speak pretty fluent typo, which is why I send so many messages with typos too. Right, let's wait to do that because we need paint pen to dry. Doing that thing where I keep on skipping ahead and it's like, wait for the paint pen to dry, Amy. Basically just need a hairdryer going all the time with this page. Yeah, it's quite, with paint pens, it really comes together pretty quickly. And I could sit here and do it like more pedantically in terms of the patterns and stuff like that. But I was also like, nah, I'm just going to block out all the feathers, because I was debating if I go over the top of the paint pens with details and stuff like that. So that's also a possibility, but haven't decided yet. Just coloured Cinderella's dress in dark periods and couldn't think of what else to do, so just moved on. Yeah, and that's it. I like Candace at Happy Catastrophe is just like, just turn the page. Or like Winter again. I will again praise the amazing A Little Bit of Colour Counts series. Just, you know, the point is just to put a little bit of colour to paper. You don't have to finish a page. And honestly, I actually end up finishing more pages even though I don't have to. And I think it's because I don't have to. I've taken away all that pressure. And that's how we've ended up partially with so many pages this month, because I'm also like, it doesn't matter if you don't finish anything. Just, you know, if your mood tells you want to work on this, go work on that. Enjoy it. Yeah. I'm going to keep praising the series. I freaking love it, Winter. And if I actually sat down to record more tutorial videos, part of me was like, I want to do one inspired by it and be like, yo, Winter does this thing and it's so cool, and now I want to randomly draw some books out and just colour in whatever inspires me in the book and follow your progress. So that may or may not come out one day and be like, y'all should be watching it. Here's the whole playlist. The other thing that I've been watching a lot of lately is I've been going back and watching some of those colorists that I love to watch regularly. So Winter was actually yours last night too. Watching their older completed pages or plans videos for this time of the year. So if they did like a May plans, going and watching them, because it's cool to see plans that involve books that were released back then, because, you know, like I haven't got many new books this year. So watching plan videos from last year where I have lots of those books that were just released, that was quite cool. And it's just quite cool to go back and see older plan videos and be like, oh, that's what was like just released and everyone was hyped about at the time. Or, you know, those books that I've forgotten about in my collection. I do know I'm going to do a plans video next month, but it's going to be basically a random draw. I'm just going to draw a book and then flip through it. Well, I don't want to commit to entirely doing a plans video. We're still very much in the I do what I feel mood. But yeah, plan is to do a plans video, but just do a random generated, and just seeing what water friends we can find. Because I know, like, I've got the obvious mermaid books, but it's the pages that are in the non-obvious books that always get me, of like, oh, I forgot I had this gorgeous mermaid page, or this really cool underwater scene and stuff like that. So yeah, more whimsy, less plans. Just roll with the flow. It's fun. Okay. So you can see we're building out. It's just a little bit at a time. Right, I do want some bright yellow here. I love having the bright yellow. Like, it just makes, it's happy, you know? It's such a happy color. So, like, lots of bright yellow. Yeah. inspiration instead of plans, because that would be it too. It's more like creating a wish list, but even then I might entirely ignore everything on it, and that's where it gets really hard, because it's not right now. It is very much just go with the flow. I don't know. I mean, I'd be more inclined to do a random, like, oh, I'm going to sit down and color, randomly draw something cool. This is what we're coloring right now. Right, I'm just combining that because that's such a tiny little area. So you are now one. Congratulations. Mood board. That's also a good term for it. A mood board. Well, it's almost like a shopping list, right? Because the main reason I would make plan videos is because of the fact that my shelf is like 450 books. It's very easy to get decision paralysis when it comes to books sometimes. So it's like, if you've got 450 in options, that's a lot. But if you've got 20 options, then suddenly it's a lot easier to go, okay, no, you've only got to choose from between 20. But then I would plan things, and then halfway through the month not want to do them anymore, but feel like I need to because I put them in my plans, or because people messaged as a buddy for it. So it's like my mood has completely changed. And it's like I often didn't complete the plans, but yeah, I'd be a lot more inclined just to like randomly draw something and be like, cool, we're picking book number 4. Shadow, what are you trying to do? You can't come up on the desk again. We're painting. You know this. That's just probably why you're trying. You know you could settle behind me. You're good when you settle behind me. He won't. No, you're not going on the desk. I like to randomly select 20 books for the month, but those don't include buddies, etc. But it's just a short list. Yeah. Other times, do a certain book or artist and to make a beeline for that. Exactly. Like, I know, the only thing I know for certain is I would like to do some more on Oceans to Stars, because I want to do that tourist page. I saw the tourist page, and I'm like, I can see the colorway of that. It's also the sign for the month, so it's like, I kind of want to do that. And I've been really enjoying what we've been doing in Oceans to Stars. So that's the one that I'm like, yeah, I'd like to do a page in Oceans to Stars. The rest of it, who knows? It's very much just a case of I rock up on the day at the moment, or get very influenced watching other people's videos. Case in point, how I ended up doing a Denise Clett last night. Hello, Shadow. Why are you putting your paw on my shoulder? You can go on my shoulder. You'd be quite alright at my shoulder, because you wouldn't be on the desk, which is the main thing. I see you sneaking onto the desk. You little problem child, you. Well, at least you managed to make it on there. Problem is that I have paint pen. At least it's not acrylic paints, but it is paint pen. I know what you want. Can you hear me talking? For anyone who has not met Shadow before, this is Shadow. He hears me talking at the computer and he knows that means I'm streaming, and so he thinks treats. Because I have accidentally trained him that me talking at the desk is streaming, so he gets treats. So now every time I hang out with a friend and do an online hang, or if I'm watching my own video, he thinks he gets treats. Honestly, Amy could do with some treats. I think I'm actually feeling a little hungry. Though my tummy's also a little sore, so it's a bit hard. It's like catch-22. I'm hungry, but I'm not hungry. So yesterday, I actually ended up going to the gym. I've signed up for 3 months at a new gym because I get a discounted rate, and I'm going with other people. And so I was actually at the gym yesterday. It was only about an hour while someone else was there, because I'm acting as the ride for them and stuff like that too. So I'm like, well, I might as well go and work out, and I get a really cheap rate at this gym. It's not the greatest gym in the world, but it did the job. But I went on the stationary bike, because that's really great for my ankle, because it's, you know, stationary, we're not putting full pressure on my ankle. Yeah, that also triggers the hernia, so that one's a note. So I was like, okay. So I went on the treadmill, and then I did some weights, but I did all upper body weights, because none of that uses my core. So that was great. Oh, good, Rosalind. Get that good sleep before your shift. We appreciate what you do. And yes, get that good sleep. And I'm sure we'll catch you again soon. I've just pulled him off the desk because there's wet paint pen on the desk, and I've just realised. And I was just making sure he does not have paint pen on him. He does not. He is so cold. Oh, you've been outside, I bet. I bet that's part of the problem. I have your hair in my mouth. That's not what I wanted. Look at me, loving on you, and then you're like, nah, have my glitter. Well, I must have put paint pen on the desk. Right, what are you going to do? Look, there's actually room over here today. In fact, I can make even more room for you over here today. Let's do that. You could settle. Oh my gosh, you might actually settle on the desk today, guys. A miracle might happen. We might have a settled cat. Look. Oh my gosh, there's so much room for you. This is why Amy needs to clean up more, because then you can actually fit on the desk. And look, I can put my painting there. And then up here, what's this? What's this? It's probably too chunky. Don't you fall down. Not on the paint. Ugh. What's that? Wow, you don't like that? I sacrificed a blanket hoodie for you and you don't like that? Oh, you problem child. Not on the paint. Oh. So, the reason why I was trying to get him over there is I have a blanket hoodie that he has actually clawed to shreds, and so I can't wear it anymore. So, I'm trying to get him to accept it as his bed, because there's room on the desk now for it. And so it can sit there, and he could technically curl up in it. Come on. Come on. Look. Into the... It's nice and soft for you, and you love this thing. That's why you destroyed it, I hope. Nah, he's going to sit on the windowsill instead. Okay, whatever. No, he's not. You're not settled at all, are you? You're just going to be a problem child. You either go in the blanket hoodie or you're going on the floor. Because I am in the mood to colour today. I'm not in the mood for this. I'm sleepy. And I'm hungry. And I'm sore. And I'm grumpy. Gumpy, 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 as the nibblings say. Lusimi wants you. He does, but he won't also settle on me. Like, he could sit behind me. He does that sometimes. He'll actually curl up behind me on the chair. But no, he wants to be on the book, and that's the problem. Especially because we're working with acrylic paints, and he likes to draw. Oh, we might be going behind me. Nope, we're going on the floor. He got his treats. That's all he cares about. I'm not the flavour of the month at the moment, Mum is. Because she put a blanket on the couch that she sits on. And the blanket stretches far enough that he can also curl up on this blanket. And he can curl up beside her, but he's not actually touching her. So it works well for her allergies. But yeah, now she's the flavour of the month. Do you have a box to put that jumper in? Not at the moment, but yeah, that's a thing I'll do. It's again, I've only just cleared the room for it to fit on the desk, and I actually want to cut it up and make it more like an actual blankie, because again, it's a blanket hoodie that he's absolutely destroyed and I can't wear anymore, which is a shame because it's a really cute one and it's also a really cuddly one and I really like it. Then again, I could just wear it around home. It's like, he's destroyed it, but it's not like, it's just got a few holes in it now. because of his claws. I need to give it a wash either way, because he'll probably like it again once it's been washed. He does prefer freshly washed stuff, like the towels or the sheets, or, you know. It's a cute one too. Yeah, it's a shame, but it is what it is. And apparently Shadow needed a new clawing post. It's basically, it got washed, and then it was sitting on my bed, and then I came to bed and realized that he had nested down on it on my bed. I was like, oh, alright, well, I guess it's cuddly and cute. And so I just left it there for a couple of days, and he kept on going back to it, and it was like, wow, he's settling on it, it's a bed, that's fine. Like, when he chooses a bed, we tend to not move it. Like, at the moment, his beds are beside Mum on the couch, and then we have a freezer, like a frozen's bag for grocery shopping, so it's an insulated bag, and he's decided that's his other home right now. I'm guessing it's the insulation, makes it feel quite warm at the moment. So that's on the floor, and we ain't moving that till he decides it's no longer his bed. So yeah, the blanket hoodie was sitting on my bed for a long time, and he was using it for a couple of weeks, and then I guess he decided it was no longer the thing, so I was like, oh, it must be time for a wash, and that's when I picked it up and saw the big holes and went, wow, poop. But yeah, now he can have it as his bed. He doesn't want it as his bed. Oh, yeah, that's how that ended up on the desk before. This one is a bit splattery. Okay, update on art text submitted for the approval of Nighttime Society. Fantastic. I am now a Smurf. Oh, that's gorgeous, though. It is worth the Smurfification. Look at this, y'all. Man, the difference in that background now with the pan pastel over it and the glow of the islands. Oh, and that blue is gorgeous. Like that bright blue. Love, love, love. They look so glowy. They really do. And you can see like these little flowers here. I can see those being a little glow, little glow. Oh. Cooking supper, rice noodle, boiled eggs and vegetables. Yum. Can I have some, please? Nah, we have savoury mince and mashed potato in the fridge, so it's easy reheat. Though it's also so cold today, I'm like, I really want udon. I want soup. Turns out using pastels over activated albatross on this paper works so well. Oh, that's good to know. There you go, folks. There's a tip. It looks gorgeous. Can't wait to see what you do with it. If you do anything more with it, if that's where it stays, that's also a fabulous place for it to stay. Right. So that one's drying. You can come back up here. We've got another big empty feather, so we're going to do yellow, because yellow. Again, most of the feathers, I don't care what colour I put on what, but I am trying to keep the yellow consistently on these big empty ones, just so just so it doesn't have a pattern, because the yellow is the most translucent. So I'm using a good amount up of these paint pens though, which is the point. Like, I'm trying to use up some of my older paint pens. I've got so many random paint pens, and a lot of them aren't particularly great as well, so a lot of them I want to try and use up, and I was like, actually, this is a really good way to use up a lot of these paint pens. Plus, I've been seeing so many of those Hatchet Hero color by numbers, and it's like, oh, I want one. I want to do one. It seems like a really lovely, wonderful, brainless, calming activity. Like, I want to do one, but don't own one, so we'll make do with paint by numbers and taking our millies and basically tuning them into paint by numbers. And yeah, it's very much feeling like, you know, if I had a Hatchet Heroes, but not. There's one of them where it's like magic and sorcerers, I think it is. Oh, it looks so good. Like witchy fantasy. Yeah. Also, the Pokemon one looks really good too. I realize I need a Pokemon coloring book. I mean, I don't need one, but, you know, I don't have a Pokemon coloring book in my collection. And it's kind of like a, well, this is a bit of a gap in my fandom section, so. I'm going to call it cat hair. It's Feline Sparkle. Yeah. Is a romantasy one too. Yeah. That wouldn't surprise me, but I like the mythology type one. Alright, I'm going to use some of this excess to push it into the gap here. And same with over here. Okay. Light green. I've got my two random tester feathers that I did here, so. Okay, maybe want to go and make another cup of coffee. Oh, I could have a cookie from the sewing tin with my cup of coffee. Yeah, I think I do want, I think I want more hot liquid. Either a cup of tea or a cup of coffee, but I think it's coffee if I'm going to have a cookie. I dropped the sewing tin, so a few of the cookies got a bit broken, but they still taste alright. I have one of those Hatchet Heroes, and if I'm matching the colours, surprisingly stressy. I think that's why if I got one, I would be more inclined to go with one of the non-themed ones. Like, I love the Pokemon ones, and obviously all the Disney Princess style ones and that, but because it's a branded character, it's like you need to match the colours to match the character, and you can't have a bit of creative. I mean, you could. You don't have to follow the things. But if you got one of those ones that aren't a character per se, and more original art, like some gorgeous animal ones, and like the romantasy one, and the fantasy, you know, done these dragons and merms, and the more fantasy ones. Those ones, the colours don't have to match exactly because it's not actually like a branded character. So who's going to tell if you don't match the colours exactly? But also, who's to say you have to stick to those colours? You could also change the colours up. So I feel like that one also gives a little bit more creative license. Yeah. See if I can find the one I'm talking about. Probably not. Yeah, I mean, there's the romantasy one. Press the wrong button. Alright, where were we? There we are. This one. The fantasties, I don't know, but it's like fantasy. So you can see, yeah. So that would be the sort of one I'm inclined to do, and there's no reason why you couldn't also change the colors up. Like here with this unicorn, like there's no reason why you see it's got a white and it's got a darker color and an outline color, right? So as long as you can match those values per se, so you could get like a light yellow, a dark yellow, and a brown for the outline, then boom, you can make your horse yellow. In fact, you could take the colors from the horn and switch it around, or, you know, nothing saying you can't do all that. And because it's not a licensed character, free reign. So that's the sort of one that I would be a lot more inclined to go for. Exactly, Etheline. They just seem like they would be good relaxing things too. But again, I also don't need to because I've got this. This has been working out as a great little like alternative. Sorry, I've been colouring so much I have a blister on my finger, and the plaster that I had on there has worn away because I end up rubbing against it as I'm colouring, so I just need to spot the plaster. There's no like wound per se, it's just a pressure wound because I've been colouring so much. So I've just been putting a bit of a band-aid over it. And making sure the little pad is right where the pressure wound is. That helps. I hear sounds. Might be time for me to go make a cup of coffee because I think I hear a nibbling. So I might have to go and quickly say hi. But as I said, I wanted to also go and make a cup of coffee. So it's probably good timing. It sounds like Peel is in the house. I'll colour this feather. This one also is a bit translucent, but it's easy to do a second colour coat of this one. We've just about finished all the feathers on that page, though. Look at that. Thank goodness. I'm so glad we switched. Like, as much as I love the colouring pages, y'all, I needed to switch. I needed just a easy win. I think that's what I need. And this isn't going to be a hard one to finish off. Well, unless once I do all this paint pen, I decide I do want to come in and do gel pen on top, but we'll decide that afterwards. Yeah. Alright, we're going to take a short little break here. I'm going to go make a cup of coffee and have a stretch and go say hi to people. I encourage you to also take this opportunity to hydrate, stretch, meds. Where are my meds? I do need to take my painkillers. We're also going to have a Sewington cookie. But yeah, I'm going to go and put the jug on, make a cup of coffee, and we will be back shortly. The jug always feels like it takes forever when you're waiting for it. It's like, hurry up and boil. But yes, I have a black coffee. I also just made Mama coffee at the same time. Cookie. Black coffee and cookie. Just a supreme combo. Okay. It has to be yellow. It's a little bit of yellow down here that we're doing, but it has to be yellow. It's the only colour not in that area. Sometimes it's like really obvious to me what colours need to go in what area just to balance it, and then sometimes it's like, huh, what are we going to chuck there? That's where I just pick up a colour. I hope you all had a good break. I hope you all got some snacks or coffee or hydration. All the stuff you need. Oh, it's hot. Alright, then we want a little bit of purple in here. And then we can go dark green in here. And that's that section well and truly coloured now. Gonna go have lunch and so on and see what else I can do for the remainder of the day while staying warm and cozy. Oh, good. Yes, please do stay warm today. It is very chilly here in Aotearoa. So yes, get nice and snuggly, lots of hot tea and coffee. I haven't put any cold water or anything in my coffee. It's literally just boiling water. So, but yes, thank you so much for the raid, Chai. I hope you have a wonderful rest of the day. Congrats again on finishing the game. I look forward to seeing what you play next. I'm sure we'll talk again soon. I need to wait a minute for that coffee to cool down, really, but I'm also like, it's so good and warm. So yeah, I do. Good, good. And I just want to check something. Perfect. Okay, cool. That is my panic button that I press for anxiety attack. I just want to make sure that it's working because nibbling is indeed here. And nibbling is not understanding of the fact that I am live on the internet. And I do not put my nibblings on the internet. So I just need to make sure that that button is ready to go for if I need to press it and disappear quickly. I can also just change the scene, but that one also mutes the mic and does a couple other things, so just making sure. I'm going to do another blue one up here too. Actually, I probably should have done this purple. I could. No, it's fine. We'll just do lots of purple in the middle. Oh, I feel ready to go to bed, Joel. Again, lack of sleep last night does not help. But I do love how this is progressing, and again, very, very grateful that we did decide to change, and it was definitely the right choice. A little bit more of a coat on there, because again, this colour is also kind of sheer. Now, this one should be dry enough for us to get in here. And that is the last section from half of the page. So, halfway there. I do really like the colourful flamingo. I think it looks really, really cool. that's enough cookies. Otherwise I'm gonna just eat all the cookies. I don't need to eat all the cookies. Good thing we're painting over that, because I went over so many lines there. Rosy pinks going in there. Jules! Hello, hello! Oh my gosh, y'all. No sound, but Jules is absolute sweetheart. Hopefully, it's a good day at work. Luckily, I have a keyboard nearby. My sister was showing me the colour pages she bought at Women's Expo recently. Remind me of yours. Oh. Wonder how you're doing on yours. Yeah. We did a bit of the Mermaid Lake page design earlier, but it's not a drawing day for hands. Stupid wind, see arthritic hands. So, flamingo and paint hands instead. It is never any issue to type. Never ever an issue, especially for Jules. And if you'll need a adorable podcast to listen to, for my YouTube friends, it is Runaway Grow Up. I think they're on Linktree. I should really get the Linktree. That's what I want. Lots of places to check out there, but this is the new thing that Jules is been up to, and it's adorable, and you all should check it out because we love adorable podcasts. All right. Anytime. Not that you can hear me, but anytime. I have amazing friends who do amazing things, and it's so cool to be able to share all the amazing things my friends do, because I certainly don't do a lot. I mean, I do colouring and streaming, but you know. Do, 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 do. Alright, we're trying to fill in a few sections. Am I gonna cheat and just put those two feathers together? Yes, I am. And again, I'm gonna just put those two together because sometimes it do be a bit easier. I'm trying not to like do that on too many, but there's a couple of like really tiny ones that and the gaps are just like, yeah, we'll just slot that in. Okay. Blue. Definitely missing some blue. This is where it gets a bit, the feathers change a little bit. I did debate if I do a different type of colorway for these feathers at the start here, but then I was like, nah, we're just gonna keep the whole vibe going with them. Just keep the same old pattern. Itchy, 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 itchy. I do be itchy. I feel like there's been a lot of allergies lately. Right, we definitely need some yellow at the top here. Tell that much. I have a sneaking suspicion that some of these pins are starting to run a bit low. Which is fine. Again, the whole point of this is to use up the paint pens. Wow, that wind. Hope you are all doing well out there. Remember to have some water, have a little stretch, do a little self-care. Warm coffee. Sorry, I'm just catching up on messages. There's so many messages. Okay. I'm doing my best to get the stupid Tamagotchi alive over here. I'm proud of you, Winter. It's a lot. Like, who decided that we as humans are responsible for ourselves? Because I know I'm barely responsible for myself. It's a lot. I have to be fed, hydrated, and medicated. We're starting to get to the point where I can now work on more of an angle. We're making progress, y'all. Okay, I want to try and get all these silly little feathers done. About smudging wet paint pen. Don't forget to add enrichment to the enclosure. True. True. It's too much. Too much responsibility. Alright, so I'm just going to use this one to cheat the system a little bit here. And clean up some of my edges with the acrylic paints. Because I can get a nice smooth edge with the paint marker. There we go. I like to just clean up some of the edges sometimes. And then we just blend it out. And when that dries down a bit, it'll be a bit cleaner of an edge there. I could technically also use the darker to darken the darker edge, but I think that'll be alright. That edge isn't bad, and then I'll clean up that edge a bit later on. I realised I have headphones. Oh my goodness, Jules, are we in your ears? I'm a silly goose. Now I can hear. You're not a silly goose. You are a absolute delight who we adore. Who's also got a lot on their plate. And overwhelm is a thing. And when you're overwhelmed, it's easy to forget the obvious. It's also how things like Amy forgetting to turn the element on or forgetting her card at the moment is also a thing. So yes, no silly goose. As lovely as silly gooses are. Duck Duck Goose is such a fun game. But yeah, I'm so glad you're here. I hope the workday's going well. I hope you're staying safe down there. This weather is ridiculous. It is so windy and cold here. And I can feel it in my fingers, which I think is why it's not a drawing day today. And we are just doing our rainbow flamingo, which I'm actually really vibing with. I really like our rainbow flamingo. Yeah, it's pretty simple colouring, but sometimes this is what you need, and this is just as valid colouring as our more detailed colourings. And we're using this as a quick win, we've done a thing. But yes, So yes, Jules is also in the Pathfinder game that I was talking about earlier, and I got fully distracted because I was going to ask y'all to help me with naming my character because I still don't have a name. Yeah. Speaking of, Jules also has character art to do. Yeah. The mind sync, right? Yeah, as I see through, so I have this page in Wildflower Folk by Christine Caron. So this is the thing that I sent a little snippet of. And it gives me the right vibes. I'm like, okay, you'll do as a temporary until I actually draw my own. But she's giving me that hooded traveler with lots of gems, which is the main thing that I need. Because according to my lore notes, because I actually did a lot of research into both how the Verizian tribe dresses, and then my family worships, and I was raised in the temple of Pharasma, but a Verizian version of Pharasma, so there's a little bit of a cross identity, and like even like different colors in the Verizian tribe have different meanings. So so I was like doing all this, and I was like, okay, I've got an idea, because yeah, we've talked a little bit about the lore for my character with Joey, and he's been so good about me coming in with an idea and then going, cool, here's how that works in the world. And luckily the idea that I came with actually slotted in really well to the established lore of Pathfinder, because basically again, this goes back to Jade Empire, the game that Chai rated us from, which I love, is taking the concept of the water dragon, the goddess of life and rebirth, and being a water, like a spirit monk, basically. And that's what my family did, is they guided the souls of the dead to the afterlife, or to Pharasma to be guided to the afterlife. Doesn't mean that I worship this thing, but that's what I was raised in. So I wanted to take elements of that, but I also wanted to be part of a wandering nomadic tribe. So even though the tribe doesn't traditionally in the Pathfinder lore worship Pharasma, we're going to cross it over. So yeah. But I still don't have a name. And I said to Joey, it's probably going to be the very last thing I come up with, because I struggle with names so badly for characters. And I'm like starting to develop more and more about her and how she survived, and like I can see her. I don't know a name, and I don't know what her name is. So it's like, maybe if I start drawing her, but then I feel like I can't draw her until I've played her for a little bit to get feels. So it's like, okay, temporary thing, can I find a coloring page that works? But yeah, I'm excited to meet all our characters. I'm just excited to play. Oh my god, I get to play. And then, yeah, probably end up doing character art eventually if my hands cooperate, even though I've still got so much other character art to finish off, including Fate of Ice and art. By the way, if you want another podcast, I can also link you to Fate of Ice, and you'll see me there every second Wednesday when it's live. It's another one of those ones where it's a random episode where Amy's on the podcast. It's happened a couple of times. That's why I named mine after Underworld. Yeah. Well, I've got a couple elements I can draw on, because like rebirth and reborn and souls, but also water and spirals is a big iconography of this character. So I was going to start just like Googling, you know, this in another language, or this in, and then see what I can come up with from there. The joke is I can also just call my character Bob, which is a well-established joke. If Amy can't come up with a name, so Bob. So in my own games, I once had my character, this is when I was a very baby DM, but I had the characters go into a room full of jars, heads in jars that could all talk. If you've ever seen Return to Oz, that scene is taken from that. But of course, I didn't even click that the characters were going to ask the names of the heads in the jars. And so I just called the first one Bob. And then the second one became Bob. And then they all became Bob because they bob in the jar. And then I just made it that the law was that over time they forgot their name as part of the magic. But now, in every game, there's, if you find a head, it's Bob. And any character named Bob, everyone's like, ooh, they're not around for long. I love TTRPGs. I wish I was down Wellington Way, because there is D&D in a castle, and I wanted to go to it. But there is a store opening here, and it looks like it's accessible, and it looks like I'll be able to go in and look at stuff. I won't be able to afford stuff, but I can at least look at stuff, so it's exciting that we're actually getting a TTRPG store here finally. There is one here, but it's up 2 flights of stairs, and it's completely inaccessible, and even when it was on the ground floor, it was barely accessible, so yeah. I totally would you had it working. Yeah. I mean, I'm still willing to come down. Oh, I just have to justify it, like, be able to save up for the bus trip. I'm like, I've been trying to scrimp away, but again, beneficiary, so it's like $2 at a time. I'm trying to scrimp away so that I can afford a trip down there, and there'll become a point where I'm like, Jules, I have a bus fare saved up. I'm down. When works? When can I see everybody? It's also just hard with all the appointments at the moment too, but at least now I don't have to factor in work, so that's a joy. But you wouldn't have to pay me. I just come and do it. I just come and do it to meet everyone. It's on a Friday, isn't it? I mean, technically I could swing injection on a different day. And then it's crutches, because I have crutches. Yeah, 2nd of May. Oh, it's a Saturday. 2nd of May. That's the day after the opening. How much does the bus cost? Sorry, folks. We're going to be fully distracted here for a second. I just need to do some research. And I can't bring this up on screen because cities and towns. Yeah. Yeah, nah, it's still too much for what I've got saved, and I won't be able to get the rest in time by then. But, yeah, at least travelling on a Saturday, it's only 7.5 hours instead of 10 hours. But, yeah, definitely hit me up. I will get down there eventually. I need to catch up with everyone. I was talking to lovely Ruby last night too, because I was also making sure that they were safe. And she mentioned about convergence as well, is that you guys might be doing that. I was like, okay. Because there is a bus here to convergence. I was like, ooh, depending on dates, depending on health at the time, depending on finances, that's also a possibility. It's September, yeah. It's also just hard to plan with all the medical stuff, but hopefully. Because then I'd also get... It's basically 3 for 1, because I get to see you, Ruby, and Penny. Go up on Friday and back Monday. Yeah, that makes sense. Characteristics you're looking for name your character for. So, the character... We're going to use the Wildflower Folk Amber page by Christine Karen for representation of her, because I liked the hooded traveler with lots of gems. So the character is an oracle in Pathfinder. The class is an oracle. She's a human oracle, and the idea behind her is that she grew up in a tribe. It's a nomadic tribe. They tend to favour bright colours, wearing lots of gems, and the weaving of their clothes actually tells stories. So highly patterned, highly detailed, highly bright clothes. But then I'm also having it that this tribe worked as basically spirit monks, and they are responsible for shepherding and taking care of those that have deceased to make sure that their souls pass on correctly through servitude to the goddess Pharisma. And Pharisma is also known as related to water in life and rebirth, and has a symbol of a spiral. So spiral, water, souls, like a water shepherd of souls is kind of her title, or was her title, until she had her oracle vision of an undead attack. Yeah. And then everyone was like, nah, you're just going a bit weird. And she's like, oh. And then it happened. And then everyone's like, yeah, you're bad luck. Goodbye. And then she went wandering. So, yeah, just maybe I'm debating, like, color-wise too. Because again, this is all established Pathfinder lore. It's so fascinating to read up on if you are a TTRPG nerd. Or you just like lore of lands, which is something I really love. I love the way people build out lore. But the different colours that are woven into clothes have different meaning. So obviously water is usually represented as blue, but turquoise enhance physical strengths and non-verbal communication. So I feel like she might have turquoise as more of a main colour, and Pharisma main colours is blue, teal, and yellow. So I don't actually have the meaning for yellow. I need to find yellow. But blue is health, youth, and beauty, which I really don't think she'd care about. Health, yes, but not youth and beauty. But turquoise I can see her wearing. And then Pharisma often wears the sacred colours are blue and white. Black and silver is often worn by the priestesses and stuff like that. So yeah, I don't know if you're kind of getting a vibe, but nomadic, She's also haunted as part of being an oracle. So it's like little sounds seem to follow her. Like something's just quite off all the time with her. She's got that sort of unsettling presence of troubled history. It's the only way I can put it. Yeah, it's hard to encompass a name. And I do view her quite vibey and spooky. So vooby. Yeah. And the campaign that we're playing in is a little bit more of a spookier campaign as well, which is going to be fun because I've never played in one of those. So, yeah. Equanimia? Equanima. I don't mind Nima. I feel like Equa's a little too on the nose, but yeah. Ooh. Or Riri. Anima. That could be cool. I'm going to struggle with the name too. I also have to be able to pronounce it comfortably because I struggle with words. And I have a group of players that have been my players for donkey's years. And every time we have something where they get to make a new character, they automatically go, what is the most difficult name we could give Amy to trip up? And I'm like, come on. Can I just have an easy naming game for once? Can your characters all just be called Bob? Please, can we just do the adventures of Bob? Yeah, there's also, it's quite common that, especially for someone who is traveling on their own in this culture, to have a name that is given so it's not their actual name. So I'm also considering, like, actual name, given name, you know, like a nickname or a public name. But again, this is also like, it doesn't have to be entirely based on the lore of this. I've just done a little bit of research and I like the way it all kind of fits together with how I was imagining the character to begin with. So yeah, the idea is that I believe that there is something that is blocking the way for the water dragon to rebirth the souls, and that is why the undead are uprising and unsettled. Yeah. My character, I say. Me, as a person. Different. Yeah. Yeah, I do like that, and I can also put a couple of, like, guttural stops in it as well, so it's like Ori Rihanna Ma. Like we can put little stops in it or something. I am kind of contemplating that one, or at least taking the Ori. I do like that bit as well. Yeah, it's, I don't know, I always struggle with names. It's always that thing of like, it just doesn't feel right. I mean, if worst comes to worst, I'll give her a nickname. Again, this is set in fantasy realm, so it can be like, the name can be as weird as we like, but I can always just give her a nickname and they've not settled on her actual name, you know. But yeah, I've got 2 weeks to settle on a name and get that page coloured, and I'd like to do it before then. So that's what we'll work on after this, but I just wanted an easy win. I wanted a simple page, and I'm really enjoying our rainbow feathers here. Yeah, no, I appreciate it, Winter. That's basically all I do too, is I just Google and I go like, night sky in language, or water in, or fire in, or colour in, like, yeah. Just, most of the time that's how I come up with character names as well, because it is my one thing I really struggle with. It's the main reason I play with a random name generator, and if I get really stuck, I will legit just pull up a random name generator and just generate until something sounds like it would fit right. Oh my gosh, it is so chilly with that wind. So yeah, I barely got any sleep last night because I kept on hearing the wind, and it felt like, it sounded like the house was ripping apart. It's fine. It's been at worse. It's survived many cyclones. She's a stable house, but it's also like you hear the wood. And that's why she's stable. But yeah, can make a very over anxious brain. A little bit more anxious in bed. So yeah, did not get a lot of sleep last night. But as I said, in a way it's productive because I haven't been sleeping, so I've been getting lots and lots of colouring done. And I cannot wait for completed pages. Like, I can't believe I'm already at 66 pages completed for the month. I do still need to do a massive bookmark session to laminate all my bookmarks before completed pages. But yeah, I'm actually really looking forward to completed pages because I'm going to have so much to go through. So if anyone's wondering how I'm picking colours for this, I'm not. I'm just literally picking up a marker and then I find somewhere to put it. Occasionally I will see like there's an obvious gap in colour here and that a certain colour needs to go in a certain place, but yeah. A lot of the time right now it's just pick up colour, cool, goes here. Ooh. Hanika, Arundel. Okay, I've got a notepad open. I'm gonna start writing these down because I'm gonna forget otherwise. Yeah, I'll just copy Winter because then I know who saved me the suggestion as well. And then we want... Can you show how you laminate your bookmarks? I could, Katie. It's literally I shove them into a laminating sleeve and then shove them for a laminator. There's nothing fancy about it. I have a laminator. So yeah. I don't want to do that. I want to, YouTube, can you cooperate, please? YouTube, be nice. I'm trying to copy this message and paste it. Thank y'all. Right. Yeah, that's nuts. I love a good marking off a tick list session. Yeah. Yeah. It's something so satisfying. Like, the reason why I'm doing this is it's a quick one. Like, we'll get it done. And then I have a little... Not that one. That's the wrong thing. Welcome to behind the scenes of Twitch. This one! We have a little pages completed counter. Because a couple of streams, like, we've been doing 5 or 6 pages a stream. So once this is done, I get to... When I click the right thing, my gosh. I'll get to update it to 2. I haven't actually done any today. It's got 1 from last time. But I'll get to do that. But right now we have 0, so it's just off. And then once this is done, we'll turn that on. And we'll have 2 completed pages for the day. Not that it's about the numbers, but it does feel satisfying, you know, sometimes. But yeah, I love having a list and being able to go tick, 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 tick. It's just also like a visual representation that you have done something, because sometimes it's easy to look back on the day and go, I've done nothing today. And it's like, actually you have. And I love writing down a couple of like easy wins on that list, because it gives you a dopamine hit. And honestly, get all that dopamine. this pink is running quite low, which is good, because again, this is the point of using these, is to use them up. But also, I still got a few more things I need the pink for. But yeah, don't take the fact that I've done X amount of pages in a month as a thing of like, oh, I'm not a good enough colorist because I haven't done X amount of pages per month. Again, I've done so many because right now I'm going through a lot mentally and I am not sleeping. So it's coming at a physical cost to my health, which isn't great. But also, it's not about the numbers. You are just as valid of a colorist if you do 1 page a month, if you do 100 pages, if you do no pages because it's not the mood this month to be coloring. It's all still makes you a valid colorist. And Jules, before you even say anything, because I know you only very occasionally color, you are still a colorist. You are still an artist. It all counts. If you pick up pen to paper, you are an artist. Not even pen to paper, you know? Just you engage in a creative thing. You're trying to create something. You are being creative. You are an artist because you are creating. Yeah. I want to get to Wellington, man. Look at all these paint pens. Hang out with all my Wellington friends and just have a big colouring party because a bunch of them also colour. Very occasionally, but I have influenced. It's like, I must influence more. And I'll just bring down piles of supplies. It's like, I don't need to bring down clothes. I'll just bring down suitcases of supplies. Just let everyone play with stuff. Found a purple to try and get the skinless strawberry colour. Yeah, go for it. If I don't like it, I want to rip it up. Or does that make me more of an artist? I think that makes you more of an artist because you're also critical of your own work. I feel like that is also a unifying artistic experience of creating something, hating that you've created it, wanting to rip it up, and other people going, no, it's actually really cool, leave it. There's so many little fiddly leaves. I keep wanting to call them leaves, they're feathers, but there's so many little fiddly ones. Be worth it in the end. Just sucks. But a little bit at a time. That's the way. Purple violet, free around I got walnut brown in Polly's Resto Prismat. Sounds about right from memory, but you're also looking at it in person, so you'll be able to get a better sense of the colour in person. But yeah, I'm pretty sure 136 and I think walnut brown are the two colours I usually pull. I just like default them in the pencil case. I'm sure it's the colours. My brain's also not working all that well right now, so hopefully. I never took my painkillers, did I? I was looking for them when I was making my coffee because I couldn't actually remember where I put them. I think they're in my purse. Oh, I've not moved enough. Oh. Oh. Painkillers. It's meant to take these like an hour ago. Problem of getting in the zone. I want all the splat to be over so I can pull out the glitter. I hope all of you that are out there lurking, which if you're working, if you're sleeping, if you're doing your own creative projects, make sure you have a little stretch and a little water. Do a little self-care check-in and just see if there's anything that you need to help look after yourself. Thank you for the check-in. It's easy to get into hyper-focus mode, Winter, so that's why we do the check-in. Also, hi Mandy! Welcome. Hope you're doing well today. Oh, right, that's fine. We can save the explosion. Not ideal, but... Oh, and yeah, yep, yeah. It's, oh gosh, yeah. I've got to go. My meds run out. Like, I take my last med on Thursday night, and I have a doctor's appointment first thing Friday morning. And I was like, the timing of that is so perfect. So I'll get a new script Friday morning. I was like, it's just meant to be in terms of timing there. Take your meds, folks. Alright, it's getting a bit harder because I need areas up there to dry, but if I'm working down here, I'm going to be working on top of it with my hands, and we want things dry, so yeah, we need to... Also, I've got so much paint pen on the markers. So we're getting to that point where it's like, where can I work that is not going to disturb everything else? I might actually have to pull out the hairdryer and give everything a bit of a blast with the hairdryer, which probably isn't a bad idea. Yeah, I think I'm going to give everything a bit of a blast with the hairdryer. Let's do that one first. Don't merge into the green because you're not actually dry. Okay, hairdryer. Oh gosh, I've done that before, Mandy. Those buttons are so small. Yeah, I've done the same thing while modding as well, and chat's moved too fast, and I've accidentally, like, booted the wrong person. Why are buttons so small? Ethylene, working on colouring, you need a bit of help if anyone is willing. Absolutely. Do you need to send a picture through so we can have a look, or do you want to just type it? Do what you feel works best. I'm just going to blast with the hairdryer just to dry down some of this more thicker paint pen so that I can work without smudging. Right, that'll help. If anyone's wondering why I was putting the hairdryer into my sweatshirt there for a minute, it's like having a hot water bottle. It's just heating up my clothes, and now I feel all toasty and warm because I realized that it's warm. So I just blasted it on my clothes, and now they're all toasty, and I'm like, oh my gosh, I feel so warm all of a sudden. So yeah, I'm definitely cold, I think. I'm wearing 2 sweatshirts. I'm wearing a t-shirt, a long sleeve shirt on top, a sweatshirt on top of that, and then a blanket hoodie on top of that. And I've got 2 pairs of pants, and I've got socks and slippers. So I am bundled up. I feel the cold, and it's definitely icy today, which is part of the problem. So yeah, we might stop for some lunch at some point, and I'm gonna find something hot. I do have leftovers from last night, so I might make a bowl of savory beef with potatoes, because it can all be bunged into the microwave and then heat that up. And it'll be hot lunch. I kind of want soup. That's really what I'm in the mood for. I was saying before, I really feel like udon. Or like some sort of light spicy broth, you know? Yeah, so the wind and the arthritis, I really feel it. I used to run hot all the time, and like in this sort of weather, I would still be rocking a t-shirt, be like, I feel hot, and then yeah, got the arthritis, and suddenly it's like cold, cold, cold. And I get what my nanny meant when she said she could feel storms coming in her bones. Like, I can feel it in my bones, and there's a chill once it hits your bones. It's just can't get rid of it, and it hurts. So yeah, that's why I was like, oh, we're just gonna shove the hairdryer down there, get a bit of hot air blowing, warm up. And it was delightful, toasty and warm for a second. Whoa, no, my yellow exploded. Yeah, should know it. It's okay. At least the green's easy. The green's an easy cleanup, so I'll just let it be and then clean it up. Some of these areas just really aren't all that great for paint pen. But with every little feather, we get one step closer to being done. I'm gonna send you a heated blanket. Well, the thing is that we have different power requirements here, so a heated blanket that works over there won't work over here. I have thought about getting one. I'm a little iffy about getting like electronic blankets. Yeah, like it's a nervousness thing. I don't like the idea of like me and my brain forgetting to turn it off, and then, you know, it's just me over being over anxious. So I don't even like to use a heater. I will always bundle into more layers first before I put on a heater. Because in my mind, there's always more layers I can put on. I could put on a blanket. I could wrap myself up in a blanket. I could put on a beanie. Ooh, that's smart, Winter. Okay, that is a little smart. I've got so much paint pen all over my fingers. I wish when I got into these feathers that have the two sections, I'd just all done in one colour. But I didn't know. Yeah, should have just done the one colour. Ooh, itchy. Right. Okay. Oops, I never updated my Instagram story. Try to update it with whatever we're doing, because then you can see. But I forgot. That's okay. There we go. Oh yeah, I need to do a restart because we've got a phone update. Ooh. Oh, right. Yes, my apologies, Atheline. You did ask for... My goodness. My apologies. You did ask and I just zoned out. Thank you for reminding me. I do see it. I see it. Oh, that's so pretty. Right. What did you say? Little help. What color goes well with these for the ribbon for the collar and the ribbon of the hat. Okay. So we need some color ideas for the ribbon. Oh, freaking love it. Love, love, love. So you've got reds and purples. So if you think about the color wheel, let me just over here and find you a color wheel, because there's a couple of options. Yeah. So gorgeous. Such a gorgeous page. Right, color wheel. This is huge for some reason. Reset, please. So we have our color wheel here. So you've done purple and reds. So you can see there's a little bit of pink. But you're kind of doing in this fam here, you're doing this purple and reds, right? You can almost argue skin is a little bit of pink. You've also started to bring in a bit of yellow as well. So you're working very much in this side. So you could keep it harmonious and keep it in the orange or the more pinky side. I think orange could be quite a lovely contrast if you wanted to keep it in that warm family. And it could tie in quite lovely with that, with the hat. So orange for the collar and the hat. Or if we go back here, because you've done the purple and red, it's like in between point is green. So green is your complement as well. And green could also be quite lovely in here too. So yeah, it just depends if you want to stick to kind of keeping it in this wedge, or if you want to introduce. This is also a very bright primary wheel, so, but yeah. Those are my two suggestions. I'm sure everyone else may have some other suggestions for colorways. I'd love it though. It's looking absolutely gorgeous, Athaline. You're doing a fabulous job. I was thinking maybe green, but I'm very indecisive. Yeah. Well, if your instinct is telling you green, that's also a really good indication. So. Your gut's telling you something. It's usually a good sign. That was perfect, because it also gave an opportunity for more of this to dry. Been into limited palettes lately too, so I do the hat ribbon purple to match it and contrast the red. Yeah. It's also really another good option. He's got so many options. I mean, yeah. Limited palettes are definitely quite fun as well. The feathers up here are so tiny, and some of these are so hard to do with this slightly chunkier paint pen. My mum does that too, Eveline. But usually only if it's a cat page. Alright. Still working on my Smurf Island page and being just going for it with really dark grey to add dramatic shadows, making it really tempting to do the islands monochromatic and contrast. Ooh. I know I'll get bored of it if I do that. Or maybe not like one monochromatic, but so like orange. Go back to the colour wheel. So obviously the opposite to blue is yellowy orange, right? So rather than just going like, okay, we're going orange, maybe red and yellow as well, like the colour either side of it on the opposite of the colour wheel, so it's a trio of colours, and that could also let you have some brown in there too, so it's still very limited, but just a little bit more. I forget what it's, I think it's analogous when it's two colours beside plus the main colour, like when it's the three colours. I think that's an analogous palette. I can't remember all the palette terms. I cannot wait until we're done with all these feathers and I get to pull out the glitters and we get to glitter this flamingo. Because you know we're glittering the pink. And we get to decide what glitters we're using. I have gone well and truly over the lines there. So... work out a palette like that. Saying it gives a monochromatic vibe, but not quite. Yeah, I can show you actually. I did kind of screw up on it, but well, not screw up. I did it wrong, but I still like it. Where is the book? There is the book. Okay, so I have this page in Dungeons and Dragons Adventures Outlined colouring book. This was my first ever purchase from BD&D, which is a fabulous New Zealand D&D and TTRPG and nudie shop, and they're lovely. And the owners are lovely, and Jules practically lives there. So I have this page here. So this was meant to be done in a, I'm sure it's analogous. I'll have to look it up. But this was meant to be done in that color scheme. So you can see the background is literally red, orange, yellow, right? But I accidentally went 5 because I started with the behemoth. Behemoth, it's not a behemoth, it's beholder. God, my brain. I started with the beholder and I did this pinky purple, forgetting that I was meant to, when I approached the background, I then did the red, orange, yellow, forgetting that I was meant to be working with just 3 colours. So it was meant to be pink, purple, red. But I accidentally did pink, purple, red, orange, yellow. But it still works, right? And it's still a very limited palette. And that background, again, 3 colours and still allowing black and white and various tones of those colours. But those 3 colours, and you can still build up a lot of things. I also painted this. This is all done in acrylic paints and watercolor paints. Yeah, this is a very old piece, and of course there's glitter on it. See, it's not quite monochromatic, but it still feels monochromatic, but it's 3 colors. It's just because they're right next to each other. I love that book. First purchase from BD&D, so it's extra special. Because I was like, I wonder if there's any D&D colouring books. Oh, yes there is. What's this store? Oh, BD&D. I've never heard of them. Oh, they're based in Wellington. They seem cool. Yay, they stocked the book. Hey, it's a cheap price. Yay, their shipping's not ridiculous. Bye. And then I got the package. I was like, oh, it comes so lovely. And there's all these little cards, and it's so lovely. And then I got to meet BD&D owners and learn more about them through Jules. And it's like, okay, I'm glad I brought this book from them. So I've purchased a couple things. I'm not a frequent shopper because funds, but yeah, if you need a fandom store in New Zealand, BD&D is fabulous. They're based in Petone in Wellington. They're also completely accessible, and as somebody who uses a walking frame, very much appreciates it. Because the amount of times I've gone to a TTRPG store and it is completely inaccessible just because of the fact that they're not on the ground floor, which, okay, yeah, fair enough. But then even if you can get in the door, they have such tight aisles. It's like, I want to shop around and look at all the pretties. Itchy, itchy nose. Right, that needs to be purple in there. That really has to be purple in there. Don't bleed into the yellow because you're really not dry enough. Think you'll cope. Alright. You need... Oh no, we're good. Clean up edge along there. It's coming together. Slowly but surely. Feather by feather. Do, do, do. Oop, exploding pin. It's fine. We need another coat over this one anyway. Yay! Oh my gosh. Alright, do we have any more tiny little ones? We do, down here. We're almost done. All the tiny little ridiculous feathers. I'm just gonna skip ahead and get a couple of these ones done because they are just so tiny and ridiculous. Except I'm doing that thing where, because the paint pens aren't drying, things are bleeding, so. Patience, Amy. It's like getting near to the end, so it's like I want it done, but it's also patience. Oh, itchy. Also, keep on having an itchy nose. Nessa, hello, hello. Welcome in. I don't know how many people are hanging out here. I don't have the numbers up, so but I'm glad they're hanging out here. I know we've got a few people that are like sleeping or have me up as they lurk while they are working or doing their own colouring. So yeah, but I'm glad you're here. Welcome in. Hope you're doing well today. I'm going to have to replace this plaster again. Again, I don't have a wound on my finger. I have it there to act as a pressure buffer because I literally have a blister from colouring so much. So it's just my little pressure buffer. Yeah, welcome in. We're working away on this page here, as you can see. Oh, I already had purple there. Cool. We've got two purple feathers next to one another. It's the first time we've done that. Hopefully it'll be the only time. But yeah, we're working away on this gorgeous little bird flamingo. That's the word I'm looking for. And we're getting near to done. Ah, darn it. It just exploded again. Okay, we'll clean that up in a moment. You can just chill there. I am looking well colouring. It's very relaxing. That's exactly the vibes we go for here, Gail. Just chill vibe. I know a lot of people have me up as a lurk stream, and I'm all good with that. I just potter away, chat away to myself, and if you want to chat, awesome. If you're busy in the middle of your creative endeavours, I'm happy to be that background noise so you get done what you want to get done. Because I too am that type of person that will put up a stream and just lurk in it and get my colouring done. So something so vibey about having a colouring stream up while you're colouring as well. If there's no one to stream, then I need to find a colouring video. Furiously shading. All the feels, Amy. Almost done with the monochromatic pass. Must finish to add colour. Exactly. It's like you're getting so close to that point where you're like, I get to do something exciting now. And you're like, I've got to get through the boring part. But it's not boring. It's necessary. It's the same here. It's like, this isn't exactly boring, but I'm over it and I'm ready to get on to the glitter. But once the glitter's done, we're also done with this page because, well, now I've got to clean up the eye a little bit. You finished it to page today? Congratulations, Nessa. That's exciting. I'm colouring a colour by number. Excellent, Mandy. That's kind of why I've been doing these paint pen pages. Because I want to colour by number, but I don't have a colour by number, but I have paint by numbers and I have paint pens and I have Millie Mariotta that feels like it could be colour by numbers. So, yeah. I am liking how it's going. I ordered Fairy Folklore mythographic today too. Nice. I want that one so badly. But I will wait till it's on special and I can afford it, because it is not in the budget right now. I've already spent way too much lately, and the budget needs to be reined right in, so I'll get it eventually. But yeah, I definitely need it in my collection, because I love Fabiana. She is my favorite mythographic illustrator, and her Fairy Wonderland and Fantasy Forest are my favorites of her work. So the Fairy Folklore just feels like book free, and it's like I need that book in my collection. I love the pages I did in her. I did two of her books, two of her pages this month too. Oh, you're still way too wet. Okay, going back to you. Totally vibey. I don't know anyone in real life that understands colouring. Yeah, that's a very common thing I hear too, is that there's no one in real life to get excited about colouring with. Which is, you know, sad. I don't have anyone that I could like locally pop out to see and go and colour with. I do have some online friends such as Jules and Ruby, who occasionally do a little bit of colouring, and so it's quite cool. But they're also very lovely and supportive about my colouring, and I can be like, I'm doing this. Same with, like, sometimes I'll go to Violaceous's Discord and just hang out there and colour. So I got lovely friends I can go and hang out with while I colour, and they're like colouring adjacent, but not like, you know, colouring like I do full time. This is my obsession. And that's all good too, because, you know, different hobbies. Thank you, Nessa. I appreciate that. We were working on my colouring pages and doing some more of Mermaid Lake, but I was actually struggling a bit with my hands, and I think it's the wind today. They feel very sore and arthritic, and my brain just wasn't clicking with it as well. Like, it just wasn't a day for it. Brain just went nope. So that's why we switched. So we switched to this because I was like, this is not actually that much brain power, but it's also a bit of an easy win, and that's what I want. As I want an easy win. I want to get a double up on the board as been completed today, and then we'll carry on and do some more. But we've got to get this one finished first, and we're getting there. Like the home stretch, no, the finish line is in sight. We're in the home stretch. Those are words. Need to do another yellow down here. You dry it. Can I fix you up? I really like Weronska Kalinska. Yeah, she's got a really graphic style, and at first I was a bit like, huh, because I was so used to Fabiana's, like... So, Joseph Cannabang has a delicateness to his work now. His older work, not so much, but his newer work, his current style, is a lot more delicate. And then Fabiana has a lot of movement in her pages, and I think that's why I love hers so much, is I really appreciate movement. But then Weronka has like this impact, this staticness, but it's a good staticness. Like compared to Fabiana has movement and flow, whereas Weronka has that staticness, but it's a lot more like pow in your face. And I think now, like when I first got her, I was a bit like, I don't know. But now it's like, actually I could see, and I keep meaning to get in because I'm like, I've got an idea, and I feel like Weronka will do really well for the job, and it'll be like really, I feel like you can make really pow pages quite easily with her work. Yeah. it's interesting to see the differences too. How many of you realized how addicting and obsessive coloring was when you picked up your first book and pencil set? Oh, I knew I would enjoy it, but I came to coloring probably a little differently than most people. So I had been working as a full-time artist, and I had been selling prints of my work. I had been going around to markets. Like, I often bump into people around town who are like, oh, I've still got so-and-so up on my wall, or, you know, people who have brought my art who still display it, right? So I was working full-time as an artist, but I was struggling a bit, so I'd gone back to work as well and I was working at a laboratory and still selling art, but working as an artist. And then, I was going to do that one yellow. Oh, well, it's blue now. After a bunch of different things, I had a fall while waiting for a diagnosis because my body started exploding, basically. It started swelling up and puffing up, and I was in so much pain, and I couldn't hold a pencil. Like, my knuckles got so swollen, my fingers got so swollen that I could just hold a mouse. Like, that was as far as I could move my hand, was to hold a mouse. So for a long time I couldn't draw, I couldn't pick up a pencil, which as an artist, you know, absolutely terrifying. And then while waiting to get a diagnosis of my inflammatory arthritic condition, I also had a fall and damaged my hands. And so I started coloring because I needed a way to train my hands back up, because I realized that my hands weren't right, and I was like, I'm not losing my pencil skills. So I started with a coloring book to retrain my hands. So I came to it thinking more along the lines of therapy. And then I fell in love with it and became obsessed with it. And then again, it's only recently that I've started drawing. And it did help in terms of regarding my pencil skills, because I certainly can shade with pencils now. But my drawing skills had never quite clicked back. So I've talked about that before, but yeah, it feels different to draw now, which is why I do drawings in small bursts and stuff like that. But yeah, I know there are some people out there that went to coloring because they needed like a mental health therapy tool and stuff like that, which is fabulous for. Fully recommend. But yeah, I went to it as a physio type tool. I was looking for a way of maintaining my hand strength. And then yeah. I don't have a cut on my finger, by the way, if anyone's wondering why I'm replacing the plaster. I've got a pressure wound. I've got a blister, basically, from colouring so much. So I'm just using the Band-Aids to put a pad there so it's not rubbing against it. But then the pens I keep on, like, using, and it keeps on getting worn away. So that's why I have to keep replacing it. Yeah. Yeah, but there's a lot of people, I think, who got into it for health reasons, and that, I think, is very common in the community. A lot of us are into it for therapy reasons. There is actually, and I thought about doing a video explaining this as well, because, again, therapy, psychology, there is actually a lot of, like, science behind colouring for mental health, and they've studied the way, I mean, it is a dopamine release. It is there's so many positives to it, and I thought about actually sitting down and explaining why colouring feels so good for a lot of us, and like actually explaining the technical terms and talking about your peripheral nervous system and how it releases certain chemical balances and resets things, and then why we believe, oh, that sounds like the bin's going flying in the wind. Hopefully that's okay. But if I did that, I'd also want to make sure I'm like citing actual research, and then I need access to all the research papers again. And I don't have a lot of that access to research anymore because I'm no longer in school, but yeah. Yeah. But colouring is super, super valid. And again, there are a lot of studies that are done on it. In terms of its validity as a therapy tool, and both for physiotherapy for people with hands, and then for mental health reasons. So fully fabulous tool, and be very lost without it. But yeah, I started in 2021 colouring. And then in the middle of 2022-ish, I decided to come back to live streaming because I'd taken a bit of a break with live streaming because obviously it was really hard to engage in any art content when you couldn't use your hand, right? So I kind of drifted away from it, but I was like, oh, I'm going to come back. So I started streaming colouring on and off on Twitch again. But I wasn't really on the YouTube side by then. I hadn't really, like, I had the established Twitch community, but I hadn't really done a lot on the YouTube side. But I started finding more and more videos about colouring in the colouring community. I started getting more involved on Instagram with the colouring community. This was back before Jess at Colouring Bumblebee even had her channel. And she was my very first ever buddy colour back in the day. I know she's a lot of people's first, but this was like way, way back in the day where, you know, way back. We used to do quite a few Mythomorphia buddy colours, which was quite fun. It's so cool to see how much she's grown. Like, oh, it's like, you were so baby and now you're so big. So cool to see. And yeah, just getting more and more involved in the community. And obviously I do step away and take breaks quite frequently because mental health is still a thing. And I will always say self-care first. Like, you have to look after yourself in order to look after others. I know that a lot of you love my streams, you love being here, and you feel very at peace at my streams, and I love the fact that I am that safe, cozy space for people, and stream is a safe, cozy space for me, but I also still have to be in a space to put on that stream. So yeah, there are times that I will step away, and I make no apologies for it, but again, in order to provide that space for others, I have to be in that space myself, and I'm not always in that space, because that's how mental health goes. But I will always be in safe spaces because I have very good support network around me. It's just, yeah. Sometimes we're good, sometimes we're not so good, and we cope. Adult colouring became a thing. I just face planted into it and figured out the therapy part later. Exactly. I don't think it's not a bad thing to get lost in, let's face it. Like, did I know in 2022 that come 2026 I would have 400 plus colouring books and this and this and this? Like, no, I didn't realise how deeply I would get into it. But I knew I enjoyed it, and it saw me through some rough times, so I'm grateful for it. Yeah. I've been colouring a year and a half. That's valid. Still valid. I started, I did technically when Joanna Basford brought out Enchanted Garden, Secret Garden, sorry. I did grab one of those, and it didn't click with me. And it was just because it was leaves. That was it. Like, I liked the idea of colouring, and I often brought kids' colouring books. And this is the thing, I've been buying kids' colouring books my whole adult life because I enjoyed colouring those and having fun with those and colouring the cute images. And so I would buy the crappy kids' colouring books and just use like cheap felt tips and crayons and cheap pencils and just have fun with them, and then fill the book up and then chuck the book away. So I do kind of regret some of those, but honestly, it wasn't about anything. It was just, yeah, again, I didn't recognize it at the time, but it was just a mental health thing. It was great, mindless colouring. In the same way that cozy colouring's become such a big thing, I can see why. And then, yeah, it's like from there, how it's exploded, how it's changed. And it's cool to see even how the space has changed in a few years. Because, again, I've only been actively in the YouTube colouring community since 2023. And it's amazing to see just how much it's changed in 3 years. So, like, those that have been doing this for so long, it's amazing to think of how much it's changed in that time. Started with Peter Hewitt. Yeah, Chris Jen. Oh, I love Chris Jen. Peter Hewitt's fabulous too. Yeah, there's some amazing channels out there too. Chris Jen was one of my first colouring channels as well that I found. But yeah, it was I found Colouring Heaven. I found Sarah Richter's Creatures of the Night special, Colouring Heaven. And that was the first book that sorry, let me backtrack. I had some cheap ones when I damaged my hand. I was working in them. Then I found Mythomorphia. And I was like, oh, Joanna Basford isn't the only adult colouring book. I didn't realise, because I just had like cheapy kid ones and stuff like that. And that's what started me looking for more colouring books, because it's like, oh, and Mythomorphia I love. So that's why Mythomorphia is very special to me, and it's so close to being completed. But Kirby Rose Allen's Mythomorphia was like the first book that made me go, oh, it's more than just Joanna Basford. Which I say that now, knowing Joanna Basford has also deviated her style a little bit. She's still a lot of leaves, a lot of flowers, but she's starting to explore a lot more. But I'm thinking it was a lot more than just Secret Garden or Enchanted Forest, which were the two I knew of Joanna Basford and how I viewed adult colouring. But yeah, so I had Mythomorphia, and then I found Colouring Heaven's Creatures of the Night special, which is by Sarah Richter. And if you've ever seen her work, she's a little gothic, but she does a lot of portraiture work. And that was the first adult colouring book I found that dealt specifically with portraiture. And because I had been a portraiture artist, that of course is very much my like field of vision. I went, oh, it can be people as well. And that just sealed it for me. So those two issues are very special for me for a reason. Yeah. True Hue was the first channel I saw. You were hooked instantly. Hannah Carl's on City Amongst the Stars. I need to do more on that book too. Yeah, I just get more shelves. When I run out of room, I just get more shelves. I technically can fit 2 more shelves here, and all my shelves could also be converted to higher shelves. So I'm at 450 books. I need 1,000 to be classified as a library. So, you know, I've got a little bit to go yet, but I've got room. I can expand. I can become a library. But also, there's no right or wrong amount of books to have. You will know the right amount for you. Yeah. I feel like Secret Garden did end up being a lot of people's. And it's gorgeous now. And I'm actually contemplating going and getting a copy of Secret Garden to have on the shelf and to colour in. Because now I feel like I could go back and go, yeah, it's a lot of leaves, it's a lot of flowers, but I can also appreciate it a little bit more. And I've got quite a few Joanna Basfords, including like Magical Jungle. I love Lost Ocean. Lost Ocean. I need to do more on Lost Ocean because it deals with my favourite thing. Yes, the lines are very skinny in there, but I think you can have fun with it. And then her later work, like I love her later work. 30 Days of Creativity is a really cool book in my collection that I'm doing some really cool stuff in. I love Magical Worlds and Rooms of Wonder and Worlds of Wonder. Yeah. Look, nobody ever needs to send me anything, okay, Gail? I have a wish list and I will forever be grateful, and the happy mail I have received is amazing. And again, I don't have monetization on the channel because of how it affects income with disability. It counts as work, and if I can work doing this, then I could go to a regular job. Even though I don't view this as work, it's a whole thing. And then also, the moment I monetize a channel, I personally put a lot of pressure on myself to become a professional, and then it changes the vibes of the channel. So it might get to a point where I do have to monetize. I can monetize. I have been monetized many years ago in the past. I can monetize. I choose not to monetize. It's just my personal thing. I don't want this to be my job. This is my hobby. And YouTube is my hobby of my hobby. It's like, it's not even the main hobby. It's just a side of the hobby. So if I'm not doing well, we don't do YouTube. And that's what I want to keep it as. That's why I don't monetize. But yeah, the reason I say that is, again, never ever feel pressure. Like, I do not need more colouring books. I am so good. And I also, like, I say things like, oh, I need to get some more Prismas and stuff like that. I will save up eventually and get what I need, and I will sub in and deal with what I've got and use what I've got. I've got a lot of stuff to use. I use a lot of stuff. I got a lot of stuff to use. Like, I cope, and when I get desperate for something, I find a way. I save up for it and I cope. So there is never ever any expectation. I am eternally grateful, and I have cried many times, and I don't cry often by the gifts that I've received, but also if I never ever get another book in my life, I will still be absolutely amazed and blown away and love all you guys all the same. So yeah, but yeah, I'm also like, if anyone says you have too many books, Amy, it's like, no, I'm not classified as a library yet, so it's not enough books. They will buy more books. I did buy a couple of books this month. I think I put them away on the shelf. So I brought a Matoki colouring book, which is a New Zealand colouring book. I love finding Kiwi colouring books. So it was like $2.50. It's just a little square one. It's crappy paper as, but the illustrator is a New Zealand illustrator, and she is Māori and Welsh, which is an interesting combo. But she actually talks about her tangata tēnua, her iwi, her whakapapa on her Instagram. She's a well-known illustrator, and she does a lot of amazing stuff, including a lot of pride representation, and I love her work. It's Sarah Moana is her name, and she has some gorgeous illustrations, and she has a little colouring book that I had to grab. So winter, I love it. I love it. Yeah. Please do the very best thing for you. I will. I always do, Nessa. I am very good. One of the things about me is I've been dealing with my mental health since I was 13. I am very good at saying, I need this, and getting this. Or going, I need to have a break. I need to step away. I need to not put pressure on myself. I need to not do this. I need to do this. So I am very good at saying what I need and making sure I get what I need. I also, again, I have a really good support team around me. So when things do get bad, I can literally just go, hey, activate the plan. And they know what that means because we have a plan in place. So yeah, we're good. We're so good. We're so good. This is so good. Look at that. Oh my gosh. I get what you mean about the monochromatic. Like, honestly, winter, I don't know if you have a plan. I don't know if you know. I would just want to grab yellow and literally like just do the windows and maybe a couple of lights, like just a little flowers and maybe the windows. Like, you've got that little touch of yellow in there, and I would just leave the rest of it black and white. Just bring that little bit of yellow around for the lanterns and the windows, and then call it. That is just, as is, stunning. There's something in it, in its simplicity, that is just so beautiful. I mean, it's kind of tempting, yeah. My brain just goes yellow and glitter, and then I'll be done. Yellow in the things, like little touches of yellow on each island for like the glowing lanterns, the windows. You find little pops of places to put little pops of yellow, and then I would get some dark blue glitter in the background. But again, that's me, and that is my brain. I love it though. Really love it. It's so cool, just the black and white, smoky grey. See? Simple, effective, and very monochromatic. That's why I started thinking I had to convince myself I can leave white space. You can leave white space. You can absolutely leave white space. Yeah, there's nothing saying we have to cover up entirely the page. Like, there's white space in this background. No, it's background, it's a bit different, but yeah, absolutely. Leave the white space. I mean, you saw that flower that I sent through to you. I didn't colour the flower. Again, I'm going to pull it out. So, Fairies in Dreamland by Denise Clett. I did this one. I splashed a Gansai Tambi and watercolours in the background. I used paint pen to colour in the fae and the stem. I did nothing on the flower except plonk some glitter on top. I didn't colour it, I didn't shade it, I didn't do anything. And I was sitting there going, oh, maybe I should pull out the pencils and at least, you know, put some shading when the flowers are just deeper or stuff like that. And I was like, nah, I just want glitter on it. I just want glitter on it. And then I did a white outline. And I love it. You can leave, and I know it's not white space, but it's like you don't have to colour everything. I mean, the other thing is too, is if you do decide to do it, you just colour in the yellow, and then you're like, change your mind. Change your mind. Right. Where are we up to? We can do, where else can we do blue? I'm trying to do multiple sections at once, because we're so close to having it all filled in, and my gosh, am I ready? I still have to like work little sections at a time because of I don't want to like rub my hands over everything. Alright, you've dried, so I can at least fix you up now. Alright. I'm gonna do you purple, because you can actually be light green. I need the light green. Which happens to be the next one in this order. Awesome. I'm struggling so bad to do realistic skin tone. Oh no, Stardust. Gentle layers, a little bit at a time. Is it to do with like the tones, or is it where to put the tones? Need to get out my granulating guns, I Tambi, to do those kinds of backgrounds. Heck yeah, Gail. I put up a video yesterday all about them actually, and just using them for backgrounds because they're fabulous. You can also use regular watercolors. Like I use very cheap watercolors, and it's just about working wet on wet. Don't be afraid. Slap it on your paper. Let the paper do its thing, and then don't touch it till it's dry. And then just grab your pencils and work on top, and it's super quick. And I think it's also very effective. But yes, Winter, if you need to go to bed, please get the sleepy sleeps. How did you do the background in this one? Did you do it first? I did, Jules. So this background is a medium called Gunzai Tambi granulating watercolors. So it's a special watercolor that does sort of bloom, and it has two colors in one. So I used a couple of different colors of it. So there looks like there's 6 colors, but it's like 3 palettes. But so like here where it's like both purple and pink, I don't know how well it'll come up. That's in the one, and it will separate and granulate into lots of different colors. Trying to find, there they are. Sorry, there's stuff everywhere. So this is like an orange variant of it where it granulates into blue and a bit of green. This one's bit of blue. You might be able to see like a little bit of orange. So yeah, just wet the background, slap this on, let it do its thing, and then I work on top once it's dry later on. But you can also get away with just using watercolors to do it. So this one's watercolors. Snaily whaleys. Sneak peek. So this one I just dotted some different colors of watercolor and just let it bleed. So I wet the paper, add in the watercolors, and it just bleeds everywhere. And yeah. And then once it's dry, I work on top. Snaily whaley, whaley snaily. Yep, all snails are now forever snaily whaley, thanks to Melissa. This is Tiny Tales book 1 and book 2. Yeah. So yeah, Amazon printed paper. I work with watercolors on Amazon printed paper. And all of them I've chucked a little bit of iridescent watercolor in there too to splatter it around. I just splatter it. This one's like a pink purple, and then these are reddy orange pink. Yeah. It does. It's a really effective background. It's one of my favorite background techniques, and it's also very quick, which is nice as well. But when I do eventually get down there, Jules, I will bring water mediums so we can play around, and you can have a little play with some water mediums, because I think you'd have a little bit of fun. Honestly, when I do eventually get down there, I'm just going to have to bring a whole suitcase of colouring supplies and colouring books and inadvertently hold a colouring party. If I felt confident enough to drive, I probably would be okay to drive, but I don't know if I'd be allowed to take the car, to be perfectly honest. But if I drove down there, it'd be a little bit easier. But bus is cheaper, especially with the cost of fuel right now. yeah, colouring party. So many supplies. There's some books that I'm scared to colour because they're so pretty. Scared I'll mess it up. Yeah, there's a lot of us that feel that sometimes, and we put a lot of pressure on ourselves. That's another reason why I like doing those backgrounds, because also once the page is no longer white, it's no longer as scary, because it's like it's already got colour on the page, so you might as well keep on colouring it. Yeah. Oh, the flamingo book. It looks familiar. This is Animal Kingdom by MERMAY. You can always do !project, and it will pop up the whatever my current project is that I'm working on. May take a hot minute. There you go. And it will tell you all the things I'm using. Or that I've planned to use, because I'm planning to use some glitter glues. So that's why glitter glues is on there. Because we're going to glitterify our flamingo, this main pink area. But yeah, also if you like, assuming you're like, I don't remember the project command, don't be afraid, like, just ask. It's all good. I just set it up for ease, and also because if people don't want to ask, then there's a way to find out without having to, you know? Oh my goodness, it's 1:45. I should probably have some lunch at some point. But we're so close to being done. I'm like, I wanna get this done. Okay, we're gonna speed through the last of this. If we haven't finished it by 2, I'm just gonna stop then, and I'm gonna go and heat up some leftovers and go and make some lunch. Because otherwise I'm gonna be doing silly things and eating junk food because I haven't had proper food. So that is the deal I will make. In 15 minutes we are stopping, regardless of where we're at, and we're going to make some food. We're not stopping stream. I'm just going to take a break to go and make food. And then once that's done, we'll come back and carry on. No worries, Nissa. There's quite a few, like, commands and secret stuff like that. And, yeah. It's all good. If you know about it, awesome. And if you don't, awesome. It's all good. It's just there for ease. Plus, sometimes it's, like, for me, sometimes I can say the name or hear someone, blah, 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 blah. Let me reword that. My words aren't working well. I can be in a stream and someone will go, oh yeah, this is blah, blah, blah book. And my brain just can't process that. So also having it so it appears on the screen. For me, I would hear it and then be able to read it and go, ah, Millie Mariotta's Animal Kingdom. Also means if it's like a title that you're interested in, you can then just copy and paste and Google search that as well. So, yeah. Just making things easy as much as I can. Oh, no, that pink was not dry. Oh, no. Okay, you're gonna bleed together a little bit. We will deal with that later. You hate it? I don't know why. I love it. But I'm also seeing it for a computer screen. Again, I can see you building up tones around here. I can see that little touch of purple with the shadows. Yeah, no, I can see the depth in her skin. Also keep in mind you're trying to balance this around a lot of warmer colours too. And you haven't coloured in like the lips or the gem or anything like that. So there's still areas of paper that also throwing the color balance out. But what about it are you not a fan of? Because I love it. I think it's gorgeous. Pretty. It's so pretty. This is also on the list of things that we're tackling today. Oh, didn't seal that one up properly, but that's okay. I have to make sure I go in and make sure these paint pens are sealed properly at the end. She looks too pink still. Yeah, okay, so the issue is you still feel she feels too pink, which is understandable. Keep in mind, you've also got warmer hair, warmer jacket around her. You haven't done the eyes, you haven't done the lips, so that will always throw the color balance off. I always find the lips throw my color balance off until I do the lips. So you're still in that phase, but you can also still layer. So the right now you are using 136, aren't you? I've got my Albert Duras beside me, so we're just going to borrow them. So you're using 136 purple violet to, I'm showing you as if you can see behind the picture. 136 purple violet to shade into with your browns and stuff. If you need to bring out further and cool down, I also sometimes use this one here, 146 sky blue, and I use that to extend out those shadows a bit more in a very light layer. Because this one is cooler while being lighter. And I'm saying with me, I'm going to put me on just chatting. Also, Athleen, I see your message. I will pull it up in a second. So we've got shadow. We've got deep shadow here. And then I would normally like this bit to come out because that's a blush, right? But we need this in shadow, but it's not the deepness of this shadow here. So this is where I would use this as a blender over the top and bring this forward, which would allow me to cool down this area. And then because here is not cooled down, that will project forward, because warm colors come forward and cool colors recede back, which is why shading on top of warmer with a slightly cooler tone helps tone it down. So yeah, sky blue 146. You could also sub in light ultramarine 140 if that's what you've got. Again, working very, very lightly because you can always do more layers. And then if it's getting that the highlight points still feel too peach, sometimes I do work a little bit of cool grey one. Very, very lightly though, because it will muddy up skin tones. But that is another thing I sometimes work in there. But again, layering, light layers, it sucks to build it up like that, but that is how I can tint. You're basically tinting the polychromos layers and tinting them more down and down and down. Hopefully that makes sense, Stardust. And it's all good. Right. Ooh, we went blue. That is gorgeous. Like a bluey purple. Ooh, I love that. against the warm of that hat with the gold trim. You've also got primary there, so that's also really well balanced. You've got red, yellow, blue, primary colors, instant balance. And then I think it's also going to bring out that little bit of blue in the eyes too, which is really, really cool. And then the purple of the gem. Yeah, I like where you're going with that, Athaline. That is gorgeous. Okay, I understand. Thanks for the visual. No worries. I'm glad that helps. Yeah. That's, at the end of the day, you can only try. And it's still looking gorgeous. You're just in progress. It's the in progress. It's very lovely. It is, isn't it? I love being able to share you guys' art. You guys are just so good. So good. Athaline, thank you so much for sharing with us. It is stunning. It's awesome to see how much progress you're making on it too. But yes, if you need to head to bed, head to bed. Thank you so much for being here. Get that good rest. Alright. Alright, what was I up to? I need more yellow. Home stretch. Home stretch. Clean up some of the yellow edges, because it's the more translucent one, so it does need the cleaner edges. Thank you. Yeah, hopefully I will find sleep tonight, but who knows? It's okay. If I don't sleep, well, I'll just colour. Oh, either Nibbling is watching TV, or all that noise before was Nibbling going home for the day. Oh, well, I dotted green there, so you're going to be green now. Clean up that overflow a bit. You're now this colour. You're now this colour. Yeah. At the end of the day, my advice is always going to be just try it, because you'll never truly screw something up. Yes, things won't go to plan, and the plan may change, and you may have to deviate. You may even have to leave the piece sitting there for years until you figure out how you're going to revive it. But yeah, I truly don't believe you'll ever completely screw up a colouring page. But I also understand wanting to do your best work ever, especially in certain illustrations and all that sort of stuff. So I also do understand that. But yeah, I'm always just going to encourage you to just do the thing and go for it. Wow, you've exploded, pen. Cool. I'm going to have to go in with purple afterwards, but not until that's dry, because that's messy. To messy pen. I'm gonna have to go back over a couple of these greens. It's always this one that messes it up. That's okay. We're gonna use the last of it in a minute anyway. We can do another yellow in here. And then we're gonna be up to our lucky last one, which I can't even do right now because this pen's too wet. Actually, no, we might be able to. Doesn't touch it. Lucky last. Good night, Yana. Get some good sleep. There's no way I'm sharing any of mine. Jules, it's not about sharing perfect work, your best work. It is just about celebrating the creativity that we do as a community. So all forms of creativity is valid, like colouring, sewing. We had someone who shared like painting on clothes. Any form of creativity is what we celebrate with the art tax. It's just a way to share, to see what you're up to. And I'm nosy and I like seeing what people are up to. So yeah, but you don't have to share. Art tax is always an optional tax, because taxes are optional here. But I love it. Love, love, love it. Plow ahead, make all the mistakes, run through them headlong, and thus I shall learn. Exactly. And the thing is too, when you are first learning a skill, like think back to a child and you learning how to write. When you first start learning, like, it feels like the increase is exponential because you're just going for it. Like, you don't care as a child, you're just going for it. And so you make spelling mistakes, you have the bad writing, and then over the years you just go and go and go. And then it starts tapering off as you get older, you learn more words, your handwriting may or may not neatify, you know, things like that. It's the same with skills. When we first start learning and we're picking up a new thing, you're picking up new skills. So you're like, your growth is just up, 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 and then it starts tapering as you learn more and more, and then you might even plateau. So, you know, but as part of that, as part of learning those skills, you're making mistakes. It is part of that growth, and you're not going to get up here if you don't make mistakes down here. So, do the thing, make the mistakes, but also, you never know when you might make a masterpiece. That's all I can encourage. Tell you what, I'll share my Disney Princess Castle terrain when it's done. Yes, please. I am so excited. I cannot wait for you. It's going to be amazing. Actually, do you want some flocking medium for like miniatures and stuff like that? Because I've got a big container of it just sitting here, and I don't make model minis anymore, so I'm not going to use this flocking medium that I can think of. So can add that to the pile of things to eventually bring down to you, or to make into a big postage bundle. Because yeah, if you're going to put flocking grass around your terrain, anytime, Stardust. I'm trying to, I hope I don't come across too preachy, because I'm trying not to be like preachy know-it-all, because I don't know it all. I am so don't know it all. But I also, you know, experience is subjective, right? And this is my experience, so it's subjective and biased in some ways. But yeah, I just want to encourage creativity. It's all I can do. Chat, that's done. It's not 100% done. So there's two things I want to do. I want to clean up in here a little bit, and then I want to put glitter on there. But to do that, I need this to dry down first a bit more. And then, as I said, at 2 o'clock, it's technically 2:02, but at 2 o'clock I was going to take a break, because I have been streaming now for 5.5 hours, and it's, yeah, I need to have a stretch. I can feel like I need to have a stretch. I feel like I need to go to the bathroom, and I should also make some food, because I am starting to get hungry. So we're going to take a little bit of a break now. It's not going to be like huge long, but it is going to take me at least 5 minutes to get my food situated, to get that in the microwave, to go to the bathroom, and that sort of thing. So I also encourage you all to take a really good break here. Get up, make sure you're stretching. If some of you are heading off to bed, head off to bed. Again, feel free to have me in the background, but if you need to go to sleep, go to sleep. Yeah, but at the very least, please have a stretch. Do you need to also make food? Do you need to take medication? Do you have laundry in the machine that you were meant to change over? Is a dishwasher being turned on? Or do you need to empty out the dishwasher? Do you need to take out the garbage? What is a little thing that you can do to self-care for yourself so things are easier for you in the future? So I am going to put you all on the break screen. And as I said, we're going to be at least 5 minutes. We may be edging closer to 10 minutes here. Because it'll take a minute for me to organise food, get in the microwave, go to the toilet, probably make another cup of coffee. I don't know. But we're going to take a break here. And I'll see you all in a little bit. Ignore that. I was just seeing what that was. Nothing makes you realize how hungry you are until you eat something when you're really, really hungry. Right, welcome back everybody. Let's get you on the art screen. I have savoury beef and potato, savoury minced beef, and then potato, mashed potato. It's technically our dinner, but it's also cold and I wanted something hot for lunch. I just put some more pepper on top because I keep a finger pepper in my room. And then I made myself a new cup of tea. Because cup of tea. It's so hot. Immediately make a mess. Okay. So, hope you've all done well. Hope you had a good break. Hope you've looked after yourself. I am feeling so much better. Oh. Definitely needed that good stretch break. And most of our things have dried. One is still drying. But it's enough that we could clean up. Thank you, Stardust. Might fall asleep. Nope, that's all good. I have multiple people that use me to fall asleep and have me up in the background to fall asleep too. So if you find yourself drifting off, please do. It means that you feel safe and cozy and comfy. And I love that. That's what I want. Excuse me. I want you to come to stream and just feel like you're in a cozy blankie. That's why we escape the real world here. We just live in our cozy little blankies. Because sometimes that's what you need. Right, so I'm just going to not use that one. I've got a few different types here because I wasn't sure which one would be better. Yeah. That's better for like planning out, but the actual colour of it isn't better. This one's colour is better. Ah! Didn't mean to just like yeet that off to the side. Is this a better? No, that's a better colour. Just cleaning up around the edge of the beak. It's not too bad. I was pretty good at not like overlapping it too badly. There's just a couple of little areas where slightly overlapped, and I just want to clean that up. We've got our little white highlight on our beak. I think we'll put one here too. We've got our white eye highlights. Just do white around here. That just gives me the excuse to clean up this edge. Not even going to be all that noticeable, but that's not the point. The point is just to clean up this yellow, because this yellow was kind of not great. And the green can stay as is. And then in theory I could also do some highlights on the pink, but I kind of like the idea of leaving just the beak with that shiny highlight. I like it. So you go in there. And all of y'all go back into my regular, a big tub of paint pens. Can't reach it. You can just go there and I'll put you away later. We need another spoonful of food. Oh, the bowl's so nice and warm. I'm gonna go and get into my PJs and have a stretch and pick up laundry. Be back in 15. Perfect. Good on you, Stardust. I am also in PJs. 99% of the time when I stream, I am in some form of pajamas. Because PJs are comfy. And screw human clothes. Again, cozy comfy vibes. So. We love PJs. Alright. Finish off my water of this bottle. Because while I've had a bit of tea and coffee today, I haven't actually had any plain water. But I've been having herbal tea all day, so we're not too bad. Alright. Glitter. We have a few options. I kind of want to combine the two of these, to be honest. They're just out of the dryer. Oh my gosh, toasty and warm PJs. Yes. So I know on stream this one is looking really yellow, but in real life it is pink with a gold reflect, and this one is pink with a green reflect, and that's why I'm kind of leaning towards both of these and just mixing them. I think that could be quite fun. And what I could do, this is more purpley blue though. Could put a base layer of that down, but yeah, that's more purple blue. I do have Glamour Dust, and that's more, I think that's got actually quite a pinky reflect from memory. Yeah, Glamour Dust first. So we get a fine iridescent layer, because this one's got like a little bit of a pink reflect to it, so it'll be quite pretty. And once the Glamour Dust is dried, chunky sparkles on top for the fun. This is our practical glitter. This gives us the iridescent shine. So this is Deco Art Glamour Dust that I'm using right now. Also another fabulous glitter product. If you are needing another glitter recommendation, it's a very fine glitter. It does leave the texture of sandpaper on top of your, where you brush it on. So another fabulous glitter. That's quite good because it's also going to help distinguish between the lighter pink feathers and the body pink over here. Okay. Make sure we don't put that into our cup of tea. It would be a very me thing to do. Alright, putting you guys on mute. I'm gonna wolf down some food while I dry off that glitter. Okay. Oop. So that's got the glamour dust dried down enough that we can work on top with our second glitter. Because we want all the glitters. Because of course we do. It's our Amy picture. Of course we want all the glitters. Are we even surprised? Yes, I just chucked the empty bottle on the floor because it's gone into the recycling pile. Okay. So, I have these two Pastime Craft glitter glues. I'm going to use a mixture of the both of them on the page. I actually think it might be better to go with that way. With a blob of that one. And a blob of that one. And I want these colours a bit mixed so you can see just how thick this gel is. Like, it is so funky, these glitters, but oh, they're so thick, which is a good thing. Alright, I need a smaller and firmer. Yeah. I need something with a little bit of a tip so I can get into some of these more pointy areas. And glitter, glitter, glitter. Glitter, glitter, glitter. We love the glitter. So what I'm just trying to do is make sure that it's all spread around evenly, but also some of these chunkier pieces, like trying to push them down a bit, because right now they're all up the top there, because that's where we kind of plonked our glue to begin with. So we want to make sure that some of them are coming down a bit. I'm just trying to spread out the chunky glitter as evenly as we can for a chaos glitter. Because these glitter in like 4 different sizes in here, so. Alright, lower section. Now we've got a bit of a coating on here. I'm just going to try and pull a little bit off. I know, less glitter, shock horror. But I think it's a little too much up here. Alright. Just need a little bit more chunkies down the bottom here. I like it. It's good. I just need more chunky glitter. And I know right now it probably looks a little weird to y'all on the other side of the camera. Trust the process. Because you're also looking at it through glossy eyes and a weird camera angle. Trust the process. Trust in me. There is a vision. we're going to close that up. Get that out of the way. Alright, I'm going to put you guys back on mute. Another hair's dryer. Finish my food while I'm at it. And then I'll show you. Okay, so that glitter glue is still drying down, but you can see that little touch of magic. And I'm so pleased with that. I think that is fabulous, and I think that is ready to be considered done. So what I am going to do now is I'm going to spend 2 seconds to run my dish out so I can get it soaking and, you know, easy to clean later on. So I'm going to run that out. I'm not even going to put you on the break screen. I'm just going to turn off my face cam, go drop that off, and then come back and we will move on to the next page, which is exciting. Figure out what we're going to colour next. Okay, we're back and we're done. Now I get to do the exciting thing of going boom, because we've completed a double. Which means 2 pages done today. Whoop whoop. Alright. And of course I need to do a little a little like no. Gotta capture the glitter, and honestly videos are usually the better way to do glitter. Okay. So you need to go back. I just pulled out as an example. Oh, what's stabbing me from my pocket? What did I put in my pocket? I think it's a, yeah, it's a, that's needed. You go up there. Down here. Okay. We're going for another quick win, and then I think we'll go on to something more detailed, but let's do a quick win. Camellia, Angel Covers. Gosh, I cannot type today. 50 mythical miniatures. Oops. I'm using Gunzo Tabi, iridescent, acrylic paint, pens. First minute, oh, that's a bit of a wild one in terms of all things we're using, but a bit of a wild one. We're going to use these pencils. So when I went back to get the glitter glue, I saw these. I've been eyeing these up for a while. They're also by Pastime. It's like, I bet they're just white label. Wonder if they're any good. And so I was like, you know what, on impulse, I'm going to buy them, because if anything, it's a real handy set to take to bed. 72 pencils. It's a good amount. I was like, okay. I haven't swatched them. When I went to check out, they forgot to charge me for them. And I did not realise until I was home, it's too far away for me to go back. I have a rule that if I notice it in store, I will correct it, because that's being honest. But if I get home, yeah. So, 3 set of pencils. They're okay. They're not bad. They're definitely like a cheap set of pencils, but for a box to take to bed or a box just to take on the bus with me, like, absolutely fine. So I'm going to use them here. So I've used a little bit of Prismacolor on the water and some paint pens. Some paint pens in the eye. I wonder if I can work over the eye without scratching it off. Not really. That's okay. Again, we're just going for another slightly easy win. While I figure out for the next one, which is probably going to be Wildflower Folk, how I'm going to... Yeah, I'm going to have to settle on a few things to colour that Wildflower Folk one, but I do want to get onto it, especially with watching so many of y'all. I'm just debating if I do Inktense or if I do Ohuhus as a base. Also, cheap set of 72 pencils, and yet they can still give colour names to everything. Crayola. Yeah, nothing to rave home about, but for the price, they're not bad. I will enjoy them, and as I said, they can be used in bed. I don't have to worry. You don't always need the most expensive supplies. So I hope you're all doing well out there. Oh, gotta update Instagram with the next photo. We'll finish off this tentacle first. Back on there. Okay. I have such a full tummy after eating my food, which was the point. Going to add in our white highlights to the eyes. Correct our black lines that have been painted over by accident. Oh, I never did white highlights on the side. Alright. You're back. What have you switched to? I have switched to 50 mythical miniatures. I'm just getting another easy win in there. This one will not take long. I wonder if I can get away with not pulling out the Prismacolors to fill it in with this. Nope. Need to go way darker. Welcome back. Hope you had a good break. May have another section that I've missed over there, but we'll correct that when we get to it. I haven't decided what color I'm doing the spots. If I'm doing them anything, I could also leave them and just put like, because I was gonna put some glaze pens over the eyes, but I could put glaze pens over the spots actually. That could be cool. Just let the colors of the Gansai Tambi be the... Yeah, that's not a bad idea actually. Maybe we'll do that. Cassie! Hello, hello. How are you going, lovely? I am doing pretty well, thank you. It's been another night of no sleep, but it's been a productive day again. So we did start off by doing some drawing, and then I just realized I was not in the mood for working on the coloring pages. So instead we switched to colouring, and we just finished off a flamingo page of Millie Mariotta. This one here. So I'd done the background with Gansai Tambi, and then I just used paint pens to colour in all the feathers. I did use paint for the main body because it's a big area. And then of course we put some glitter on top. So yeah. So that's our 2 pages that we've completed so far today. Feeling good and productive. Just got done with my forklift course. Guess who's allowed to be in a forklift now? Nice! Nice! You missed the glittering? That's okay. We can show you the effect of the glittering. Yeah. We finished this one. I like. But welcome back from the meeting, Jules. So the gloss is still drying a little bit, the glitter gloss. But yeah. We got our glittery rainbow flamingo. That was really fun, actually. So now we're just working on a kraken. This is in a book called 50 Mythical Miniatures. They're really cute, simple little images. This one has got Ganto Tambi in the background again, but fun, like hippogriff, a little dryad, also super, super cute. Actually, Jules, this might be one that you could potentially be interested in. It's pretty cheap, to be perfectly honest. So, yeah, like, because I know we were talking about colouring pages for certain situations. Where did that Hydra go? Yeah, look how cute that is. The illustrator behind this has lots and lots and lots of them as well. Yeah, I love them. They're really fun, simple little images. And they're cute and they make me happy. And yeah. It is so cute. Yeah. So, yeah, because Winter was here earlier. Winter had a hashtag for this book. And that's what actually got me. This was one of my first 50 Camellia and Jacoba. Those are the words I'm looking for. Because of Winter's hashtag. Now, unfortunately, I got this by the time Winter was just about done with the hashtag, but I also got the 50 Zodiac miniatures at the same time, and so that's why I've been able to join Jess on the Zodiac miniatures one. Yeah, it's such a cute book. So even though I missed the hashtag for it, I'm still going to love colouring it in. Because it's also very much my vibe. Sometimes it's good to just have that thing. So I think we're going to bring a little bit of yellow in as well. Just use it like a bit of a highlight colour. I'm not trying to be too pedantic with the covering up because I want the texture of the Ganto Tambi. So, but I do need like... Word, Amy knows words. Yeah, apparently I do. Words are hard, y'all. Yeah, I am going to go over the spots. Because if we do end up just using the clear on them, then I need that blue back. Use that to fill in that little area, even though that's technically Prisma. It's fine, can't even tell. I just love the fact that the Kraken looks like a little child playing with toy baths and like toy boats in the bath. And it's like, actually, it's this dangerous mythological creature, you know, creature of doom and destruction. It's like, we play in the ships in the bath. So yeah, how is your day going? Congratulations on getting your forklift license. That's exciting. Are you off work for the day, or... And are we colouring anything? And how are you going, Stardust? Are we back to Christine Karen, which will probably be the next page I work on after this. Again, I wanted another quick one. I knew this one wouldn't take too long, and I knew how I was approaching it, so I was like, I'm just going to get this one smashed out. That wind's getting back up. Still trying to get the skin tone correct. Little by little, you'll get it. I believe in you. Thank you, thank you. I'm done for the week now. Yeah, go back next Tuesday. Oh my goodness. Not sure if you want to colour it at the moment. That's all good. You will get in the zone if you get in the zone. Oh, didn't mean to colour over that. That's the one area we're not meant to be colouring. It's fine if we are. I'll make it work. Love the shift work roster. Yeah. Some of us aren't made for 9 to 5s, eh? I'm telling you what, I'm so glad that I don't have to work at the moment with how I've been sleeping, because, gosh, if I had to go to work after sleeping an hour last night and being up all night colouring because I could not sleep. Thank you to those that do. I think I could go back to a 9 to 5. I'm so glad you're enjoying it so much, Cassie. You deserved a good job after all the crap. I'm so glad. Yeah, I took out all my polys to see if I've got a pale blue. I found one light cobalt turquoise. If not, I'll have to go into Prisma. Eee. I think that's quite green tone, isn't it? Yeah, like cobalt turquoise. And it's also, it is quite warm. Yeah, it's more on the green side. I need more cold. Yeah, you need more of a colder blue because it is a warmer. It's got a yellow undertone to it. And if you introduce it, it will cancel out some of the pink, but it may also bring out more of that yellow. And I know you're also trying to balance out that yellow, so you really need more on the pure blue side. Yeah, so you might have to pull out the prismas, but you'll want to keep working lightly to try and layer. On the plus side, that also means you now can also access the French greys, as opposed to when I mentioned about, like, I try to avoid it if I can, but if I have to, I can blend a little bit of like cool grey one. You've got access to French grey 10% now, which is a little more browner as opposed to the grey, which can make it more muddled. But again, that's an absolute last resort for me because grey on the skin does make the skin feel more grey. Light blue first, if you can. Trying to think. I think cloud blue is like the real powdery blue. You also will have grade lavender that you can pull into in that same field, although I think again that's a bit warmer. Parma Violet can be a little on the purpler side. Oh yeah, so yeah, you've also pulled out the Cloud Blue. Yeah, Cloud Blue. If you can do a little swatch on the side, I don't know if you have the ability to swatch it with the undertones, but try it on a little bit in an area where it's not like gonna be noticed straight away, like a little bit of the side of the neck or the ear or somewhere where it's, yeah. Slowly, layer slowly. It may be, yeah, it may be too light, to be honest. Like you may need, I can't remember the name of the color, but you may need something with a little bit more a boost to it. But yeah, work light, work in layers. Yeah, Cloud Blue is what I would probably pull out. Yeah, so I'm purposely not trying to like burnish or anything here because I want to keep that texture that the Gansai Tambi has created because it acts as sort of like texture on the skin of the Kraken as well. So I am actually not trying to burnish here or anything. I am trying to just have a light layer of color. Just a unifying layer of color, but yeah. I did see today too that Camelia Andrzejkova has released a new book and it's mermaids. But it's more of the mermaid scenes, I think, as opposed to... I like these ones, not necessarily the full scenes. The full scenes are still cute, but I like more like this. I don't know if I'm alone in that. So like the miniatures, I think is the range. I think it's when it says like it's a miniature, it's like this, but when it's a scene, it's one of the contained ones. I don't know if anyone else feels like that, but yeah. I really like the miniatures. I was about to say my throat's hurting, but I've got tea right beside me. Drink your tea, Amy, and then your throat won't hurt so much. It's simple and fun and gives you a sense of achievement. Exactly. Exactly. It's a quick win, and that's why we're doing it, because it was already based. It's not going to be hard to finish it off. The majority of it's done, and it's just a quick win. So I was like, I'm just going to get this Kraken knocked out. So thank you for the smell command. Yes, let's have a little check-in with ourselves. Hydrate, stretch, take your meds. What else can you do to look after yourself? Have you had your meds today? Are you doing your meds? Not sure if I want to take a nap or drink some coffee and fight it. Oof. I can't answer that one for you, hun. That one. Yeah. You could always try taking a nap and set a timer, and if you're not asleep by the time the timer goes off. Like, not a full alarm, but, you know. Be like in 20 minutes if you're not asleep when you get up. But I don't know if then having a timer set would make you, like, watch the timer. Coffee for the win. I mean, we have had a lot of coffee today and tea. But it's also because it's freezing and I want the, like, warmth. I may go lie down for a bit because I didn't fall asleep too well last night. I'm going to have stream on because it's nice to fall asleep too. Perfect. That sounds like a wonderful plan. As somebody who also did not sleep well last night, I also fully understand. So, yes. Get the good cozy on. Get comfy in bed. Rest and relax. And if you don't fall asleep, well, we're here. But if you do fall asleep, yay, and you get the good self-cares. I coloured in this little bit as if it was tentacle, but it's actually boat. But that's fine. We'll cover it up. And we'll be like it never happened. Yeah, they're not bad, these little pastime pencils. I mean, this is a $30 set of pencils. It's $30 New Zealand, so it's about $20 American, and it's about what I pay for a 30 set of Faber-Castell classic colours, and these are on par with classic colours, except there's 72 of them, so they're not bad. I wouldn't, like, rush out to grab them, but I'm not mad I've got them. I missed half the boat here. And the only reason I grabbed them was because they said that they are the pastime ones. And I was like, I bet you that you're a dupe. Just like that glitter glue. And so I was like, I'm just gonna do it. And then it wasn't till I got home that I realised that the lady at the counter never actually charged me for them. Because I spent $30 on glitter and $30 on pencils. And I was only charged about $30. So I think she forgot to charge me for the pencils because she definitely scanned me for the glitter. So yeah, but as I said, I didn't notice till I got home. I didn't have a receipt, and my rule is if I see it in store, I'm honest because I'm in store and I do believe in being honest. So if I notice it's incorrect in store, I will correct it. Be like, nope. And then if I get home and notice it, well, I'm already home. So going into lurk mode. Oh, good, Cassie. Enjoy your lurk. Get that more. See, tomorrow I need to get some groceries. I'm also going to go to the gym. There's also a sauna at the gym, so I'm like, ooh, maybe I should try the sauna out. I've never actually been in one, but I could see that being really good. So I see I'm gonna go to the gym, and even if I just go on the treadmill for an hour, but I do want to go and keep working on the upper arm strength because it doesn't affect the hernia. So go and kick some gym butt. And then, as I said, I need to do groceries. I also have some stuff to drop off at the op shop sometimes, so I should do that. And then tomorrow night is Feta Bison. Is there a pool there? Sadly, no. But I do also get discounted pool access with my green card, so I just haven't been to the pools lately. I haven't been since the elevator broke down, actually. But yeah, actually, no, I haven't been basically since I left my job, because I didn't have any income coming in there for a while, so I didn't want to, like, potentially spend what little money I had, because I left my job with no savings, so I was like scraping by, and it's only because, you know, people are understanding, and we're like, yeah, no, we understand, we'll give you some time about stuff. Yeah, not fun. But now that I'm getting disability support again, could actually start looking at going back to the pools. Yeah, the time when the elevator broke down on me. But that was when we were going outside for aqua aerobics. And that's the thing too, is I also can't do aqua aerobics at the moment. So it's also been like, I don't want to go to the pools because I can't do aqua aerobics. I can still like aqua jog, like that's still really good for me. But yeah, I love aqua aerobics. But again, that's another hernia trigger. So I've also been recommended not to do aqua aerobics. And it's like, oh. That's why I was quite excited about the gym and working out that I could still do, if I am careful with the lifting and do upper body lifting and don't do anything too stomach crunchery like leg press or stationary bike also counts. I figured that one out yesterday, but avoid those sort of things. We can kind of get away with it, so yeah. Alright, so now I've just got those little tentacle suction pads. You don't have an ivory, do you? It's kind of the colour that I want. No, you don't really have an ivory. Just use a little bit of like a, what do you call this? Bronze. I should actually make a swatch card since you've gone to the effort of actually naming the pencils. I should really... Maybe. I don't see these being a go-to. I see these just being a flopping in bed with a book. And not being able to lift my 500 case for one reason or another. I can't be bothered with the 500 case, so... There's like no pigment in this white, so this is fairly useless, but it's just the slightest pigment touch, so. And if it is on anything darker, you can kind of see. I really like the Gansai effect. Yeah, it makes a really easy, as I was saying, an easy background, but also like the mottled texture. And we're going to make it pop a bit more, so bear with me. I mean, look how quickly we shaded in that whole thing. Because I don't have to shade in the whole thing, I just need to indicate the shadows and the highlights. And then... what we're going to do is we're going to use a white paint pen. We might have to get a new white paint pen because this one might have had it. Maybe I just need to give it a really good shake. Yeah, I just need to give it a really good shake. Do a little bit of a white outline, which will help help our kraken pop out a bit. Really coming together more and more. I do like the more thin, I do very thin layers upon layers. Yeah, that's a big part of the skin. Like, it's hard because it's like you're seeing it, you're seeing how wrong it is, but just keep building those layers, keep trusting the process you're going to go through. So you're basically applying makeup, you know? You basically took it to someone having a thick coat of foundation on, and then you're applying your blush and your contour and your highlight and, you know, all these bits and pieces layer by layer. But I'm glad you're starting to feel it. You got this. I know you're shading. I believe in you. Just trust the process. Keep on working. Take it slow. Take breaks when you need to. Thin layers. Tint that skin little by little. Alright, so I've just gone around the kraken. I haven't gone around the water or the water droplets. Do we want to do that? Yes, it does. Intense is wonderful. Yeah, no, I don't think I want to go around the blue. I think I want to maybe... Let's do some highlights. Yeah, I think this paint pen may be coming to the end of its life. Yet another Posca. It's not surprising, I use a lot of Posca. Yeah, regret on the water. It's fine. Actually, maybe we'll put glitter on the blue. Maybe. Alright. Somewhere around here. There they are. Very specifically, I want my glazed pens. This is the yellow, isn't it? Oh, no, I did have the light on. My bad. I was like, it's so dark in here. I mustn't have the light on. I do have the light on. It's just a really dark day today. Might have to turn on my other light. Alright, I do have to come back in and re-add in my white highlights. Do that at the end. This is why I didn't worry too much about colouring the little spots, because we're going to use texture. I'm going to colour them with glaze pens. And we will do the trick where we do 2 coats so that it's extra glossy. We'll decide if I'm gonna do anything to the water, because my brain is going glitter, glitter, glitter. I really like the texture. Nearly there. I have 2 lights on at the moment. It's 11:24 p.m. Trying to get less shadow, but it's hard on the couch. Yeah. I mean, it's hard here. I mean, the main problem is normally the light behind me is causing a shadow, but it's just the light everywhere today. It's just not a great lighting day. Alright, so we're also going to need our few other colours. We're going to have the inside mouth also glossy, and we'll just do a layer of red. We may not do 2 layers on that one. And we want our clear. I don't even know if the clear is working. Oh, yeah. The problem with the clear is it's really hard to tell if it is actually working. So hopefully, at least with the coloured ones, it's easy to tell when it's working because, you know, there's a tint of colour. Yeah, it sounds like nibbling. I think we have second nibbling in the house. Alright, give that a moment to dry down. Wasn't glaze pens discontinued? Yes, they were. Very, very sad. I only got into them right as they discontinued them. So, yeah, I have some and they are delightful. That's our red. But I'm also not going to, like, not use them just because they're discontinued now, you know? Like, that also feels like a waste to not use them. So, we're going to use them. Yeah, I found out about using them way too late. But luckily I was gifted not only the full set of colours, but then a few spare black and whites, or black and clears, so it's like, this person knew. And then, yeah, I'm pretty sure it was Jess that I heard the tip on that if you're using glaze pens, do 2 coats. Because the first coat is almost like a sealer of the page coat, and then the second coat is the glossy on top coat. And yeah, because the first time I used them, I was like, oh, okay, they're kind of shiny, but I don't get the rave about them. And then when I started doing 2 coats of them, I was like, I understand the hype around them now. I understand why everyone is sad that they're discontinued. They've been made to be used, not just sitting on a shelf. Exactly. Exactly. Yeah. I do hope that someone, like, I don't know why they discontinued them, because as far as I can tell, they are very well liked. I mean, for me, it was just simply access. I don't know a single place in New Zealand that sold them. Jelly rolls are actually really hard to find here. There's a couple of scrapbookers that sell, like, some of them, but a lot of jelly rolls are surprisingly hard to find. So maybe it was just, you know, access. I don't know if it's that they had to discontinue them because they no longer can get the formulation stuff, or it's not become viable, or what, but yeah, hopefully one day they'll go, actually, let's make glaze pens, and they return them back in an even wider range of colours. Right. So I think I need to do another coat on the eye shinies, just because I can't actually genuinely tell if I have got it on there. So I think for just to guarantee, we'll do a 3rd coat just on the clear. Okay, here we go. Oh, hello. There's another ingredient in the pencil that they can't source anymore. Damn. Maybe the ingredients aren't available like the prism lavender. Yeah. Yeah, so purple in a lot of brands does end up getting discontinued. Purple is a very difficult pigment. That is why a lot of the time there is not as many purples in a set as well. It's an expensive pigment. It's a difficult pigment. Yeah, so I don't know if it's necessarily the pigment per se, but it could be something to do with the medium in it. It just could also be too expensive. I'm just debating if it needs any glitter, but I'm actually quite happy with it again. I mean, I could technically get out the big chunky glitter again, but I quite like it. So I quite like the little textural difference of having those glaze. And it's got that little white outline, so you can see like here how much clearer it pops out with just that little white outline to separate it from the background. And now because we've worked pencil over it, even though it's Gansai Tambi over the whole thing, we've used an opaque pencil at the water, so you can't tell under the water. We used a translucent pencil for the actual Kraken, and it reads as Kraken texture instead of background. And then we have it in the background, so that's why I just throw it over the whole page and roll with it. But yeah, I think we can count that one as done. Which means we can now go free for our page count for the day. Happy birthday for Wednesday! That is so exciting. Right, I need somewhere to put you. Where am I gonna put you? Okay, I'm gonna have to put us on Be Right Back screen for a moment because I think I need to go and say hi to Nibblings. So I will just be a couple minutes and take a bit of a stretch break. I encourage you to do the same. forgot to say hi. Might be doing some stuff tomorrow. Oh my goodness, where did I get all these notifications from? Oh, hello. Why do I get all these notifications? We've got a new friend in the Discord. Yay! Oh my goodness. Yay. Okay, we're back. So, I think it's time to work on Wildflower Folk. I still need to come back in and work more on this. I count it as a completed page, but I want to develop it more. It's too pale. It's not enough development. But we're going to work on this amber page. Because, as I said, I do need to get this coloured. And maybe at the same time we'll end up thinking of potential. We've got a couple of names that were potentially suggested for the character. But maybe we'll find that name. Now, I'm just debating what... I never did take a picture of the Kraken, did I? Well, I'm going to have to stand up to get a material for this, no matter what. I don't know why you feel like you need to hide that, YouTube. There's nothing wrong with that. So I'm just debating. Sorry, I'm also thinking. My brain's going, wee! And I forgot a cup, so we're just gonna... It's only me that drinks from this, so... Oh, that's cold. Oh, that's cold. Especially after drinking lots of tea all day. Oh! Right. Alcohol markers or ink tints? What do I feel like? If I get ink tints, I'm going to have to change the paint water. But I will get more control over the colours. But I think I'm going to go alcohol markers for the base. I think I'm going to pull out the Ohuhus. I like the Ohuhus for in these books. And then I can work the polys on top. Yeah, that's a plan. All in for the CK, yeah. Right. Possibly not the best photo, but it'll do. You need to go away. You need to go away. You need to go. You need to go away. Your new stuff to figure out. Girl should go away. Right, pencil set 1. Main pencil set. Ooh, kind of mate. Right. Oh, hoo-hoos. That's my law notes. Really put away those cookies. Don't you fall. Right. And our colour charts. For 3 of our colour charts. Where's the 4th colour chart? Uh-oh. But that's totally not going to present a problem. Uh-oh, spaghetti-o. Had them all up there. I know last time I used them, they were all up there. Well, ooh, luckily, no, one of them is the blues, isn't it? No, we've got the blues, we've got the skims. Okay. So it's the reds and the pinks. But I don't think we're going to use a lot of red and pink, so I guess that's a lucky thing. Right, so the last thing I want to check, so this is my like little lore. I'm missing one of my colour charts for the Ohuhus. I've got 1, 3, and 4, but I'm missing page 2. And I don't know where, and I don't see where it is. But, like, there's a couple of places it could be hiding. But we should be all good. Alright, Pathfinder, Varisian, colours, white. What does white mean? Okay. So again, this is meant to represent this character that I'm going to be playing. A couple of things that we need. Shadow's blanket he's refusing to go over there. Okay, I wonder if it's in here. No, that's just all the word. Perfect. Words are hard, y'all, today. Like, I struggle with the words today. Let's just triple check it's not in here. Those are in there. And it's a colour chart from something else, so that might be handy, but yeah, I don't think it's in here. It'll be around somewhere. Like, there's only so many places it could be. And hey, I've got a colour chart here of some other, like some pinky red blends. If I decide I do want pinky red for the lips, I'll just grab some colours from that one for the red blends. Yeah. I can't even remember what last book I used them in is. Like, I know when I moved them up there, all 4 were up there, so it's possible one has also fallen behind the shelf up there. It could also be under something up there. So there's so much stuff around from the rearrange though, because again, I haven't finished the rearrange yet. So there's a lot of places it also could be. Alright, so I want to make sure, like, anywhere that there's a place for embroidery, we're making clear that there's embroidery. Because that's a big thing. We want bright, colourful colours, but then we also need her, like, cloak. So I'm thinking her cloak will be like a dark blue black. Like, she wants to be in a black cloak, but she can't because, you know, colours. Because blue, teal and yellow are sort of the symbol colors. The sacred colors are blue and white, but I kind of also want to go more turquoisey. The other thing is that Pharasma has like a specific spiral, and that's what I want to also try and replicate in the gem. So yeah, there's a couple of specifics that we're going to try to reproduce. And I need one more important thing before I begin. I want some candy. Specifically, some sour belts. These are strawberry sour belts by Chupa Chups. I don't know. Never had them before. I wanted to try them. Oh, that's yum. Yum. Yeah, so she's a Varisian. So Varisian are a nomadic tribe that generally wear bright, colourful clothing. They tend to have a lot of gemstone adornment, which is also why I wanted a hooded figure with lots of gemstones. And then a really big part of the culture is their scarf, as a scarf called a capenia, which is their literal family history woven into it. And it's a really important element. Now, in my mind, this character got kicked out. So she may or may not have her capenia. But also her family are a little different, because it's not very traditional for Varisians to be servants of Pharasma. But in my mind, this family would travel around to places where spirits were unrested and help the solar departed find their peace. Like, they are the water shepherds of souls, basically. And so for ceremonies, they would wear black and silver. So her jewelry does need to be silver, and that's why I'm like black, but I'm also going to do blue. So I'm going to do dark blue black for her outside robe, because it's her formal robe for ceremonies. And then inside, blue and white are the sacred colors. So we need to bring in blue and white, but I'd also like to bring in some more color, as I said, turquoise. And sorry, I'm also eating that sour rope while so there is so this is all about Pharasma. I should have learned to say the name right. Pharasma. I love the fact that they give you a phonetic. Goddess of birth, death, fate, prophecy, and time. She judges and shepherds departed souls to their final fate. So, but you can see here this sort of symbol, and this sort of blue, tealy, yellow. So that's why I also want to kind of bring in these sort of colours to the page. Even though it's called amber, again, we're using it to represent a D&D character. You're down to your last chocolate? Oh no. Okay. So we definitely want darker tones. And so we're going to use this B415 for certain. That is the Stormy Night. Ignore the fact denim blue also looks dark. I swatched the wrong colour there. this is BGY35 Iron Grey in the new numbers. Then we have that blue. Stormy Night B415. Then we want B412 Gunmetal Blue. Yeah. Alright, there. It's probably going to look quite black on your screen, because the camera's probably going to auto adjust it down to deep dark black as well. But it's like a navy smoky grey blue. Tried to do amber colour, but I wasn't feeling it, so I went to the one I got. Yeah. Green, blue, purple, teal. Gorgeous. Gorgeous colour combo too, so nothing wrong with it. Yeah. So it will read as mostly black, but it's got a tint of blue to it, which is what we want. We want the robe to be black, but hint of blue. I should also update project command, because that's a thing. Right, Kraken's up. Need to be coloured. That's done. And then we go here, we go to project. Copy that. Oh, no. Copy that first. Oh, Nibbling does not want to go home. Christine, Karen's. I'm using Ohuhu markers and polychromos pencils. Right, that has been updated. Okay, light sources. Christine, where have you put your light source? There's some light coming this way. Yeah, that's casting shadow, so yeah, it's that way. Yeah, it's all that way. Okay, cool. Cool, 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 cool. Started now, no going back. just realized I'm going to have to color around all those little spots too. Unless I do her hair also dark. I might have to go and give a hand. Sounds like nibblings are out the door. Gosh, the trees, they are moving outside. Alright, we're gonna switch to this end. And try and do this as smoothly as possible. Also being aware that our edge here is going to be dry. Definitely would be easier to do this if I chose to do darker than the robe hair colour, but also the hair colour can be any colour, so maybe I should give it green here. Oh, my motor panic. Am I actually using 412 or am I using a different colour? Okay. We need to move out of easy access. Oh, that's sour. Sour. Right, my throat. Oh. It's good, but oh, sour. Alright. So I've got 411 now. I actually realised I didn't have to be as pedantic up there because that's where it is like gaps into the hood. But I don't know for certain about the rest of this, so. So yeah, hopefully you can kind of see like it's like a blue smoky grey Like it could be a black, but then blue on reflect. Oh, that's better. Oh. I needed the fizzy to like take away the sour dust that was stuck in my throat. So that was stinging. So we're gonna be a lot darker underneath here. That wind. It's like the window frames are rattling. So windy. Alright, that was that one. Now we want that one. I'm asking what I want for my birthday. More art supplies. I need to complete my poly set, but I have 33, but I also want Gunzai and I need markers. Too many choices. Hard choice indeed. You can answer that. Hi Mandy, welcome back. No, I'm not a big fan of scary movies. I have to be in a very specific mood to watch scary movies. And that mood does not strike often. Sci-fi movie thriller, i.e. like sci-fi. Not so much. Thriller can be okay, but I'm also not a huge movie watcher, to be perfectly honest. Oh, something just fell and that gave me a fright. I went over where I wasn't going to actually colour. That's okay. We'll cope. Fan of Lord of the Rings, does that count? Lord of the Rings is fantastic. I feel like it should count. It should always count. Lord of the Rings is just amazing. I just saw the movie Smile. I have not seen that one, Mandy. Also, welcome back, Jules. We're now working on the Pathfinder character. So, we're starting with her ceremonial robe. Charisma's servants have like a black robe that they use for ceremonies, but again, she's not of, but she grew up in, so it would make sense that she does have. Plus, it's practical for traveling. So yeah, we're doing like a smoky grey black robe. So like it's meant to be black, but then on light reflect, it's going to look blue. Yeah. Ishmael, hello, hello. Hooray for the Pathfinder character. Yeah. I need to do like my own actual art of the character, but we'll colour this as a for a temporary thing. Oh, it's so chilly. I might almost have to go and make like a 4th cup of tea for the day. So I'm using Ohuhu markers. I've got the Honolulu Bee set, which is where I get the brush tips and the brush tips and the bullet tip. So I've got BGY35 Iron Grey. These are the new colour numbers. And then B415 Stormy Night. Oh, Joey, is that you? Oh my gosh. Joey, hello. You're on the YouTube side. I'm live on both YouTube and Twitch. So Jules is on the Twitch side. But you can above the chats. Hi, Joey. Yes. Hey. Oh my goodness, welcome in. We are indeed working on unnamed character. I will eventually come up with a name. It's usually the last thing. It's usually, I struggle so much with names, and then at the end of it, I just random name generated or something. Chat has given me a couple of like options so far. So I've got them saved, but nothing feels like it's screamed out as, yes, this is the name. Yeah, you're a YouTube boy. Well, that's why it's handy that I stream on both Twitch and YouTube, so you can be on the platform you're comfy on. YouTube is great. That's where I spend a lot of my time. What is Pathfinder? Like D&D? Yes. So Pathfinder is basically in the history of D&D. Pathfinder started as an offshoot and is now its own thing. It's very similar to D&D, just... Bazinga. It's sometimes jokingly called Math Finder. It's a little bit more number crunchy, but there's a little bit more flexibility in how you can customize a character. But yeah, it's another form of tabletop roleplay game. And Joey is our GM for it, and I am so excited to be a freaking player instead of being the GM of a game. And yeah, it's sounding like it's going to be a really fun game, and I'm really excited about bringing this concept to a character. So I need a name for it and some art, which we're getting there. So it's basically D&D 3.75, yeah. So right now I'm taking inspiration. I've got a mixture of ideas for her because she's Verizian, but also, as discussed, her family are, you know, the water shepherds of Soul. So it's like they serve charisma, but she doesn't necessarily, but she did grow up in that and partake in the ceremonies. So she's aware of the procedures for what would happen. And so because I read that priests and that often have black and silver for their colors for their robes, but then Varisians have bright colors and their history is like color means something. I was like, well, it's like this family is an offshoot of the main religion because they're not quite it. So they've taken elements of it, but they've put their own twist on it. So instead of giving her just a plain black robe, she's got a black-ish robe that will also be slightly blue, since blue is one of the sacred colors of charisma. Jules is on that side too. Hello, hello. Jules has switched to the YouTube side. Hello, lovely. And then, yeah, I'm trying to still determine a few of her colors since color does have such a meaning. And that's one of the things I love so much about the Varisian lore is that color is such integrated, like the capinias, which are woven scarves that tell the tale of the family lineage and the family history. And yeah, there's a reason why I played Varisian the first time I played Pathfinder, because there's such a fascinating thing, and all this lore is established. It's really cool that these whole worlds have been established. You can go as hard into it as you want, or you don't have to. I'm also working with alcohol markers that will dry relatively quickly, and I need them to work wet on wet, so I'm going to ignore you all for a second while I just get this bit done. Well, what I want wet is wet. I probably actually could have just coloured all over this because I'm going to darken underneath here, but that's okay. Oh, I love the hood so far. L'Oreal, character in any game, Liana, Arendelle, Starlinio. Oh my gosh, those are all good names. Stardust, so add those to the list. Yeah, I had Hanukkah and Arendelle from before. Because the other thing too is that, as I said, there's a name that's given and then there's the actual name. So I can have a false named until I can sorted on the actual name. So confused about YouTube. Why is the chat box so long? Can't type and watch. Yeah, YouTube on phone for a full live stream is weird sometimes, but hey, whatever works for you, hon. Yeah, iPad makes a difference. All good, Mandy. Get some good sleep. Thank you for popping in. And yeah, we'll catch you again another time. You could compile a list of names you get from chat and then roll for it. Pretty much, Joey, that's my backup. Yeah, now I've got the names so far that chat has suggested. And, as I colour or find it, the character comes to me as I do stuff. So, yeah, we'll see. Hopefully it's reading sort of black but also blue on the highlights. So yeah, this is an image by Christine Karen. It's in her colouring book Wildflower Folk. It's actually called Amber, and probably the original is beautiful amber tones and all that sort of stuff, and that's not what we're doing with it. Alright, so I need all these little bits in here. But yeah, I love this book. I love Christine Karen's portraitures. In fact, Jules, if you send me a description of your character, I might even be able to find something that works for you. Because there's a lot of, like, elf characters in here, too. Not that I know you're not an elf, but, you know. There's a lot of really cool fantasy creatures. Their portraitures are delightful. Alright, and that's as far as that goes for the lace trim. Yeah, because I've got all 3 of her books. Let me bring you in a bit so you can see a bit more of the detail. Yeah, the main thing I wanted was, I know in Frisian lore that they wear a lot of gemstone jewelry, and I wanted to have one that had a lot of gemstones, and this gem that's around her neck, I'm actually going to make it look like the symbol of charisma is in there. So that specifically is something that I wanted, plus I wanted a hood. And then, yeah, just absolutely gorgeous. Boyfriend laughed at me because every time I play an elf wizard most of the time, hey, I play a spellcaster 90% of the time because I don't often get to play, and if I'm going to play, I'm going to play with magic. Dampier robes, so think a cross between Underworld the movie vibes and creepy Lolita doll. Okay. Undead Lolita doll. I mean, it's called Dark Eyes. This is just book 1 too. There's multiple of them. That one with the crow could be coloured like really dark. She's got lots of potions and stuff around her too, like around her. Do you have a crow? Do you want a crow? Can we give you a crow? I just love her. That's the front cover, which I love the front cover image. I just want that. Yeah, I already was like, well, there's the crow emote as well. Like, crows are obviously a thing already, so yeah. Look, you can hit you. we'll probably get all sorts along the way. I love the kitty cat. Love, love, love. Or a raven, yeah. This is another one that I was contemplating, but the hat is what ruined it for me because it's very obviously witch hat, but it's like that could kind of work, but yeah. Yeah, it's just, the style is so pretty. Little Mermaid. I know why we're flicking all this, but we're just flicking all this because apparently I want to flip the whole book. Yeah. The book is gorgeous, it really is. I've always loved that one too. I've coloured some of her work because I have another book of hers that I've actually done completely, but it's not artist quality paper, it's like really thin paper, but yeah, so there's 3 of these books and they're gorgeous. Steampunk. Done here in my other book. Swallows, Thistle Landing, Tides of Time. If it wasn't like Christmassy Deer, that one could also be cool for like, yeah, Witch or Wizard or Water Nymph. Also love that one. Just want to do this whole book basically. And he's a wizard man. He's one man for the whole book. Good ratio. Hey, perfection. But yeah, we're working on this one here for unnamed character. Alright, put my markers back in order so I get the right shades. start back here. How are you going, Perfection? I don't know if you saw my Instagram story, but we're up to 3 pages completed today, and one of them was a double, and it's another Millie. How are you? So I'm starting with the BGY 35 in our darkest areas, which is real easy to determine because Christine Karen puts in all the shading for us, so life is easy. I'm doing all good considering I didn't sleep again last night, and that's all good. You'll be very happy to hear that I started a Hannah Carlson because I couldn't sleep. And yeah, then I got up. I started working on the colouring pages today, but my hands weren't having it with the wind and the cold, so I was like, okay, we're going to switch to something else. So yeah, we've just been colouring away because that's what my brain and my hands wanted. And yeah, it's been a productive colouring day again. So we're up to page 4. We finished off a Millie double. I finished off a page in 50 mythical minis. And now we're colouring this gorgeous Christine Karen page. And we're colouring it as if it is my new Pathfinder character that I'm going to be playing, which is currently unnamed. But yeah, I have a bit of lore around her. So the idea behind her tribe and all that. So the fact that is from actually the Jade Empire game, and it surrounds like the idea that there is a water dragon, aka Pharasma, who is the shepherd of souls when they die and helps souls find their way to be reborn on the Great Water Wheel. And so that's where my tribe comes in as shepherds of lost souls. We help them find their way to Pharasma. And this is why, like, it's not the traditional way for Pharasma, but again, it's not traditional for Varisians to worship Pharasma. So it's like we're kind of two cultures combined, which is how I prefer to play it, because then I don't have to be book accurate to lore or anything like that. We can make up our own, and I can play this concept I've had of someone who can speak and see and aware of the undead, but isn't afraid of them because they're aware that it's just their souls that are lost. Yeah. You've been culling Millie and Hannah? Yeah. Your phone stand came in today? Yay! Where are all the things? That's a good question. So yeah, I couldn't sleep last night, so it's just a background, but I did some backgrounds because I couldn't sleep. So this was 3 a.m. down by the light of my TV. It's not bad for not really being able to see the colours and just kind of making it up. It's just Albert Juris. And then you do see Christine, Karen, Cassie. Welcome back. So what we have coloured so far today was we've done the Kraken in 50 mythical minis. Turned out so cute. And it's got glaze, so that's why it's like a little shiny on certain areas. So that one's really super cute. And then this one I may need to zoom you out for, because we are zoomed in. This is the first one we did. So this is in Animal Kingdom, my Millie Mariotta. And it has just Ganzai Tambi in the background. And then paint pens. And a bit of glitter. Yeah, I think it's really funky, the rainbow flamingo. Really pleased with how that one turned out. And it was quite a good sort of brainless little one. You know, sometimes you just need that sort of mindless colouring. So yeah, that's just paint pens. Right, 412, 411. And now we're up to Christine Karen. We're working in Wildflower Folk. And yeah, as I was saying before, whoops, that's a book falling. She's a cup. We're going to have this be a representation of a new Pathfinder character that I'm going to play because I haven't drawn any art for her yet. And I was like, this kind of gives me the right vibe, so yeah, I'm still trying to figure out, like, all I know right now is we've got the black-blue robe, because traditionally they would have black robes, but then Verizians also like colour, so I was like, cool, black-blue, and blue is a holy colour, so yep, black-blue. Again, I'm doing all this, and she's not even a cleric or, you know, a paladin or anything that she's an oracle. So she doesn't even get her power from this deity. It's just she was raised and is used to this deity. So it is a part of her. She is aware of it. Doesn't necessarily mean that she is in line with it. And then, yeah, the actual clothes and hair and skin, I don't know yet. But colour can be our friend. I know I want to use yellow, teal, blue, and white, and silver. Those are the 5 colours I definitely need. But we also want bright colours. So, yeah. Not sure what other colours we want in there yet. Maybe some green. Green kind of goes with the teal and the yellow. So, green. Gonna grab coffee? Heck yeah. You used a Twitch prompt, didn't you? You did. A Twitch prompt actually works in YouTube because I have it linked for both. So, yeah. So you did it perfectly right, Jules. If I even to post a Pokemon page I completed a couple of days ago. Nice. Well done. Yeah, I said before, I don't actually have any Pokemon colouring in my collection. I was like, this is an oversight. I also saw that there's going to be a K-pop Demons Hunters colouring book, and all I can think of is Jules. So, I haven't found any images for what it looks like inside yet, but as soon as I do, I will let you know, Jules. But there's definitely an official K-pop Demon Hunters colouring book coming out. There's a lot of unofficial ones at the moment. But there is an official one coming out. So yeah. I know. It's just one of those, like, little gaps in my collection. Like, most of the Pokemon colouring books I've found have been the kid ones. And I want single-sided. I used to have one, but it was on horrendous paper quality. And back then I wasn't sure how I was going to colour it. Now I would actually paint it. Now I know how I would colour it. So I do regret getting rid of that. But that was, you know, back in the past. Yeah. I just don't have any Pokemon colouring books, which is a surprise. So maybe one day when I find the right one. I'm also just not gonna like rush out and grab any one just because I don't have one, you know? I'm gonna make sure I get one that I would actually colour and enjoy. But it's something I am aware of, like, oh, I'm actually missing this in my collection. I don't have any Pokemon colouring books. Yeah, I do like that. I just want to, like, smooth out this edge. You have the Hatchet Heroes colour by number 1. That one looks really cool. Ooh. Also, perfection. Guess what arrived in today? Just a few. Just a few. I'm so excited by all the browns. Haven't opened them, haven't swatched them, haven't done anything with them, but yeah. I know that these are a lot more of than 99 now, but I was like, this is a reasonable price. It's a good amount. I don't know if I'll keep them in this case, but probably the easiest case to keep them in. Yeah. So yeah, should be hopefully it's a good amount for just starting with them. Yeah, that's what I thought, and I really like the case that they come in as well, and you know, hopefully they're quite good. And we get what we, yeah. Ugh. You're just doing magic? Oh, thank you, Jules. Now I can't get it close. There we go. Oh, no. I broke it already. No, I didn't. I just... There we go. Oh, come here. I already know I hate the case. I like the way the look of the case is. I hate opening that case. I have cool pens, but when I flip them around a page, it doesn't look like that. Oh. How's it already look blended? Part of it is alcohol markers in the brush tips, and using like the color blend we're using works really well to blend it together. But yeah, the brush tips, so I can kind of brush back and forward, and the ink of it before it dries does merge and blend a little bit. So yeah, because these are alcohol markers. Yeah, they're quite good. I like alcohol markers, so magic, you cannot take me otherwise. No, it's alcohol markers. So yeah, it's, you can start with the dark marker, and then we're going for the next darkest. I'm not even going to use the, actually I will need the brush tip here. So I've got a little brush tip on it, so I can flick with that, which helps with the blend. But because these use alcohol in the ink, as long as it's wet, that ink can move around a bit. So you can kind of scrub the colors together a little bit. Does mean it like bleeds and shifts and moves. And it does mean you have to work fast, but in turn, you can blend together. But yeah, when I eventually get down to see you, if I can bring these down, I'll bring them down with me. You can have a play. I think you'd enjoy them. Love how you waited for me to open them. Not intentionally. I was just like, oh, I could actually open them, you know, because I haven't opened them yet. But happy to open them now that you're here. I just haven't needed to get into them today because I've been busy. Good time zone. Hello, Nif. Welcome in, lovely. How are you going? She's very cool looking for sure. I can't wait to see her when she's all done. I gotta go, but I hope everyone has an awesome night. Thank you so much, Joey. So lovely to have you pop in. I still can't believe you popped in here. But yes, I don't know when I'll finish her, but it's coming. I did promise it was coming. But yeah, it's so cool to have you here. And thank you so much. And I'm sure we'll chat soon. I just realized that would be rope. I want. Gotta go mod now? All good. Where did you get them from, Amy? The pens? AliExpress. That feels like it should be filled in back there. We're going to fill that in. My gut is telling me that that would actually be filled in. So we're going to do that. Nailed the... Yeah. I am very confident that you would have fun on the TTRPGs. One of these days I will organize the... I have plenty of like one-shots and things that would be easy to run for, because I know there's a bunch of y'all in the colouring community that are like, I've only had bad experience, or I've never actually been able to play or anything like that. And it's like, I should just sit down, write out a appropriate adventure for colorists and then start running it. Yeah, I have the perfect game. No, you can yell away. But oh my god, Jules is a fabulous GM. If by the way, I've talked a couple times about Fate of Ison. I should find the YouTube link. They're definitely on Twitch because that's where we go. But there is also a YouTube link from my YouTube friends. It's not that it's live on YouTube, but oh, let's just drop the whole website. This is where you see me every second Wednesday. I will be there tomorrow night. But it's a podcast. Jules runs book 2. I recommend you start with book 2. It's great. I know a lot of people say book 1. I say book 2 because I like book 2. And yeah, there's even a couple of episodes where I'm on there. You don't need to go to those episodes. Yeah. I literally have a game you design a haunted house together. That sounds really good, Jules. Oh, I might have to talk to you about that game. That seems like a good option too. Alright, shout out at Fate of Ison on Twitch. Why do you say the channel does not exist? I know Fate of Ison exists because I mod for it. What the actual hell, Twitch? There we go. Twitch is being weird. Yeah. But if you want to come and see an actual professional GM, come and do professional things with a not actually that professional cast. Completely derail the professional GM's actual plans all the time. But yeah. And I'm in chat because I mod, I swing around my glittery sword, and it's a good time. Yeah. We're in air at the moment. Right, I need to do the ribbon as well. Amy, how if you blend colours like that, the hood looks beautiful. Thank you. It is, I mean, it's so hoo-hoos to have the soft brush tip, but it's also just choosing the right colourways and just reworking back over. I know some people say work light to dark. I always work dark to light. Yeah. So we're using BGY35. This is the new colour numbers. And I just start with the darkest darks. Doo-doo. Alright, used to play WoW. I have never played WoW. I have no idea. I did see there is a WoW colouring book, and I was like, that looks cool, I want that. Yeah, I've watched a couple of the Ison people play WoW, and that's about it. I can appreciate the art. It's very pretty. I don't know if I'd have the patience to sit there and play the game, but can appreciate it as characters because they're cool. And I appreciate the collective nature and all that sort of stuff, so yeah. It's the same thing with a lot of games. I don't play a lot of games, but I'll watch people play games because the games are pretty. So yeah, now I'm using B415, which is Stormy Night. And Christine Guerin kind of puts all the shading in there, so I'm just kind of following her shading and extending. And then we've got 412, which is Gunmetal Blue. And again, every time I'm putting down a colour, I'm working over where I have been. And using that to help blend out as well. I'm trying to work tiny little areas. Yeah, I ended up filling in for Jules for an episode. So there is a chaotic episode of Ison, which is a bonus episode, where a character called Wardley Amerson, no relation, tells a story. It is absolute chaos. And you get to see what happens when a very tired Amy runs a game on 10 minutes of prep. It is chaos. Do not recommend. Go listen to Jules tell a coherent story while dealing with chaos players. So much better. I have some very cool friends who do some very cool things, so I am very lucky. As I said, there's also Grow Up, Run Away, which is Jules' new podcast, which I haven't even had a chance to listen to yet, but from everyone I've talked to about it, it seems really, really well received. It looks super cute, and I do plan on listening to it when I can sit down. It's only 2 episodes out, so it's a good time to join because you're joining right at the start. And that also involves another cool friend of ours. In fact, it involves a lot of cool people, but I personally know Penny. And they are very cool as well. So yeah, even with the lightest colour, I'm working back over where I have worked already. Because the alcohol marker will pick up and blend out and smooth out that colour. And I'll use a white pencil to add in probably a couple of highlights as well. Yeah. It was still fun. Like, I had absolute a blast running the Chaos game, but yeah. It also just means that in future, if something happens, I can just jump in and run a terrible, non-cohesive story. I have so many one-page RPGs. It's been a while since I've run, so it was like a, oh god, it's been a while since I've done this moment. Thanks, Jules. Yeah. There's, like, as I said, there is quite a few random podcasts out there where I'm either a player or I'm a, there's a couple where I am running games. It's just random bits and pieces of me out there in the TTRPG sphere. Man, the spam bots have been hard today. Thank goodness for Seribot. The one game I played a tiefling plague doctor who looked like super threatening but was a giant cinnamon roll. Yeah! I forgot to tell you that the apple pie adventure was hilarious. So thanks for that. I'm so glad. It's, again, another one of my easy intro games. So I'm so glad that went down well. It's such a cute... There's a lot of potential in it, as we were talking about. These, like, it's a very good, customizable basic frame load. But it's also just a good, easy adventure. Sometimes you just need something good and easy. Alright, I think that's everything of the hood. I probably maybe need to do back there as the inside of the cloak. Like, do we think that's her body there and then that's the cloak? Because it does go down. I'm pretty sure that's cloak. They had a massive apple fire? Yeah. It's the orchard. The orchard is such a distraction, and it never gets... You never get inside. They had an argument with Mac. Fantastic. Why did I close Instagram? I need that open. You've got a tiny bit of the hood. I did. Is it this section here? Because that's what I'm just debating. Do we think that's actually hood? No? I left it blank, wasn't sure, between the left hand and the shoulder. Left hand, oh well, you probably mean this, and shoulder. Oh, you meaning that little bit that I've actually already coloured in? I did colour it in. Yeah, I debated that one too, but I decided it looked better coloured in. That little line up there. Yeah. No, when I left it, it felt like this was ending too short. I don't know if you can see there's a little highlight line in the middle there. So instead I've just made it a fold. Because yeah, it felt too short there, so I did actually colour that one in. Yeah. Yeah, no, I did. That one I did do. And then, yeah, I'm just debating down here, because I feel like this comes behind here and comes down here. And then I think her body sort of ends about here with her angle. And so, like, that to me is reading as maybe that should be inside cloak. I don't think it's the other half of this dress. Like, I think the line of that probably goes down here and then it curves around. And so I kind of feel like her body ends there. Like, does that seem logical to you? It seems logical to me that then is then cloak. Yeah. Just got a rando call asking for the bank. Oh no! One thing I am very grateful for on my phone is it now shows very clearly if things are suspected to be spam phone calls. And I get to ignore all of them. I don't answer if it says it's suspected spam. Because it's not something I care about. Yeah, no, I do think that is cloak. So I think while I got the colours out, I'm going to do that because it will be all dark as well because it's inside. But yeah, we're definitely going to work on that one. Yeah, because I think that will also help balance it out by having a bit of the darkness down there too. So, what point do I think her body ends? Do we think that one? Yeah, I think we're going to do it. From here. I may regret this, but also I may not. I may regret if I don't do this now while I have the colours out, and then something happens and I put the colours away, and then I'm like, what colours was I doing again? I mean, I can come and watch the VOD. That's one of the joys of colouring on camera, is that I'm almost like, what colours was I using? I can come back to the VOD and go, oh yeah. Sounds like it's going to be another windy night here. So, just so there's a little bit of variation, I'm going to work over the top with the 415. And that will also tone it back similar to the blues all around. Even though you cannot see any of that inside being different. It just tones it better. Yeah, like that. And we've got the really dark. Okay, in fact, I think we could probably do another little coat of BGY 35. Just like really amplify up those shadows. That gives us a really good dark point. This is where we panic and find out we never actually put any protection sheets in. The stream restarted at the beginning of YouTube. That is weird. Honestly, YouTube's been quite glitchy the last couple of days, so YouTube be weird. Okay. So that gives us that black blue cloak that I was wanting. So now I need to figure out the rest of it. Also, I'm missing a color chart. I don't know where color chart 2 is at the moment, so that's fun. So she's a wanderer. She does travel outside. She is nomadic. So she's like sun-kissed, you know? We want her to be a little on the sun-kissed side. She's not, you know, inside embroidering all day or colouring like me. So I do want her to be a little bit more, again, sun-kissed is the word I would use. She's a traveller. We are going to have candy break first, though. Because I want to use like blues and teals and yellows, having a slightly more sun-kissed golden skin tone I think will complement really well, especially because blue and yellow are opposites. They're complementary, you know? So we definitely want like warm golden type skin, which is going to be hard because again the E's are now on another color chart, so I'm going to have to do a lot of this hopefully from the Y's. Candy, yeah, I got these strawberry sour belts. No, they're not bad. They do the job. They're definitely sour candy. They're a little cumbersome to eat when you're colouring, so I roll them up and just basically eat it as a giant sour candy. Okay. Test sheets. Words. Mate, test sheets. So, Y515 for our dark. So this one's called Light Walnuts. This is quite a dark brown for a lighter skin, but again, that's a shadow tone, but it is still quite warm. And then we want probably like E4112 apple cider. Yeah, Y412. Here's 415. 413, which was the alternative, but it's edging a little on the green side. I want 412. The hardest part, trying to find markers on the rack. Here it is. Right. And then Y45. Y45 cream. Alright, you are super orangey yellow. That's okay, you're just a step. I think we need to go more into the YRs. I think the cream is the wrong call. So I think we're going to backtrack a bit. So we've got our Y515. I think maybe YR39 is the next step. YR39 cinnamon. And then we can do the Y412 apple cider, which gives us a little bit more golden. And then YR34. That's going to be a blush tone. Actually, it kind of works at the end there. Gives us that warm. And I think we want something a little lighter. So YR34. This peach cream is what we just used. You know, say YR06. Raw cashew. No, you bring it too far back into yellow. YR43. We want to go more into the pink here because this is more blushy anyway. What did I say? YR43. You'll be on that one. Here we are. Pale cherry pink or rosewater? No, let's go 45. Let's go a little bit more blushy. I like blush. Back, you restarted YouTube. May it last long for you. Yeah, that's what we want. Okay. Okay. Alright, there's our skin blend. Quite the blend. We've got 5 colours, and that's not including our tinters. So this is all very yellowy orange, and then we're going to come in and do some shadowing afterwards too. But this will start us off. I'm just thinking I might need to go to the bathroom. Oh my god, it's been 8 hours. Wow. I really have been streaming a long time. Time flies when you're having fun. Yeah. Definitely time for a small break. So I am going to take a little bathroom break. I am going to put you on the Be Right Back screen for just a moment while I pop to the bathroom, do all the self-cares, and then we will come back after a quick bathroom break and start on our skin. Won't be too long. Okay. Oh, much better. Much, much better. It is so cold. Okay. Welcome back, everybody. So, we're going to start on probably our skin blend now. It should have dried so we can see if there's any potential problems with it. It is looking quite warm. Again, I want her quite golden. So, it is quite a warm blend. However, I can then also go over it with, I usually go like the V08, which is not on this chart, or the V32 or the V14, like one of the pale purples can go over it and that could cool it down. And I usually do that afterwards. I'm just gonna do one very important thing. It's definitely winter. Alright, same thing again. We start with the darks, which in our case is Y515, and this is going to look scary again. I'm just going to start with a section. Start with her hands, or no, hands are a bit neck. I normally start with an ear, but she has no ears showing. Which makes it hard. Alright, we'll just start with down here then. Again, Christine Karen kind of puts in all the shading for us, so we're just kind of following that. And this is going to look horrendously scary again. Alright, that's 515, and then we've got YR39 Cinnamon. So, again, we work back over where we just put down, and extend out a little bit, and we're trying to purposely blend what we put down. Might be areas that are new, but the alcohol marker will blend and move things, so rework over. Yeah. Welcome back to you too. Thank you, Jules. Yeah, one day I will get down there. I'm going to bring these markers and you'll get to play with them, and I reckon you'll click on them really quite well. Even for like the flat colouring, because I know you've talked before about the streakiness and stuff. Yeah. Hello. Just woke up and had to check if you're still live. I'll catch up on everything I missed after stream. No worries, you haven't missed too much. We did a little bit of the colouring page, but I just wasn't vibing with it, and my hands weren't vibing with it because it's also freezing today. And I decided I wanted to colour. So we switched to colouring, and we've completed 3 pages, and we're working on our 4th page right now. This is Y412, by the way. And this is being coloured with the intention of being a representation of a Pathfinder character that I'm playing. So the colours going to be, yeah, worked out. Stuff. Words. Hard. Yeah. But I'm loving how it's going so far. I'm really happy with the cloak. I'm really pleased with the cloak. And now we're just doing really like quite tanned golden skin. So I'm going to work another layer of that apple cider over everything, because you can also work the same colour over. And that'll darken. So right now she's probably looking quite yellow, but again we're going to tone that down with bluey purples. She'll also look extra yellow because of the fact that she's next to blue cloak. That's the only other colour on the page. So the thing that I've just done is I've just done a layer right across everything, because it's still wet, of the Y34 peach cream, which adds a bit of pink to it. And so we're getting this sort of golden tanned skin, which is kind of what I'm after. wait, you put blue over that? I haven't done it yet, but I will pull, say, like this V32 Icy Periwinkle, this really light purpley blue. I will put that over because we actually have a bit of blue in our skin thanks to like our veins and stuff. And so what happens is when you use a really light blue on top of the skin tone is it produces a really beautiful shadow tone. It's not going to look blue, it's just going to look cooler, and cooler colors recede back while warmer colors come forward. So if you think about contouring with makeup, you put cooler colors to recede things back, like into creases, like to contour cheeks, use a cooler tone. And then for highlights, you bring forward, so you use a warmer tone. It's that same concept. So we'll go back over and use a little bit of a sheer light blue, and it will tone our shadows down and just cool it down a bit, which will also help negotiate some of the yellow that's appearing as a skin tone right now. As you do like the Icy Periwinkle for a color option for it. Yeah, adding blue or purple to skin is one of my favorite things to do because it just looks so pretty. Yeah, because if you look at your wrists, blue veins, and we have a blue tint to our skin. So my purple glitter highlighter's all wrong, huh? Not necessarily, because if it's a shimmery one, you're going to get natural light reflex anyway. So, but also the purple could still be a warm purple. Yeah. But also highlight and makeup can trick the eye. So, and it depends on your undertone and stuff like that, because even if it's a cool purple, like if it's going on a really warm skin tone, it could be a bit different. There's a lot of color theory that can go into it. Yeah. Yeah, it seems scary, but no, not all over for just shadows. Correct. Yeah, so just to like deepen up those really dark shadow areas to recede things back. So for example, here on this hand, we have a ring that's casting a really deep shadow, so that might be where I would put it. I'll assess this at the end. I'm just going to bring you right in. But there's a shadow under here. I might like put a little bit around the edge of here. If I want to like really tone down the yellow of the skin, I could also pull out maybe, I can't show you because I don't have, I'm missing a swatch card. But I'm pretty sure it's BB08 is another color that I pull out often. Sorry, V08. The light violet. I'm sure that's another one of the colors that I use for blending on skin. Yeah, so the V08, the light violet, because it will deepen your skin tone, but also still keep a little bit of that warmth. So if I want to recede without losing too much warmth, V08's another one. It really depends though on the actual tone of the skin as well, because you can see down here where it's a bit darker, that V08 just disappears into a beautiful dark brown, but up here where I'm using the more peachy rose, that V08's a little bit more intense, but the V32, which is the Icy Periwinkle, works a bit better up here. Yeah. But yeah, if you are trying to figure out how to like where the shadows are on the face and it's not like shaded in for you, you're not clear on here, honestly makeup tutorials are fantastic. Like finding out how to contour faces, how to contour an eye in makeup, really good for learning how to apply shadow and highlights for your coloring for portraiture. Yeah, my skin has purple undertones with pink. Yeah, so we all, my skin is actually quite cool toned. I have a lot of cooler tones to my skin, and I suit cooler tones. I don't suit like yellow. Yellow looks really, makes me look really washed out. And see, it depends on the day too, because I have cooler tones and I'm quite pale, but then I get a lot of redness. So for me, green is a fantastic color because it can also compensate for the redness in my skin. So I look for things that are cooler in skin tone, but I also look for green to contrast me. Came for the colouring, stayed for the makeup lesson. I used to spend hours on YouTube makeup tutorials. And I didn't do makeup every day. I still don't feel like I need to do makeup every day. I still have piles of makeup. I have no reason for it, but it's fun. I don't feel the need to wear makeup every day, and I won't wear makeup every day because screw having to wash my face at night and remove all that makeup every night. But I do enjoy playing around with makeup. And I'm kind of like, I know that one of the trends right now is to look at 2016 makeup and do makeup like we were doing in 2016. And don't get me wrong, some of it was a lot. But it was so fun. It was so much colour and sparkles and this and that and over the top. And then it suddenly went clean girl. And I was like, where's all my glitter? You know, like I could walk around with butterfly confetti all over my face. It was fine because it was a makeup look. It's like, where's my confetti? Where's my sparkle? Where's my this, that? So I'm kind of glad that there's a little bit of like, yeah, let's bring back some of the fun of makeup because it was fun. But I was not someone who needed to wear makeup every day, so even in retail jobs. Welcome back, Stardust. Got the munchies, so went to grab some chips. I have to rewatch this part of the video. Oh, good. Yeah, so the skin's looking a little yellowy golden. I mean, I want yellow golden skin. Don't get me wrong. I want her to have like a golden glow. She's been out in the sun. But we're still got to come in with our purples to tone down. Alright, so back to Y12 apple cider. And again, we don't just apply the new colour in, we work it over the existing colour and help it blend out. Help move around what's there. Now the other thing I like to do, just to throw another thing at you, is because we're on the hand, I'm also going to do the hand a little bit more pinky than her other skin tone. It's the same thing with, normally if ears are showing, I will do it for the ears. Obviously I blush the skin. I call it blushing. I do like elbows, knees, anywhere where the skin is a bit thinner and our skin would be a little bit more pink. I tend to actually go a little heavier with the pink blushing tone. And that's because if you look at our skin, our palms are generally a little warmer because the skin is thinner around here. So I tend to put a little bit more, especially in the fingertips. And if you can see there, you can see a huge difference in the tones, ignoring that finger that's got paint pen all over it. But we've got so much more warmth and redness in our fingertips compared to here. It's because the skin is a lot thinner here and we're getting a lot more capillary veins, so it looks a lot pinker. So when I come to colour those areas, I tend to go a little heavier with the blush. Yeah. Yeah, the only time I wear makeup is usually because I'm on a specialty stream and I'm dressing up as a character. Or I'm going to a convention and I'm dressed up as a character. Or I'm going to a D&D gig and I'm dressed up as a character. Or I'm dressed up as a character. Or it's a charity stream for Colouring for Cancer and I was like, I'm going to wear makeup. That's because I decided to wear makeup, not because I felt like I had to wear makeup. Right, so we're up to YR34. This is the peach cream. And once again, we're working over so that we can blend out those areas. Because I've been chatting and taking too long, so my marker that I've put down has dried out. Normally I try to work wet on wet, so this would all be going down quite rapidly, but I keep on getting distracted and chatting, so I need to kind of push it a bit with the marker, which does mean I'm saturating the page a little more than I'd like with this marker, but we'll do the job. So I'm also going to colour over the nails, even though I'm probably going to come in and colour her nails something. She feels like someone who would wear nail polish. Okay, and then while it's still wet, I'm grabbing YR45 Rose Water. This is our more pinky blush colour. Now, it's not going to be a huge amount, but we're going to do a layer while it's wet, just so it can sort of blend out and merge in. I think I just used rose water, which was meant to be my blush colour, in place. I think I just switched up the two markers by accident. Oh well. Yeah. Yeah, I switched up the colours by accident, but that's fine. Luckily it was on the hand, and it's the one place where you actually can switch it up, because I want it slightly more pink. Had a full 6 hours sleep and you're still going. Actually not surprised. Are we surprised, Rosalind? I basically live here. I mean, I do legit live here because you're in my art room, but you know, I basically live on live streams now. Until I decide I've had enough, and then we won't. I just had to buy a new screen protector, and whoops, a new set of pencils fell into the car. Oh noes. Oh noes. Whoops, the finger slipped. Oh dear. Oh dear. But yes, welcome in. We are working on a Christine Karen page. She's looking quite yellow at the moment, but bear with us. We're in progress. We're also got a lot of white. Our only other colour around here right now is blue, which is going to make her skin feel very yellow in comparison. So it's one of those, trust the process. That's why I don't go straight in with the purple until everything is based. Alright. We love and live in the Amy universe. I'm so glad. I'm so glad you all are here. Right, so this time, let's make sure. So YR45 rose water, and then YR34 peach cream. So the peach cream is definitely meant to be my blush. No, that's a blend out one. That's the darker. The rose water is more peachy and lighter. Okay. It's meant to be that way. I don't know what I was doing last time. I also had a full sleep, feeling quite rested. I love that, Nif. Is it bad that I want to make noodles for breakfast? No, it is incredibly appropriate because it is quite common in a lot of countries to have noodles for breakfast. So, also I don't believe there is such a thing as breakfast food. I believe there's a thing called food. And we go by the motto, fed is best here. So, whether your breakfast is noodles, porridge, or sour strawberry candy strips. I did finish the flamingo page. We also did a Kraken page. Noodles is good anytime, exactly. Flamingo page with glitter. I really do like how that came together. It's so fun with paint pens too. I love painting Millie. I've just realised I really love painting Millie. It's just so fun. So, yeah. Paint pens certainly made it easier. I'm about to make them for lunch, so noodles right now is perfectly fine. Exactly, and it's dinner time here. So if need be, just say, oh, I'm having the equivalent of a meal over in New Zealand because it's 5:30 PM here, so it's dinner time. Hi Cassie and anyone over in Twitch. Hi Razlan. I love the fact you can say hi over the platforms. Glitter on the neck is so pretty. Yeah. It's like it needs a little something else, so yeah, that's a good way to finish it. Yeah, the Kraken's in the 50 Mythical Minis. Just such a cute book. Alright, let's do under this necklace here, which is going to be interesting to work out in what we're doing in the future. So all these little marks that are probably meant to be like pearl drops or something, we're just going to kind of work over. The big pearls that are actually clearly indicated, we will try to avoid. I'm going to try and work a bit faster this time so I can't actually blend everything while it's wet. Right. And we've got YR39 cinnamon. Oops, I forgot under the big necklace. Oopsies. Okay, we'll do that after we've blended this one out. It's already dry anyway. Alcohol markers, they dry way too quickly sometimes. So again, we're using the previous marker to help blend out. Blur the marker, the change between the markers. And here we're going into our Y4112 apple cider. This one always looks like really yellowy because it is a yellow. Again, golden skin. She's been in the sun. She's a traveler. Very tan skin. And doing a whole lot of this. And reworking the colour back over. And then while it's still wet, we'll grab our Y34 peach cream. And we're just going to work a layer over everything to help with the yellowing and to bring a bit of that peach back in. That's how we sort of balance out that colour. And it doesn't have any of the lighter area down here because, yeah. And then we just wait for that to dry. And then, as I said, later we'll add in a bit of purple shading and stuff like that. Because we're getting a few tones and stuff in, but they are very similar. They're all like yellowy brown. There's no real like cool and warm difference between them. They're all very warm and very yellow. So extending out our Y41, no, our YR39 there. And then we'll just do a little bit of our Y4112 here just to fill in that little bit remaining, because that's mostly in shadow. And then as it's still drying, we grab our slightly more pink tone that we're washing over everything, just to counteract the yellow in our color choices a little bit. I say ow, it's all entirely my color choice, but you know. Yeah. Do you have an idea for the hair? Not yet. There are certain, I don't even know where my note sheet has gone now. There are certain things that I'm trying to keep in mind for this character, which relates to lore and stuff like that. So the main colors are going to be the blue and white are the holy colors, but then turquoise and yellow I also want to bring in a little bit of. The jewelry is also going to be silver. Now there's nothing saying she has to have natural coloured hair, so there's a couple of thoughts I have. So just do a little spot I missed. So the first is I could do like a brown, which would tie in that sort of yellowy. We could also do like a black blue again. We can do, you know, and they're like, okay, whatever. I mean, there's nothing wrong with them, but it doesn't feel quite right. And then the other thing that I could do is I could actually do like a white here and keep it quite light, because again we've got her golden. She could have light white here, because again blue and white and silver are primarily the colors that we want. So we could do like a white here, and then that frees up a lot of colors for around her and her jewelry and stuff like that. Yeah, so it's sort of like a silvery white, probably a little bit more on like the yellowish white here. Yeah, which is the other thing I'm leaning towards. And then we can bring in a bit of color for her outfit and stuff like that. Also, I finished a page in Small Victories you guys helped me with it. Yeah, absolutely, Ada. We love art text. Yeah, it sounds like a lot of you are into white hair. White hair would look so good. Like the idea of white hair, very elvish. Yeah, so the character is actually a human. So it's for Pathfinder, if you've ever played Pathfinder or aware of Pathfinder. And in it, the character is a Varisian, of Varisian descent. So they are a nomadic traveler, and I am adapting part of a story idea that I've had from from Jade Empire, video game that I love, where it's the idea of being a spirit shepherd who helps the souls of the recently departed find their way to the water dragon to be reborn on the Great Wheel of Life. And so we're going to take the concept of that and have it that her family, while Varisian, are also servants of Pharisma, who is an established deity in Pathfinder. And so while my character is an oracle, they're not a cleric, they don't serve a deity, she grew up in servitude to this deity. So there is a familiarity. Her clothes are going to come from there. So I'm taking influence from the colors of it, which is where the blue, white, and silver comes from, because those are the holy colors. But then Varisians tend to wear a lot of colors. So for example, priestesses of Pharisma, when they perform ceremonies, do so in black robes, but Varisians like color. So my idea is, okay, they have a black robe, but it's in a fabric that shifts to blue, because they also believe in color having power. And blue is also used to represent health and well-being, which kind of makes sense. Turquoise is used for like communication and like non-verbal communications and stuff like that. Like there's a meaning behind colors. So that's why I'm kind of trying to blend these two cultures in this made-up fantasy realm together to make this character. But because of that, there's a lot of room to play. So yeah, I like the idea of the white hair with the tan skin because, again, nomadic. So she grew up in this family, in this nomadic family lifestyle, who go round and help the souls of the recently departed find their way to where they need to go. So that's what they do. And that's why my character can also make holy water. But because she's an oracle, she actually had a awakening or like a dream about a certain attack that was going to happen. No one actually believed her because at the time she wasn't known as oracle. She was just, you know, a young kid in her family, and everyone's like, ugh, you're just being a drama queen. Came to be, and then it was taken that she is a symbol of bad luck. So she was asked to remove herself from the tribe, and now she wanders around by herself. So yeah, even though she doesn't serve Pharasma, I want her to have links to Pharasma from her outfit because that's what she was raised in. Likewise, she is Varisian, but she doesn't live traditional Varisian life, so I want links to it, but I don't want it to be, yeah, so there's a little bit that is going into this. It's probably more than needs to be, but because it is representing a Pathfinder character that I'm playing, and it's only temporary art, that's the thing too. It's not even like the full, I'll probably draw my own art eventually, but yeah, that's what I'm kind of aiming for. Oh, that looks so good, Ada. That's fantastic. I love the way you went with the purple. So if you'll remember this one up here, this is the one that we talked about with what color to do the butterfly. I love the little touch of blue as well because it helps tie in around the page, like the little bringing over of colors everywhere. So we've got like the little bit of yellow in all of them. And then like the bluey greens up here that tie into the bluey greens up here, the orange here that ties into here, the yellow here that ties into here, and the greens, like it flows right around. That's really good, Ada. It turned out so good. Well done. And you completed a whole page. Which is also like, yay, completed a whole page. Oh, you're such a captivating storyteller. Thank you, Ada. That was me just rambling. It's not me actually trying to tell a good story. That's what happens when I run a D&D game. Try to, anyway. Whoops. And welcome to Backstage Twitch. Alright. So yeah, there are certain colours and stuff like that that I want to try and bring in, but that's after we get skin tone situated. Now this is where it gets hard because I want to do the face, and obviously I want to do the face and have it blend all nicely, and the face is complicated, so yeah. So we're going to do a little bit at a time. We're doing anything that's easier to do first, like the shadow on the side. And then it looks like she's wearing another one of those rose earrings. So we're going to do the little dark side parts of the lips, the darkest part of the nose. Little dark part of the hairline. Darkest part of the eyes. And under the chin. We haven't done yet. That's just a start. And I believe this carries on up here. So we're going to bring that up there. Alright. A little bit of darker tones there. Again, contour, just a little bit. We're going to blend it out. It's going to look crazy right now, folks. trust the process. And I do apologize if I don't exactly respond straight away or look at chat all that frequently right now. We got a bunch of blending to do. Alright. Next colour before it gets horrendously freaky. So, blend out. Blend it, blend it, blend it, blend it, blend it good. Hope for the best. Now I could technically do the lips at the same time if I wanted to give her glossy lips or like a sheer lip color or something. Do I think she is a makeup wearer? Genuinely, I don't think she would wear much. She's a traveller. She's got a job to do. She's investigating why the way to the water goddess is blocked. So no, I'm gonna say she's not a... She may have some lip gloss on just because it makes her lips more comfortable, but she's not a big makeup wearer. So means we need to bring the skin tone into her lips, because that will work as a base, and then we go over it with lots of our pinks. We can tone it up. Right, color 2 done. And make sure we do under the eyebrows, because those are also in shadow. Apologies, I can see that there is chat. I will, as soon as I'm done here, I will get onto it. I am just in focus mode, trying to blitz this and blend it while things are still damp enough for me to blend. Okay. YR45. Or is it YR34? It's YR34 first. No, because that's our blush, isn't it? Gosh, I'm confused about the two. I'm gonna do the darker one first, and then we'll do the lighter one, and then I'll add in more blush. Because obviously I'm confused, so that means I haven't chosen a dark enough colour. And this time we'll actually see some of this colour. Apologies. I will check chat in a moment. Just really trying to work with this while it's all wet so it all gets blended. And don't forget the water line. Alright, now we leave that to dry and then we can get back into it. So yeah, it looked horrendously yellow as we were working on it. Now we have more of it down. It's looking more like tan olivey skin. Still need to correct certain areas, but it's a start. Actually about to do another page and bring the fourth image teal palette over because that's my favorite. I love that. I have way more page ideas than I have time to do. Start writing down sticky notes and putting those in the book. It's not a bad idea. You'll often, when I'm doing like complete pages or something, you might hear me like talk about an idea or something, and I will go back and watch those videos and then I'll be reminded of those ideas and be like, oh yeah, I was gonna do that. So handy. Right. Just deepening up those water lines slightly. And then YR34 on the lips, past 1. Go back over the lips a couple times, but so I think I want a colour that's on page 2 that I'm missing a swatch for. I need to find the swatch card, folks. Where's the heck? What did it gone? Yes, I'm just gonna have to start guessing and hoping for the best. Alright. Too close. YR47. So about YR57. No, this is on the one that I still have the page of. That's like fluoro. We don't want that. I really want to go into the R's. What about R46? Old Rose. Let's have a look at that. That's a pretty lip colour. That's way too intense for a blush. R28. Whoa, that's fluoro. Nope. We're just lucky dipping here. Actually, that's not bad. That's workable. This is R26 Valentine's Pink. It's still very, very, although remember we need to wait for it to dry. Then R34. We'll blend it out. And it will blend into that same vein. Bit harder to blend into the light colour, but that's okay. And then our R46 also kind of ties in. Okay, we might have lucky dipped it right. Start with the lips because that's entirely different. So R46 back on our dark areas. Again, we don't really want to wearing piles of makeup, but our lips are usually a little darker than our skin tone, so, and also I really like glossy lips, so I'll probably give it glossy lips. Alright, art text on skin and send some pet text too. Can't get in the mood to colour. I don't know what to do. Is there a new game that you want to play, Cassie? Pet text, my 18-year-old man. Oh my goodness, look at the fur baby. We will also... Oh my gosh, Stardust, it's looking gorgeous. Alright. Oh, so much prettiness. First off, from Ada... This 18-year-old man just woke up. We know a grumpy black cat when we see one. We know that look. Oh. Boop, 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 boop. Thank you, Ada, for sharing. And then from Stardust, who is also working on this picture, we have an update on that skin, and I can see how much more you've worked that, and that's looking fabulous. I can also see a little bit of tint to the lips, and yeah, you can see a bit of that purple blue worked into the shadows there, and just toning down those shadows. It's looking gorgeous. And yeah, all the shades of green and the red here, just absolutely love. Love, love, love. I love the color of the hair. So, it's kind of the color I've gone for the lips of mine. It's just so pretty. Absolutely gorgeous as well. Thank you so much for sharing. You're doing fabulous. Mother, why must you wake me? Took me a second to realize it's the same page. That's how much just changing the colors can change a page. Like, doesn't take much. I need to mute this Discord. Oh, sorry, message from Mum. Oh, it's just Black Cat stuff. That's all good. Don't worry, open that. Don't need that. Okay, Discord's muted. Alright. I can't even remember if I finished this page myself. Pull it out, but only if you want to, Cassie. Alright, I'm going to take a little bit of that Valentine's pink and just bring that into, again, that waterline. Right, this is where we get scary. Lush. Blush. And we want our Y34. Okay, one side done right, but I also jumped ahead and went and did this side, and that was silly. I should have waited, but it's fine. I think we've blended it out. I normally do blush with pencils, but sometimes I like to do it with alcohol markers. Sometimes I like to give myself a heart attack. Yeah, she's got a little bit of a blush glow now. Wonder if she'd have freckles. Again, very sun-travelled. Alright, while we're here, we're also going to update the fingers. Stop going ahead so much, Amy, because you need to work while everything's wet. A little bit there. Oh, yep, we are using the right one. That's important. And that Y12. Just bring you back in there. Yeah, there's definitely a few areas I need to come in with the purple, especially on the hand as well. Yeah, there we go. That's making the hand look a bit better, a little bit more pink. So those first spaces that we just dotted a bit of shadow, just bringing those back out. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with that. I feel like that's a good good starting place for the skin. We've still got some more work to go on the skin, and again, we've still got to go over with the purple, but it's like a good starting point for the skin. I'm happy with the tone of it. I've got that really golden sun-kissed look of someone who's been out and about traveling. We've got that warmth of her being a bit of a flush on her skin. I really like the lip colour. Like, I managed to fluke that lip colour pretty well. Yeah. No, I think we're good with that. So, as I said, I want her hair to be white golden. And then we're going to have... Let's do her eyes, because I want her eyes to be, like, really, really quite vibrant and bright. So we're going to bring... We're going to bring a little bit of green into... Because there are these little rose jewelry that she's wearing. So silver is the main thing, but I will bring in a little bit of green for the leaves of them. I wish I could find my information. Oh, don't you tip over the microphone. Somewhere around here. Yeah. Speaking of shadow, he is fast asleep. Fast asleep in the lounge, curled up beside Mum. Sent through Artex. I just realised Discord's open on the closed on the computer, so I'll just boot that open. Excuse me. Ooh, I like the colorway you've done too. I love the fact this is all these different colorways as well. Alright. Oh, it's so pretty. I love. Right, this is Cassie's version. Look at that blue here. It's gorgeous. I remember why I stopped. I couldn't figure out what color to do the hood. Yeah, you've got a lot of options because you've done the rose. You could bring in some more of the green that you've done for the leaves. But you could also just as easily use it on the dress. Honestly, you've got the world as your oyster because of the fact you've done gold for the jewelry, blue for the hair, and red for the crystal and the roses. You've gone primary. So you can absolutely go almost any color. I think purple, like really dark royal purple, that could be really pretty with it too. Yeah, the blue here is so pretty. Ooh, a deep purple, right? Like a really deep, rich royal purple with that rose jewelry and that bright blue here. Oh, it'd be stunning. I vote purple. Yeah. You could also do yellow, because again, complementary. So a bright yellow would also work quite well. Options. I would almost want to go like silver or grey. Yeah, silver or grey could also be real pretty. It's really, I don't think you could go wrong, Cassie, because of the fact that you've done blue, red, and yellow essentially. Between the blue here, the red roses, and the gold jewelry, you've done primary. So you've got every which way to go. But yeah, that doesn't help when you're like, I wasn't sure what colour to do there. The hood. If you did go purple for the hood, you could do green for the dress, and that would also be really pretty. All the options. All the options. I'm sure whatever you go for will turn out glorious. Alright, where'd my cola go? Because those sour straps are getting caught in my throat. Right. I need to stand up for a minute and have a little stretch. I'm just going to turn on the light so I can see. Oh! Oh! Can I see where the colour chart has gone, or is it still on the desk? Can I even find my notes that I spent so long writing out about why I was using certain colours? There's my notes. Alright, let's see if the colour chart is still on the desk by chance. Not there. Oh. Ooh. On the plus side, it does not look like it's fallen behind the bookshelf. So that's a win. So it's probably in that pile of I was still sorting. Which is fine. I mean, it's not fine because I need it, but I'd rather it there and be behind. Okay. Ooh, good little break. Good little stretch. Swear. I need to like almost put a plaster on my nose. I feel like I'm getting like pressure points from my glasses. And it's hurting. Okay. So white here, but like a warm toned white here. Now, normally I would use a mixture of cream, ivory, and grey to do this. However, we're working with grayscale, so I don't need to worry so much about the grey. So we're going to just worry about bringing in some more creamy tones. Because, let me... So the colour I'm kind of imagining so if we look at this, like this looks white, this looks grey, but we've got warm areas, we've got cool areas, and this is what I mean about cooler areas have recede back and then our warm areas come forward. So yeah, even though it's white here, there's a mixture of greys, there's like a little bit of really pale tan, pale cream. There's a couple of colours in there. It's not just like pure white or pure grey. So that's what we want to try and bring in to create the illusion of our hair. So Lemon Mist 00 is going to be a great colour. I think we'll go Y34 Eggnog. And then already got similar colours to that, so that's okay. That was my Copic colours. So we've got Y00, we've got Y34, and looking at the like YGYs, like yellow greys. Y11, YGY11 may be okay. Just a Collingwood grey. CG01 Cloud Grey. I'm trying not to bring in, actually we won't need that one because of the fact that we have shading. So that will already have a grey in there. And I think E22, which probably sounds a bit wild, but this lime juice, I think that might be what we need to. So give that a minute to dry and then we will assess where we're going with that. I think the Y11 might be okay, but it needs to be in the like absolute darkest places for that one. Again, we have not done our purpling of the skin yet. I tend to wait until everything's done because right now we have so much white on the page, it's just going to throw me out of balance anyway. Slowly working our way through. Just adding in some little strands, bit at a time. This is our darkest color, so I'm trying to just do it from our darkest areas and just add a bit more definition to what's already there. So hopefully you can kind of see just our little starting point for our hair. Again, I'm not trying to color in everything. I'm just adding in a couple of streaks here and there in our darkest color in the more darker areas that have already been established. Oh, I can smell that Mum has reheated dinner. It's making me hungry, even though I had dinner at like 2 o'clock. So you can see the difference, hopefully, between the two. We've just added in one colour so far. Pretty much all the hair inside the little trim. Sorry, I'm just like fully getting in the zone here. I love hair. I find it so calming and so peaceful just to do all these little strands of hair. But the problem is when you're live streaming, then you just zone out And it's like, no, I'm live streaming. I'm meant to be talking. I can't even like really give much rhyme or reason as to why I'm placing the areas. Like the shadow's there. This is a darker color, so I'm trying to put it into the darker areas. I'm also going to go over the brows a little bit because the brows are also white, but we'll come in with a white pencil and add in like highlights. So right now I've kind of imagined her brows more like skin shadows. And then we'll come in later on and add in the actual hairs with a white pencil. We're also going to do a bunch of flyaway hairs with white pencil and stuff like that towards the end, so there will be some white pencil work for this hair. Right. Okay. So E22 lime juice. Yeah. Slightest greenish undertone to this one, so may not vibe with this one. Let's have a look. Let's do it somewhere where we can hide it. I think it's gonna look too green. Just give that a second to dry. So I hope you're all doing well out there. Yeah, no, that's gone quite green on the paper. Alright, let's get rid of E22. And we'll just stick with the Y34 and Y000. You can always come in and add another one. So this is our Y34, which gets us a bit more yellow tones. It makes our white hair seem more on the like pale blonde side. I'm loving the hair already. Thank you. I am too. Alright. So this is Y00, which is going to be just to deepen up some shadow areas, things like that. Just add a little bit more depth. I wonder if we get like a real pale blue or purple. Hello, new YouTube subscriber. Thank you so much for subscribing. Yeah, I wonder if we get like a light purple or something. Can use that to help. Maybe we'll bring in a bit of the skin purple too. Some of those cooler areas. Gotta go and get ready for breakfast? No worries. I'm also thinking I need to go and make some food. And in all honesty, I'm getting pretty tired. So I'm also like, might have to call it at some point. But I don't want to call it till it's done because I want to finish the page. I do like the hair so far. So it's still looking very white grey, but now it's just got a little bit more warmth to it. So it's more on that creamy yellow white as opposed to the page has been left white. Not that there's anything wrong with leaving the page white. I wanted it a more warmer white yellow because that brings a bit more of our yellow in as well. Alright, now I want a green just to do the little leaves. Do we want... What kind of green do we want? I'm thinking that shamrock green, to be honest. G310. Right, I found actual green. G313. It's close enough. So, it's a bit darker, but yeah, easy enough to light in. So, a little touch of green. What colour eyes? I am not 100% sure, but I want something probably turquoise. Like, I want to bring turquoise in because we're going to bring some turquoise into her thing anyway, but I think having that really bright light eyes, you know. That might work. So, I normally work darkest to lightest. So this is B411. It's the lightest colour of the cloak. If that was the darkest colour of the eye. And then we have B09 Tahitian Blue. Get some beautiful bright blue in there. And then BG05 to bring in that more tealy turquoise colour. I quite like that. I quite like that a lot. I think that's going to really pop on her eyes. use some pencils to bring in some way more extreme light. I think that bright turquoise blue is quite pretty. And it also gives us, potentially, locket colours. Adele, hello, hello. Love the eyes, thank you. Yeah, I'm very pleased with how she's progressing. She's really starting to come together now, you know? Right. Yeah. And then V32. I'm going to use a bit of that too. Cast a shadow on the eyes, because eyes generally are in shadow. And then a little bit of that YGY11, just to sort of bring that colour back in, just along the darkest points. And then I can bring in some like white highlights and a few more like, it needs a little bit more like black in the center of the eyes and stuff like that, but I'm not doing that by hand. That's going to be done in pencils. Right, so how am I going to do this spiral? Just gonna go for it. I'm just gonna blot in the color. I mean, most of this is going to be done in pencil work because I want a very specific style. So I'm just going to dot in some more colors. Just run that over it so it all kind of blurs together. So I don't know if you can just see the little blue swirl that's in there. Yeah. Just doomscrolling on Facebook and see what Annie Reeves has a flip of a completed blossemia. Yeah, Annie Reeves colouring is stunning. Trying to make coffee, but anytime I look in the direction of the kitchen, my little shadow thinks it's food time. Yeah, they do tend to be like that, don't they? Right. So, we have silver for the jewellery. Yellow roses? Could we do yellow roses? Yellow roses are a thing, eh? Roses don't have to be... Looks like an opal. It does kind of look like an opal, which is kind of vibey for what it is after anyway. But yeah, the main thing is I want it to have like a little bit of a swirl, which you may not see all too clearly, but it will come out again when I work with a little bit of pencils to bring it out. But yeah, it's giving opal vibes. Yeah, see, I don't want to do the roses red. I'm kind of thinking yellow for the roses, which I know that may not be the most traditional, but what do yellow roses mean? Do they have a meaning? Yellow roses primarily symbolize friendship, joy, optimism, and new beginnings. They used to express appreciation, congratulations, and get well wishes. New beginning, healing, and appreciation. They can also, in some Eastern cultures, symbolize wisdom, power, or inner strength. Okay, I like that. I think we're going to do yellow roses. Because I think it would actually be quite beautiful bringing in some of this sort of warm yellow. Just, yeah, like, don't get me wrong, I love pink and red and all, and even white. White would be quite pretty, but with the hair, I think this pop of yellow, I think this, like that, yeah. Yeah, I'm really leaning towards yellow. Like, we're just gonna do a little, oh, like, yeah. Nice little pop. Yeah, I like the yellow. Oh, I don't know what I moved there. Alright. Violacious. Hello. Yellow roses? Yellow roses. How are you, lovely? How was stream? How was E33? Did you win? Alright. Bring that back to size. Yeah, no, I like that for our little picture here. I think that'd be nice. With this sort of white, blonde, yellow hair, the blues, the teals. Alright. And luckily, yellow is not the colour chart I'm missing, so it's easy. Canary is our colour. It was amazing. Did we win? That is relative. Always the way. Right. We're not going to have much room for blending, so we want to kind of keep things simple. Most of the blending's probably going to be done in pencils because they're so small. So let's just get mustard and canary. Unless we can work something else. Where's our apple cider? Maybe we try our apple cider. Maybe we try and keep our colours, you know. I'm a big fan of using colours I've already used, because it helps keep the page consistent. So if we were to do some yellow cider lines, I actually think the yellow cider might work. Yeah. We won the fight in advance of story and we were completely devastated. Yeah. Oh, I will have to catch up on the VOD because I knew you were getting close to another big emotional point. It's like, oh, but of course I'm streaming, so I was like, I will just catch the VOD. All right. Oh, we're ending up with 400 markers on the desk again, folks. So, now we're not going to worry too much about shading here. Again, this is just to bring in a little bit of depth. I can also use it to clean up some of those edges. But most of the shading's probably going to be done with pencils for these roses because they're just too small. Don't get the earring, Amy. Now, I don't know about wearing jewellery that is yellow roses and silver jewellery, but that's what we're doing because silver jewellery is also the thing. But yeah, I like that yellow. I think that yellow is gonna... Then we've got the pearls. Which maybe the pearls I could do the same as the gem and make it more opals. It was one battle followed by almost 2 hours of lore and discussion. Yep. But it's such a turning point. I'm excited for you. We have been working away on different pages. I almost bought some jewelry like that recently. Citrine and silver. Okay, that's good to know. That's good. Okay, because that's the thing is... So this, by the way, this is to represent a Pathfinder character that I'm going to be playing. Because I don't have original art drawn yet. So it's like, oh, this kind of feels vibey to what I want. So it's like, okay, we'll do that. And so, yeah, she's representing a character, and I need her, well, I want her to be, she's a mixture of Varisian, which is like Nordic traveling, and her family is, they are servants of Pharisma, who, black and silver, that's the goddess of, like, basically death and reborn and stuff like that. So, and your soul. So it's this clash between a culture that is all about colour, and colour has a lot of powerful meaning, and then a religion that basically wears black and silver. So, but she's not serving it. It's like, yeah, there's a whole thing behind it. But yeah, I'm trying to get lots of colour in there without being too overwhelmed in colour. Yeah. Well, also, so that's why her cloak is like that blue-black. It's like, it could be black, but it's got a blue reflect. Done with the picture for today? Heck yeah. Well done, Stardust. Proud of you for getting the things done. I am starting to feel it myself, so I'm trying to, I don't want to rush this, but I'm also like, I want to be done. And part of me is like, maybe I should just go make dinner and call it for the night. I think maybe we'll do these little pearls opalescent like we're doing for the center gen. I think we'll keep it similar. We'll just say that they're not pearls, they're opals. Which is not what I imagined initially, but we'll take it. And that also means I can reflect a little bit more colour in them as well. Okay, cool. So that means now I've just got her dress. And her dress does give me like embroidery options here as well. These little details on the end. Do feel like maybe we need to bring in, I want a bit more green. What is my colour meanings for the colours that I do have? Because not everything is established. Green is wisdom, strength, and self-control. So I definitely want green, and I want more turquoise, which enhances physical strength and non-verbal communication. And then purple could also, or violet, is intuition and provides divine inspiration. So violet could also be lovely to bring in. And a splash of orange assures success. So we also need a splash of orange somewhere. Which could almost be her in a way. Forgot about the splash of orange. Or maybe I can bring that into the flowers. We'll bring orange into the roses. And make them have like a little center of orange. And then the opal also picks up on that orange. Because a little splash of orange is success. Or we'd make this rose here a brooch. Alright, so if I was to do this patterned area in some sort of like lighter green, warm green, so maybe like the grass green 410, something like that. So lovely bright green, and then turquoise for the main, I can do a different colour for the strip and the ribbons, and do the colours all need to be present in the jewels? I'll probably bring some more colour back into the jewels, but there is, I don't know how well it'll pick up on camera, but there is a little spiral in this main one. That's the most important one. Because I want that represents, again, she's not a cleric, she's an oracle, but there's a spiral in there, but she was raised with serving under Pharisma, so it is also a huge influence on her. So, and she was, her family are basically priestesses of Pharisma, and so she was training towards that, and so all her clothes and her outfit kind of do relate to both that Verizian but also that their role. They're basically, I'm playing a spirit monk, essentially. Someone who was guiding the spirits of those who have just passed to find their way to Pharisma, who guides them to the afterworld, or as they believe, through the water dragon, which is then where the soul gets reborn in the great water wheel of life. Yeah, she does have lacing on the sleeve as well. So this little bit here is actually the same pattern as here. So I was thinking that could coordinate, but that could very easily be a different colour. We have what could be a little brooch here. So there's like that little 3D rose there. We have lace, we have trim, we have the main body of the dress. So we've got lots of areas we can add colour. It's just where can we add colour without it looking too overwhelming and still tying together. And then I also have to decide if I'm doing a background. Excuse me. My brain's getting sleepy. I think, in all honesty, I actually might call it here for stream. We've just hit 10 hours. I am actually feeling really shot, really hungry, and just really done. I think I'm done for today, and I don't want to push it because I'm just staring at this going, I don't know. And so because I can't see straight, like an answer in terms of colour placement, that's usually a sign that I need to be done with it for today. So I think this is like a really good place to stop so that I can go and have like a proper dinner. And in all honesty, I think I just want to curl up in bed and play some Stardew. It's also very cold and chilly, so it feels like a good sort of curl up in bed night, to be honest. So yeah, I think we will leave stream there for today. Like, we did a really good amount. We got 2 other pages completed. We got a lot of progress on this, and we got an hour of the colouring pages designed as well. So I'm feeling like that's a successful day. Yeah. So I don't know when I'll be back. Again, it's the same as usual. I don't know when I'll be back streaming. It is very much a I'm in the mood and we're going to stream today mood. Tomorrow I probably have things on. I know I have things on Thursday. I know I have things on Friday, so I don't know when we'll be back, but we'll be back sometime. Just keep an eye on social media. And yeah, hopefully you'll do well out there. Hopefully I can get some sleep tonight since I feel so shot and it's just hit me so intensely. Yeah, I think I'm gonna go and curl up and just relax and be done for the day. But I appreciate you all so much. All the Araha. And good luck with your own artistic endeavours, whatever they may be. I'll catch you all in the next stream, whenever that is. Bye.